Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Neighborhood Watch 2, After the EMP, by E. Isherwood, narrated by Kyle Tate. Chapter 1. Good morning, Frank. Luke walked up to the edge of the canal to be next to me. You enjoying your retirement so far? Oh, you're the funny guy, I laughed. I had you pegged as the town sourpuss. We shared a quiet chuckle, since it was understood my retirement ended when the EMP went off. You and your son do all right on your overnight shift? I asked. No problems at all. Turns out the job is pretty easy when you don't have a shifty neighbor like Trevor sneaking around behind your back. There were a few gunshots in the distance, but nothing close by. We also thought we heard a car drive down Bayside Road, but we couldn't be certain. Otherwise, guard duty was downright boring last night. Just how I like it. I'd gotten up early to check out the canal running parallel to our street. While there, I'd studied the backyards and rear sides of the row of houses on the next block. Since I'd recently moved in, it had been hard to get to know my immediate neighbors, which meant I knew even less about the other two streets in the Yucca Reef development. It was nice to have the canal as a buffer between us and those strangers, but it was a certainty I'd need to meet them in the near future. Finding allies was going to be one critical aspect of our survival plan. Things are going too well, I said, as I turned to face Luke. Maybe this EMP bullshit isn't going to be as bad as you thought, my upbeat neighbor suggested. Maybe, I allowed. We stood side by side watching the quiet water of the canal for a few seconds, before I continued. Yesterday started off as a white-knuckle day, but it turned out all right thanks to you and the rest of the watch. It hadn't even been 24 hours since our encounter with Trevor and the incident with Zen at the roadblock. Once Zen had taken Trevor and Pike off our hands, the neighborhood finished the roadblock by moving more vehicles into position to boost security. I then took everyone behind my house and set up a shooting range to give them some practice with firearms, including Carmen, who seemed to crave more responsibility in our defense. Finally, we'd grilled up the last of the meats, and also dried out whatever didn't get eaten, so we'd have jerky in our food stocks. On paper, things were a bit better than the previous morning. Fewer gunshots, as Luke had pointed out, no visible smoke plumes, no one barreling down our street looking for trouble. We had a lot of help from you, Frank. Don't discount yourself. I would have lost my shit if I'd gone to Trevor's place without you. I also never would have thought of setting up a roadblock. And what you did for Penny. I wiped at the beads of sweat forming on the back of my neck. The sun was already heating up the thick ocean air, and apocalypse or not, the miserable heat of a June day in Florida was coming at us. Thanks, I said in a quiet voice. I've always done my best work when I had a good team around me. You've more than stepped up and done your part, and I'm grateful I found you when I did. I let my voice trail off. But, Luke prodded. Well, I hate to be the guy who dumps on a good thing. I released a long sigh. But none of my books ever suggested the world is going to get better after an EMP goes off. Last night might seem like it was better than the one before, and maybe it was. But this period of calm we're living in won't last for long. That's almost what you said when I first met you on your driveway, Luke reminded me. You warned us as the effects of an EMP go on, things will inevitably break down more. Maybe it's just taking a little longer than you thought? There was no magic formula, as best as I could recall, for how fast a community would break apart once the power grid went belly up. In the big cities, it probably happened within hours. Out in the sticks, like all those endless miles of farmland I'd passed on my way from Chicago to Fort Myers, the collapse might take days or weeks. In the middle ground between the two, like the endless subdivisions surrounding us, It was anyone's guess. "You know me well enough now to understand I don't water things down," I said to Luke. "And believe me when I say, I want to be wrong about this. But the rest of Fort Myers isn't going to be looking at this like you and me. People are waking up right now, looking out their windows, and wondering if they'll see the police or military coming in to rescue them. They're waking up to find the first few items turning bad in their powerless refrigerators. They're strolling out their doors, totally oblivious to how bad things are going to get." I paused briefly to make my point. "We need to assume we can't rely on anyone but ourselves. I probably would have been one of those unsuspecting people if you hadn't put my head on straight. But thinking like you, I'm going to assume this shit show is only ramping up. So what do we need to do today to stay alive longer than tomorrow?" "You've asked the million-dollar question," I answered. I tried to formulate some thoughts based on books I'd read over the years. At the most basic level, there were 3 things we needed to worry about: food, water, and shelter. We had brand new houses, designed with the latest techniques to withstand those infamous Florida hurricanes. So we were good on that point. Food might have turned into a problem within a week or 2, but we'd been given a helping hand by Mr. Drummond and his garage full of survival rations. Which left water. "What's our most pressing issue?" Luke wondered. I pointed toward the middle of the waterway. "The canal?" "Not exactly. To survive long-term, we're going to need clean drinking water. I thought we had it easy living next to a freshwater canal, but that is the first sign it might not be so simple." I continued to point at the object of my concern. Eventually, Luke saw it. A dead alligator. On any normal day, no resident would go out and shoot one of the lazy creatures. But Normal had been shut off with the power. Someone on the next street had put a bullet into the brain pan of a good-sized 8-footer and left the body to rot in the canal. Yep, people are going to use these canals as their personal trash cans. I'd bet my last dollar we'll soon see poopy diapers floating by. And worse. Can't we filter it? You mentioned that before. In the short term, yes, but filtering is a major pain in the ass, and it gets difficult when you need larger quantities, like we'd need to maintain everyone on our block. Also, imagine a canal full of rotting bodies, like the alligator. I'm not sure I would trust any filter to clean water tainted by diseases spawned by death. I see what you mean. But every house and building in this part of Florida probably has some kind of filter attached to their plumbing, since the groundwater is so shitty. Can't we use those to clean it all up? For a while, yes. Pool shock is another chemical that can treat water to make it drinkable, and we probably have a lifetime supply with all the pools around here. But again, it's going to be hard to treat water each time we need to use it. Bacteria is going to grow in any vessel we use to store larger quantities, and we'd still need to boil the hell out of all water, especially if it comes from there. I pointed to the canal again. So we have all the stuff we need to filter our water today, but you were looking far down the road? All those filters and chemicals will scrape us by for sure, but they aren't ideal in the long term. Eventually, someone gets sloppy with the filtration, or a contaminant gets into our holding tanks we failed to boil out. Then someone dies. Not good, Luke replied. If we want to be alive a year from now in a powerless world, we need a more reliable water source, like a well. We'll also catch rainwater for where we need clean water, like for washing clothes, but it won't be good for drinking. A well, huh? That seems complicated. I laughed. People in 200 BC knew how to dig wells and get fresh water. I'm sure a group of us from the 21st century can figure it out. I'll help however I can, but I'm an IT guy, so I know nothing about wells. Are you telling me I would be better off with a guy from over 2,000 years ago? It's your call. Luke put his hands up in an I'm out of ideas pose. Trust me, you'll be fine. I've read about the basics before, though I have to admit the larger problem is finding all the parts and getting them back to our street using our bikes. We'll need some pipes, some storage barrels to catch rainwater, and a hand-operated pump for the well. I stopped my train of thought, then turned back toward the houses. Wouldn't it be funny, I continued, if Mr. Drummond had already thought of this? He'd obviously been planning for the end of the world, so let's see if he has any well equipment in his garage. Luke followed me toward the older guy's home. Don't be shocked when you see the place, I advised. Mr. Drummond has a little of everything, but I haven't really told the others yet, as I'm not sure what legal standing we have to take over another man's property. I like how you're even thinking of stuff like this. If I was gone for good, I'd be glad someone could get some use out of my things. There's the problem. Mr. and Mrs. Drummond left on a vacation to Europe at some point, and I'm trying to keep this stockpile under wraps until I can be reasonably sure they're gone for good. The less people who knew about it, the better. Trevor had been in Mr. Drummond's place already, but I had no idea how much of the garage he'd managed to see. I needed to assume he would give up every bit of information about our street when trying to convince Zen of his own importance. I understand. Luke followed me through the damaged front door, trailed me into the kitchen, and then stepped out into the dim garage. Holy shit! Luke exclaimed. He walked around like a kid who'd been given an unlimited credit card for the Lego store. He has more food than I've ever seen in one house. And over here he has pallets of bottled waters. But what are we looking for exactly? Long pipes? A sledgehammer? Valves? There will definitely be a well pump handle to get the water to the surface. Got it, he replied. We both picked through the stockpile, but I knew in minutes there wasn't anything as obvious as pipes or pumps lying around. What do you think he's got under here? Luke asked after we'd looked over most of the garage. He stood close to the vehicle packed into the third bay of the garage. It's the only place we haven't searched for well-making supplies, so I hope he has one stashed under there. But it is more likely the old guy packed away a Jaguar or Mercedes. Drummond's other vehicle was a fully trimmed-out Cadillac Escalade, so I knew he had money. You mind? Luke asked with anticipation as he took hold of the blue cloth. Be my guest. Luke yanked the drop cloth as fast as he could, and tufts of dust billowed up with it. Damn! He hasn't been under there for years, I choked. Luke drew back the cover until it revealed a classic hot rod. Son of a bitch, I said, impressed. This is way better than a Mercedes. It looks nice, but what does it get us? Luke asked in a measured tone. We've got one more truck for the roadblock, right? I sidled up to the 1970 Chevrolet El Camino SS. It was painted deep blue, with accent flecks of metal that sparkled, despite the darkened garage. 2 bright white stripes, each about 12 inches wide, ran lengthwise down the middle of the hood. It also had perfect chrome trim, bumpers, custom wheels, and a chrome Supersport logo in the middle of the front grille. The vintage truck came with a long bed for storage, much like any pickup truck of the day. But the front half looked more like a sports car than a work vehicle. The odd style is what made them so collectible. This gets us our well, I answered with respect. How? I leaned over and felt the edge of the body, as if admiring the curves of a beautiful woman. I'll pop the hood, and you'll see what American engines looked like before there were computer chips in them. This old workhorse wouldn't even have noticed the EMP, so I'll bet we can drive this right out of here, if Drummond took care of it like he did with everything else. I pulled off the hood pins and toggled the hood release above the front license plate to spring it open. I couldn't deny it reminded me of the anticipation of opening 1,000 hoods over my lifetime. There was a sense of magic when learning what was under there. I pushed the hood all the way, so it stayed propped open. "Now that's what I'm talking about," I gushed. The painters had been meticulous about covering the engine bay with the same coating as the rest of the truck. The V8 had many custom parts, some chrome, some blacked out, but all of them looked to be well manufactured, and most importantly, none of them were electronic. The round air cleaner housing sat in the middle, with a red 454 stenciled on the top, and the black paint could be mistaken for brand new, as if it had been purchased from the original factory and sent forward in time to Drummond's garage. Every item under the hood dripped with quality and durability, which were two big pluses during an apocalypse. Someone had written 475 horsepower custom on bare paint near the front, as if to brag about it. "This is an incredible find," I went on. "I really can't believe it." "Yeah, lucky us," Luke agreed. "Especially if it fires up." I noticed the oil cap was unscrewed. It sat in its spot, but it wasn't tightened, as if it had been left there on purpose. "See if it will crank over," Luke suggested. "Hang on a second," I replied while looking under the vehicle. "I think we have a problem." A small jack propped up the underside of the frame enough for me to squeeze in. A round pan was underneath the car, filled halfway with black liquid, and the oil plug had been set on a rag next to the container. It explained why Drummond had never sealed the cap on top of the engine. It might have been a minor inconvenience for me to put it all back together, but the oil filter was missing. "Yep," I continued. "I'm glad we didn't fire it up with all this going on under here. There's no oil in the crankcase right now. Look around up there and see if Drummond had purchased a new oil filter back when he started this project. It will be in packaging about the size of a Pop-Tarts box." After a couple minutes of searching, Luke got my attention by tapping my foot. "Sorry, Frank. I don't see it anywhere." I slid out from under the El Camino and glanced around the garage to see if I'd see the familiar branding and size of the filter, but I wasn't rewarded with a discovery. "Shit," I exclaimed. "Drummond has the perfect vehicle for our needs, but he's missing one of the easiest things to replace on an engine. We can't go to the end of the driveway without that filter." "Can we swap one from any of the cars out on the street?" Luke asked. "I doubt it," I said after imagining the makes and models of most of the cars on our street. Since I'd worked with all the vehicles at the roadblock, I knew the available inventory much as a used car salesman might. This is a 1970 big block 454 Chevy motor. If I remember right, this thing came stock with 450 horsepower, and it was highly sought after by my gearhead friends because it was rare back in the day. I can say with certainty none of the vehicles on our street have the same engine, even in its modern form. I don't know cars well enough to predict if another oil filter would be close to a fit, but I never heard of a mechanic mixing and matching filters with any of my semi-trucks. I guess it would get pretty messy out there if we tried to pull filters off the other cars, just to try. Well, we could catch most of the oil, I chuckled, but it would still be messy, and it would take a lot of time. If we want clean water, we need to get this running before our quiet morning takes a turn for the worse. I ran my fingers along the chrome work at the edge of the front bumper, which led me to find what was sitting by the jack. It looks like he has a foot pump, too, I continued, so we don't have to use one of your little bike pumps. That would suck, he agreed. I headed for the kitchen door. So what's the plan? Luke asked. Let's go grab our bikes, I replied. We can pop into Auto Country to get a replacement oil filter. And then we go for a car ride? Luke suggested. Yep. We'll go out there the way God intended, with 475 horsepower under our butts. Books often mention the danger of having one of the only working vehicles in a powerless world. It would almost certainly make us into a bullseye target for criminals and the desperate. 475 horsepower would help us stay in front of many problems, though not bullets, roadblocks, and other hot rods. However, I didn't want to put those worries into Luke's head. Yet. It was a problem for later in the day. First, we had to venture into the world on a one-human-powered bicycle. Chapter 2. We gathered in my garage. "Welcome to the first official meeting of our neighborhood watch," I said, glad to be around people who were motivated to be there, same as me. "You said this was important, so we all showed up," Carmen replied with a wide grin. Unlike the previous couple of days, she was now dressed in an outfit a little more appropriate for the apocalypse. Her denim jeans were loose-fitting and comfortable, as was her long-sleeve top. Her entire outfit was built around the centerpiece, Rocco, the Ruger LCR, the small black revolver strapped on her left hip. The others gave me similar short greetings. "It looks like we're all here, except the kids up at the roadblock." Everyone currently available from our street was in my garage, except for Tyler, Rainey, and the twins. They were assigned the task of manning the roadblock. The group of teens were already famous for chit-chatting and arguing, but they'd done great work moving the cars, so I'd put a little more trust in them in the new day. No one could coast in the apocalypse. "Just let them know what we talk about after we break," I suggested. "We'll tell them," LeVar replied. The tall black man stood next to his much shorter wife, holding hands, obviously happy to be back together. "Thanks," I saluted. Luke and I had left Drummond's garage about 20 minutes earlier. While Luke gathered our neighbors, I'd gone into my house to gather a few items we'd need for the meeting. The books stacked neatly on my 6-foot folding table were the result of my efforts. "We've been lucky so far. This EMP event hasn't spiraled into hell on earth in the first 24 hours. Many of these books I've brought out will have you believe it's a possibility once the power goes out. And maybe it is in the larger cities, but we've been spared that fate for now. Earlier, Luke and I were discussing how last night seemed quieter than the one before, almost like people decided they didn't want to jump off the cliff of chaos so soon. But I looked out toward the teenagers. I'm kind of glad those kids aren't here, because we have some hard truths we need to discuss." I glanced over to Penny and little Daisy, who was too young to be left alone for very long. The youngster stood between her mother and Carmen, almost as if the two women had joined forces to protect the little one. It bothered me to have to speak bluntly in front of the kid, but she was so young I hoped it would go right over her curly blonde head. "First, if the power doesn't come back on today, and we don't hear a word from anyone in charge, I think it will confirm things are going to continue down this path for a long time. Weeks for certain, months probably, maybe even years." Evelyn, standing way at the back, harumphed. I was not surprised. For once, I would have loved to see the grumpy woman be right. "We've done some great work together. The roadblock is looking fantastic. We flooded our homes with extra water. The kids managed to pull a few fish out of the canal last night, proving we can gather a little extra food. You all did great during our shooting practice. We all worked together to clear out Trevor and his friends." On paper, getting rid of the wild kid was mainly due to me and Luke, plus Carmen keeping guard. But everyone had played a role. The other adults had kept the kids safe in my garage, and they'd come out in force to make sure Zen knew the street was supported by a proper defense. I figured it was better to share the glory of victory than to divide it into little bits. "But there is still a shitload of things we still need to do, and we should start with those that will have the biggest long-term impact for us. I saw some confused faces. I've read stories about psycho bikers, cannibals, bad governments, and invasions of locusts, and we should think about them. But those aren't even close to our biggest threats. Our worst enemy will be filth, today, tomorrow, and each day going forward. It may not be sexy to talk about, but finding clean water will probably be our biggest struggle. You understand? I looked around the room, and they nodded. We have plenty of stored water around us, including Trevor's swimming pool, our bathtubs, plus the canal. However, those things will soon be contaminated with bacteria, germs, and trash. We can, of course, treat all of them with chemicals and boiling, but it would be a ton of work over the long haul. So to get around all that useless labor, I believe we should dig a well. Work now, relax later, Ben said dryly. Yes and no, I answered. While other people are burning wood to boil and purify water, we'll be pumping clean water from below our feet, with no effort. That will free up our time so we can work smarter to out-prepare everyone else. We can be perfecting our defenses, scrounging food, planting crops, and 100 other things to keep us ahead of the competition. Looking way down the road, I knew each street and each subdivision would eventually come into conflict with those around it. It would be inevitable, with so many people in South Florida packed into such a small area. Okay, it sounds logical, Ben replied. But why is this the first thing we need to do? Shouldn't we work on putting up a barrier around the sides of our street by the woods? You said it yourself, we'll need eyes in every direction to keep ourselves safe. That seems more urgent than going out for parts to dig and maintain a well. We need to do both at the same time, I'm afraid. And we have to start now. This might be our last chance to get into town before everything falls apart. Ben seemed to chew on it. Won't it be heavy, Frank? Carmen asked. It won't fit on a bike, will it? We have something better than a bike, I said with a smirk. What? She asked with greater interest. I looked around, wondering if any of my neighbors would betray my trust on what I was about to tell them. They'd all interacted with me in one way or another, and for the most part, I decided to have faith in them. Even Evelyn, who was the town downer, didn't seem like the type of person who would stab anyone in the back. In the end, I put my money on telling them the truth. The other night I told you Trevor had broken into the Drummond place, which was how I ended up going inside the house. It was dumb luck that I also learned what the old guy and his wife had been keeping in there. Until now, I didn't want to share this with the group, since I've been wrestling with the morality of poking around in another man's property. What did you find? Penny asked right away. The pretty mom wore black yoga shorts and a loose-fitting t-shirt, commemorating a half-marathon run in Tampa. I knew she was fit enough to rock those biker shorts the other day, but she now confirmed she could rock any piece of clothing. Still, as I needed to keep reminding myself, now wasn't the time. Mr. Drummond and his wife went to Europe, I replied. At this point, I have to assume they are stuck there, since they haven't come back. It's important you know this, since his garage is stacked with months' worth of canned goods and sealed food containers. I paused to let the statement sink in. Enough for all of us? Penny wondered. Sure, I answered. As long as we keep it hidden and protect it, his supply would provide a very nice supplement to the food all of us already have. You don't sound happy, Penny mused. I'm coming around on this. I smiled at her. At first, I was troubled by the fact it doesn't belong to us, but the harsh reality is we may need to tap into his reserves in order to keep ourselves alive. We'll defend it as long as we can, but we avoid the legal and moral problems by saving his supplies for last, Ben summarized. Yes, I answered. I think any reasonable person would agree we're doing him a favor by keeping watch on what belongs to him. But if it comes down to us dying of starvation next to a huge pile of food, or living another day, I know which one we're picking." Everyone shared a bit of laughter. "Makes sense," Carmen added. I again looked at Daisy, wondering if she understood the gravity of our discussion, wondering if she knew how good she had it. She would have no idea how sideways the world was about to go. "So the thing we found that's better than a bike," I continued, "is Drummond also hid an El Camino in his garage. It's an old muscle car built before computer chips, so we can get it to work. It looks like it's only missing an oil filter, so once we grab one, we're good to go." "So he wasn't as prepared as he thought," Carmen suggested. "No one's perfect," I chuckled. "For all his preparations, it appears as if Mr. Drummond dropped the ball on his bug-out vehicle. It's been under a tarp for a long time, too, as if he'd forgotten the car was missing the filter. Whatever the reason, Luke and I are going to ride bikes up to the auto parts store, grab a new filter, then get back here to start it up. Once we fix it, we can use the car to haul our asses over to the hardware store and get the stuff for the well." Penny and Carmen both seemed agreeable to the proposal, as did LeVar and Kyra. Luke was already on board, and his wife Melanie stood close by, nodding. That left Ben and Evelyn in the cheap seats. "What do you think, Ben?" I prodded. Ben took his time before responding. "It would be nice to get into town before everyone else, and having a vehicle will give us a huge advantage over most people. But I'm assuming we can't all pile in with you, so shouldn't the rest of us keep working on things here on the street?" "You read my mind," I smiled as I called everyone's attention to the books on the table. "Does anyone like to read? It's a long shot, but I'm hoping these books have some mentions of digging wells and setting up rainwater collection systems. I can probably do fine based on what I remember, but having exact numbers always helps." "Daisy and I love to read," Penny said as she stepped closer. "We'd love to help out." "Mr. Frank is giving us books?" Daisy said with surprise. "He sure is, dear," her mother responded. "Yippee!" the girl cheered. "Thank you." Penny winked at me. "We'll see how happy she is when we crack into one." I smiled at them both. "Enjoy." "I can also help read," Evelyn added. "Give me whatever she doesn't take, and I'll check them out." "And I'll see if any of the kids want to help out," Melanie continued. "Tyler is a big reader." I stood back and took in my good fortune. Not only had I gotten those books the day of the EMP, I'd found readers willing to speed up the accumulation of knowledge within our group. It was hard to imagine a better outcome, all things considered. "All right, meeting adjourned," I announced. As some of them grabbed for the books, others headed out of the garage. "Oh shit, I almost forgot," I yelled. "Come on back for a second. I need to give out assignments." Some good-natured groans came my way. "Don't worry, this is all fun stuff," I joked. I'd been preparing a mental list of important tasks since the previous night, but since I was going to be out, I needed to delegate them to the others. "LeVar and Kyra, why don't you two go relieve the kids at the roadblock? Send them back to read books and go fishing." "On it," the guy answered. "Carmen, I'd like you to go around to all the houses and work with the owners to secure their back doors, like you and I did at your place. Move furniture, block exits so no one can break in, that sort of thing. Sound doable?" She bit her lip before speaking. "I'll try, but don't you want to do it yourself, so you know it's done right? I'd feel terrible if someone broke in because I did things the wrong way." You know those commercials where they say this is not financial advice? Well, this is a lot like those. Do the best you can, like me, and none of us are going to hold it against you if it isn't perfect. Her smile grew. "I'll do my best. For you." "I'll pop in and check on your work when I can if you'd like." "Oh, I'd like that," she purred. I didn't let myself become distracted by her flirtatious behavior. Instead, I turned my attention to the young mother. "Penny, while you're reading, would you mind hanging out on your back patio with Evelyn or some of the teens? I want to have eyes on the woods on that corner of the block so we don't get surprised, you know?" She nodded. "And Ben, you want a book?" I held one up and grinned at the man. "Nah, I've never been much of a reader." "Good," I deadpanned. "I need you for something else." I pulled the man aside and spoke in a quiet tone. "I'd like you to go over to Mr. Drummond's place and inventory every usable resource in his garage. We need to know everything he has." "In case he gets robbed," he finished. "Yeah." I grimaced at the thought of more robberies. "But we also need to know what he has in there when we really need it. Just like I had everyone take inventory of all their useful stuff, we need to do the same for the Drummonds." He shrugged. "I'll do it, but why me, boss? Shouldn't I be out on the roadblock with a gun, or doing more to protect ourselves from the woods?" "I could get any of the others to do this, but I picked you specifically because your age and experience will allow you to quickly know what's valuable and what's not. I'm going to count on you to remember it, too, in case I need to ask you in an emergency. In essence, I'm making you the gatekeeper of our missing neighbor's supplies. If you're okay with that?" He was also closest in age to the missing couple. If by some miracle Mr. and Mrs. Drummond returned home, I'd much rather have an older gentleman standing in front of the survival stash, rather than a young kid, since he'll look less like a potential thief. "Count me in," he agreed. "But I can go back to the wall as soon as I'm done?" "Definitely," I answered, and we separated. Luke and I used the chaos of the breaking meeting to head over to the bikes, which were secured in Luke's garage. We were immediately greeted by a rambunctious German shepherd who'd been lying in an open kennel. He ran by his owner and hopped on his hind legs to greet me. "Whoa!" I cracked up. "This is Mr. Puppers," Luke said with great pride. "What a good-looking dog," I said, scratching the excitable creature behind both ears. "He's our third baby for sure," he replied. "I can get him down if you want." I continued to play with the animal, who enjoyed every bit of the attention. Luke told me a few times he and Melanie were keeping the dog inside and out of all the commotion, so it wouldn't become a distraction. But I knew they couldn't keep that up forever. It probably thrived on being useful. "No, he's fine. In fact, we should get him familiar with all of us, so he knows we're part of his pack now." "Really? You want him around?" "Hell yeah, I do. Does he bark at strangers?" "Everyone is a stranger since we moved into this new house. But he barked at the mailman at our old place, too, and we saw him every day for a full year." I finally let Mr. Puppers fall to all fours. "He knows possible threats," I chuckled. "We'd be happy to let him roam, if you think he won't get in the way." The dog stood looking up at me, with one ear folded down and the other sticking straight up. His big brown eyes were asking me to approve his work release from his household prison. "He'll have to earn his keep like everyone else, but I think an early warning system is exactly what this place needs." I'd planned to get a dog once I'd settled into my new home and built a fence, but the EMP had closed the curtains on that. I gave him a final neck scratch before pulling out the bike. We checked our weapons, put water in our packs, said goodbye to Melanie, then pedaled out onto the street. With his new freedom, Mr. Puppers ran out of the garage, followed us down the driveway, then stopped at the edge of Luke's lawn. "Stay," Luke called back. We reached the roadblock in moments. Tyler and the other teens were still there. "Hello," Rainey waved. "You let Mr. P out? That's great." "We finally did," Luke replied. "Halt! Who goes there?" Tyler added as we stopped. The young girl whipped her head toward her brother. "You only asked the people coming from the outside. Sheesh, you were dumb." "Never mind her, good squires," Tyler said without missing a beat. "Please doeth state yon business." "Well met, Sir Guard," I chuckled as I played along. "We two men intend to ride our metal horses to a distant land known as Auto Country. We expect it to take not more than 2 ticks of a sundial before we return to yonder castle." Rainey shook her head in mock disgust, but there was also a hint of a smile. Both of the twins were giggling at Tyler. "Then proceed forthwith to the land of serpents," the boy crowed. Quieter, he added, "We can move your Corvette if you want, but I think you can squeeze your bikes between the cars." "There's room, yeah," I assured the kid. Without prompting, Tyler slid himself between the backside of my Vette and the front side of Ben's Subaru wagon. Me and Luke rolled our bikes behind him. Tyler took several quick steps forward, and then froze in place mid-stride. I looked around, wondering if the kid saw a threat. Was Zen back? Trevor? I gripped the sling of my Bravo Company AR, ready to pull it off my back. "What is it, kid?" I whispered, and the boy made a sound of huge relief. "Oh, Ty, don't tell me," Luke said with disgust. "Yeah," Tyler said as he turned around. "I really needed to get away from those girls so I could do a controlled burn." "A what?" I said flatly. "You know, when you have to let one rip, but you don't want to crap your pants in front of a girl. You have to get some distance, then slowly let it out so it doesn't become a code brown. It's something my dad taught me. The worst-case scenario happened to him one time." Tyler stood there with the pride of a kid who'd won the 4-H Fattest Pig Award. It took me a few seconds to downshift my brain from the survival setting to one closer to the gutter. Once there, I decided to hold back laughter and glared at Luke for maximum effect. Luke's cheeks flared red with embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Frank." He turned to his son and spoke in a stern tone. "We need to have a talk later about respect and timing. This isn't appropriate for the situation." "Sorry." Tyler sheepishly looked over the cars to the twins. "I thought the situation was life or death for me." I kept myself from bursting out laughing. I hadn't known how much I'd needed a good laugh, but I really wanted to see Luke sweat, so I kept up the image of a shocked adult. "We have to go," Luke insisted. "Tyler, you go back with the girls." "My pleasure," the kid replied. "Now that I'm safe." Tyler hustled back through the roadblock, while Luke and I got to pedaling. "Bring us back treasures from the faraway land," Tyler said to our backsides, as if he hadn't gotten scolded a few seconds ago. "A gun that doth shoot big booms would be most appreciated." The boy was hamming it up to impress the ladies. "I'll see what I can do," I allowed. A minute later, as we rounded the corner and headed right onto Poseidon Pier, I let out the laughter I'd bottled up. "What's so funny?" Luke asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Your boy," I guffawed. "He's a real comedian, isn't he?" Luke narrowed his eyes. "You were messing with me, weren't you?" I nodded with enthusiasm. My friend relaxed and laughed a little bit too. "I can't deny, though, I'm really interested in learning about the time you had the worst-case scenario happen to you," I chuckled. "Tyler was doing all he could to avoid your fate, wasn't he?" "Maybe some other time." Luke rolled his eyes. "I'm already worried I'm going to do something dumb out here. I don't need to tell you my worst story, so you'll doubt if I'm up to this." "All right. For now. But there is no way you aren't going to tell me at some point. I'll ask Tyler if I have to." I spoke in a glib manner, so Luke knew I wasn't serious. "He is a real piece of work, though," Luke mused. "No doubt," I agreed, reluctantly setting the dial of my brain from humorous gutter back to deadly survivalist. I glanced back to Clownfish Cove one last time. LeVar and Kyra were already at the roadblock, changing shifts with the teens. I also peered toward the other 2 streets in our neighborhood as I chased after Luke. In a perfect world, I would already know the important homeowners on each block who were the leaders. Then I could inform them I was leaving for a time and ask if they could keep an eye on our people for us. However, there hadn't been a free moment to get it done. I didn't want to send anyone else to talk to them either, since the first contact could determine the trajectory of our relationship long into the future. It didn't have to be me alone, but I wanted to be there as part of the meet and greet. It left me with another dilemma. With Luke and me gone, it created a shortfall in manpower back on our street. Was there anything I could do to counteract that? We rode for a short distance before I came up with a simple solution. "I need to take us on a little detour," I said as we came up next to the sign with the big orange fish. "That way." I pointed to a street entrance on the other side of the main road. "Are you still messing with me?" Luke asked. "What's over there?" "I'm not messing with you anymore," I answered. "And it's not what, but who." "Okay, so who's over there?" Luke asked. "I'd make it a surprise, but this is the apocalypse, and I want you to know exactly what's coming." "I appreciate it, Frank. I didn't have high blood pressure before this, but I bet I do now. A disgusting son I can take, but a real surprise is the last thing I need." Luke followed me as we biked across the 2 empty lanes. I observed a few walkers moving up and down the road in both directions, but it appeared mostly calm. "We're going to pay a visit to Zen to see if he'd be willing to guard the front of our subdivision." "Yeah, that would have been a real shock if you hadn't told me." "Why him?" "If this is as bad as I fear, we'll need real allies we can depend on. Zen said we'd watch out for each other, so it's time to put our alliance to the test." We rolled on for a few moments. "You know I'm with you, Frank, but it sounds risky." "I agree completely. But here's the thing I didn't tell the others. Everything we do from here on out is going to come with a degree of risk. Stubbing a toe can lead to infection. Water will be teeming with germs. Every new person could shoot us in the face to get our toilet paper. Risks are unavoidable now, but we can mitigate those risks by choosing when to face them. I'd rather do this now, while we are healthy and strong, than down the road when we are hungry and exhausted and not thinking clearly." "That I can understand." We rode for a couple minutes until reaching a side street off the main thoroughway for the subdivision. Zen had given me a basic area of where he lived, and the name of his street, so I hoped to find... "There!" I exclaimed. Ahead, exactly as I'd done on Clownfish Cove, Zen and his gang sat around a line of cars blocking the far end of their quarter mile of Subdivision Street. We stopped well short of the barricade. "Ahoy!" I shouted. "It's Frank Douglas from yesterday." Zen squinted for a few seconds, then waved us over. Luke and I carried a rifle and shotgun, but kept them slung over our shoulders. It was the same dance I'd made Zen and his guys do the day before. "Frank, welcome," Zen said as he came out from the blockade. Since we were familiar with each other, it seemed an okay thing to do. I wasn't sure if I'd have trusted Zen if our roles were reversed, though it was part of why I was making the effort to meet him. To build trust. "To what do I owe the honor? You haven't come to get Trevor back, have you?" "Hell no," I replied, as we closed the distance while on foot. "Right on. He's not here anymore." He flung his long hair over his shoulder, as it was out of his ponytail. "We sent him to some dudes in another neighborhood. My boss, if you catch my drift. I wanted to scare the balls off him before I decided what to do with him." I had no interest in what happened within drug-dealing gangs, as long as the end result was no Trevor to worry about. "He's not my concern today. I came here to see if you could help me out and post a couple of guards at the head of my street while me and my friends go into town to get supplies." "Oh? What kind of supplies?" There was no point in lying to the guy. Building trust and all. My goal for today is to get the parts necessary to build a well. If I can get a well plugged in, we'll have clean water pretty much forever. Then we won't have to deal with boiling, purification, or stuff like that." Zen seemed to be in his head as he thought about my claim. His AK-47 underfolder was on a sling, which placed it directly on his chest. He absent-mindedly patted it until he returned his attention to me. "We can turn on the water in our faucets," Zen remarked. "Why do we need a well?" "Trust me, the faucets aren't going to flow forever. The well makes sure we'll be our own water company when the time comes." Based on his contorted face, I knew his answer before he said it. "Sorry, bro. I've got people I could spare, but I don't think I should, even for someone as righteous as you." I looked at the three guys behind Zen. They dressed like they were trying to pull off the 80s version of Don Johnson from Miami Vice fame. Silk button-down shirts, expensive khaki shorts, high-dollar loafers, slicked back hair. Not the greatest allies to have, based on appearances, but they all carried multi-$1,000 ARs, which made even a small group of them formidable, assuming they could use their weapons. We needed a compromise. "I tell you what, I'm going to bring back the supplies to dig a well on my street. If you help me watch over my neighbors, I'll get supplies so you can dig one on yours, too." Zen brightened considerably. "So when the water finally does get shut down, the other streets will be drinking slime out of swimming pools, and we'll be sitting pretty." "Exactly," I added. "You'll be delivering value to your neighbors, so they trust the shit out of you. If we work together, you can be a hero to them. Every time they take a drink of clean water, who are they going to thank?" "Me," Zen answered, and he smiled broadly. "You're making a lot of sense, brother. You go get the goods. I'll keep watch on your neighborhood. Then I'll take the win when there is clean water for all." "It's that simple," I said in a friendly way. I'd coached Zen to recognize when a good deal fell in his lap, and even though I had to give up a little labor to bring back more parts, I believed I'd come out ahead. It made me appreciate an aspect of survival I hadn't seen from all sides before my discussion with him. If I owned the only clean water source for miles around, every desperate person who got wind of it would probably come in and try to take it over. The only logical play was to build lots of wells, rather than only one. As much as it pained me to make the association, it wasn't unlike Tyler's efforts to do his controlled burn. I was now setting up a release valve to make sure when the pressure came, it would be spread out over a wider area, rather than only on our street. I was avoiding the big pop. "You've got a deal." Zen held out a hand. I had to hope the promise of a free well was more appealing than attacking Clownfish Cove, while I was far away from home, a possibility I couldn't overlook. My stomach was locked up in a steel fist while I wrestled through the pros and cons, but in the end, I needed to rely on the negotiated deal. Zen had to do almost nothing, and he would get a well. Only a mega-sized idiot would crap on that, and Zen didn't strike me as an idiot. Knowing this was the first of many tough decisions, I did the only thing that would lead to getting our own water source. I shook on it. Chapter 3. "Just like old times, huh?" Luke joked. The two of us rode up the middle of Bayside Road, exactly as we'd done on our way to get Luke's kids at school. Only now we were heading north rather than south, and we were without our third man, LeVar. "Yeah," I replied, "and I bet we're going to be doing this a lot from now on. Bikes are already saving both time and our legs, so I'm glad you had them. Happy to help the cause." "It seems like we got your kids a month ago, to be honest," I went on. "Bikes or no bikes, the stresses of survival make each day feel like a week, and we're only starting day 3. "I don't know about you," Luke continued, but I'm keeping my eyes peeled for someone in charge. There has to be a cop or a politician or someone who knows what happened. Then you'd have your answer about how long this is going to go." "That's the dream," I responded, with less enthusiasm than intended. A few locals walked north and south on the road, but hardly any of them looked up at us as we went by. I figured they were either heading home after a long night or trying to rush out first thing in the day to avoid the crowds. Given the option, I was happy to mind my own business too. We rode in silence for half an hour before reaching the first intersection at the southern approach to the built-up area called North Point. It was the same intersection I'd passed through 2 days before. "Hold up," I cautioned Luke. We rolled to a stop at the edge of the intersection so I could look at each corner before I kept talking. "Last time there were 100 people standing around the gas station lots, the bank, and this strip mall. They ran to try and catch me and Penny, so we had to divert behind that building." I pointed to the long row of shops on the right. "And holy shit, she's still there!" The woman from the hair salon stood at her door, the same as she'd done when I'd come through with Penny. She wasn't in her yellow uniform, but I recognized the short hair and dark, brooding eyes, even from far away. "Who?" Luke asked when I didn't tell him. "Oh, just a crazy woman who almost knocked me off my bike. This is nuts she is brave enough to stand there and watch the world go by." "Maybe she's guarding her store?" "Yeah, that might make sense." Shop owners knew better than anyone else how looting could destroy their livelihoods. We were protecting our homes, while she was keeping watch on her life's investment. Except she left her place unguarded to come out and chase me down. "Then maybe she's got a screw loose," he laughed. "I'm going with that," I replied. "Let's keep riding before she comes at you again," Luke chuckled. "This time I've got my rifle at the ready." I got going again. If she does get freaky, I like my odds against her today. I drank a little water from the bottle in my bicycle cage. The motion didn't come naturally to me, but I was getting better at drinking and riding at the same time. It was a good skill to have, so we could stay on the move. It wasn't long before we reached the same disabled mail truck blocking part of the road. While it had been 2 full days since I'd been through, I didn't want to assume the crime scene was now safe. "Give that truck a wide berth," I advised Luke, who was a little ahead. "I had problems with guys in the back of it the last time." "Roger," Luke replied. We went on the sidewalk on the right side of the road and went well past the white truck. However, when we got to the correct angle, I got a good look into the open back of the postal vehicle. "Oh, shit," I blurted. I led the way back toward the truck, but I stopped about 30 feet from it. In the back, clear as day in the morning sunshine, a bloodied man laid upon a pile of letters and packages. It was the same guy who'd been there on day 1. "Is there any chance he's asleep?" Luke asked without much hope. "No. Even from here I can see his chest isn't moving. There's too much blood." I didn't know how to feel about the loss. The man had obviously been up to no good when he stood in the back of the truck and picked through the mail, but it didn't seem like it would warrant a death sentence. Not unless he looked at someone the wrong way. We rode further on the street until we came to an intersection with loose change strewn all over the pavement. I didn't bother explaining what had happened, and while Luke saw the money on the ground, he didn't seem interested in it. Instead, my friend was drawn to the devastation down the intersecting avenue. "Oh yeah, the plane crash," I said in a dry tone. I'd been there when the plane had come in sideways and crashed into the middle of the busy shopping district, but I'd been too busy running from it to really study the destruction. Now I saw it all laid out before me. It started a few hundred yards up the roadway. A dozen cars were stranded in the lanes, with popped and flattened tires, giving them the appearance of metal turtles who'd retreated into their shells. A little farther along, the tires had completely melted off the wheels, and the vehicles had been on fire, leaving them stripped of paint. Lazy tufts of smoke still rose from several of them. A bank parking lot, and the bank itself, had been flattened and torched by the plane's impact. Across the street, it was impossible to tell what had once stood where now there was only the skeleton of a charred multi-story building. I could not see much more, since the closer buildings still blocked my view of the entire swath of destruction, and plumes of smoke rose up from several places on each side of the block to add to the mystery. "Isn't the auto country beyond the wreck?" Luke wondered. "Yeah, it's in the middle of North Point." "Which way do we go?" he asked. I glanced right. Daisy's daycare building was down in that direction. It was the edge of town, and was the less disturbed route, relative to what was in front of us. However, it wasn't the direct pathway, and time was the enemy. "Do we go the short way," I asked, "with bombed-out cars and wrecked buildings? Or the long way, possibly with more crazy store owners and people who might hassle us?" "The short way," Luke said after a brief pause. "The sooner we get back, the sooner we can head out in the El Camino, where I'll feel a lot safer in situations like this." I nodded and started to pedal north, toward the wispy smoke. I watched to see if my tires would melt, like the cars we passed, but the thin bike tires kept on going. The smoke wasn't so bad either, once we got into it. Most of it drifted from the left side of the road. As we approached, it became obvious a small office building on the next block had been sheared off at the second floor, and numerous fires still burned inside whatever was left. "Oh, God!" Luke blurted. My friend made a pointed effort to look away from a gutted minivan in the middle of the roadway, which made me glance over to see what had him so upset. A family had been inside when the plane crashed almost right over their heads. 5 or 6 charred bodies leaned against the driver's side, as if the fuel-air explosion had knocked them around. Luke dry-heaved, desperately holding back the puke. "Don't look in either direction, buddy. Just keep riding." We rode for a few seconds to get away from the first van, but it was impossible not to think about all the other cars glued to the road and parking lots. How many people were in them? How many shoppers died walking to or from their cars? How many had been killed inside each building, including the bank, which had tossed out all those coins? As we went through the thickest ash of the blackened zone, I kept all my attention 100 yards ahead, on a late 60s red muscle car left in the middle of the road. It hadn't been burned, but the sports car was lying on its side. "We stop at that red Charger," I said with a huff. Luke grunted. Neither of us stopped pedaling like madmen until we reached the target. The street was no longer blackened with soot. The smoke was mostly clear. The devastation was behind us, and we weren't looking back. "I'm glad we took the short way." I exhaled some of my stress. But damn, that was terrible. Imagine if this plane would have fallen a few miles to the south. We might have been wiped out without even knowing an EMP had taken place. Luke hopped off his bike and immediately hunched over his knees to catch his breath, and probably to steady his queasy stomach. "You okay?" I asked, since he was a ton younger than me, and in far better shape, so he shouldn't be the one gasping for air. "I'm fine." Luke cocked his head sideways. "It seems stupid to say this, since I knew this was a plane crash in a busy town. But I wasn't mentally prepared to see that many dead bodies. It was like riding my bike through a nightmare." "Maybe we should take the long way home," I suggested. "Maybe," Luke answered. "Let's keep—" I interrupted myself when I noticed small holes in the roof of the sideways hot rod. I rolled my bike a few feet ahead, so I could see through the windshield of the classic Charger. "Oh, shit. We can't win today." What's wrong?" Luke pleaded over his heavy breathing. The 2 occupants of the red car had been shot through the roof, through the door, and through the windshield. Blood was splattered throughout the interior, leaving no doubt those 2 adults were toast. "Don't look," was all I could say, but Luke was as stubborn as me. After walking his bike over to get a quick peek, he retreated back to where he was. Thankfully, his breathing didn't seem any worse, as if the new horror didn't add to his discomfort. "I told you," I joked, to rally him. "Yeah, and you were right. This street has nothing on it but death." "What was it about this car that made someone put so many shots into it? Were these the good guys or the bad? Were they running from something or chasing?" My stomach was far less affected by the dead folk, so I was able to look around inside the vehicle to see if there were any clues. Unfortunately, there was nothing obvious pointing to a reasonable explanation. "And what could have knocked the car over?" Luke said quietly. "I'm pretty sure it happened after the plane crash, too," I theorized. "There were some scrape marks on the sooty pavement, where it slid to a stop during or after the big fire." "What do you think it means?" "Dunno," I admitted. "Maybe they came in to loot the crash site. There was a bank that got cracked open like an egg, leaving money free for the taking." "Then they got what they deserved," Luke stated without remorse. "Maybe." There was no one around to ask, and I didn't want to waste the morning searching for evidence of crimes that happened weeks ago, in apocalypse time. We had to keep moving. I righted my bike and prepped to leave. "I'm sorry for stopping, Frank. I didn't know this was going to happen." "It's fine, bud. I think I grew immune to this after seeing one too many tractor-trailer wrecks over the years. The first time I saw a dead guy, I puked for an hour. This time, I'm puking on the inside." I chuckled again to cheer him up. "That's an image I don't want to imagine," Luke laughed. "Ready to get out of here?" "Hell yeah," Luke replied. "Good. We don't have far to go. Auto country is right there." I pointed to the familiar storefront a few lots up the road. As I'd thought, the location was in the center of town, but to my relief it had not been destroyed by the plane crash. "I'll be okay," Luke said to reassure me as he got back on the bike. "I'm never looking behind us, though. Only forward." We rolled out for the short jaunt. I did not look back either. I had more trouble than I could handle up ahead. A small crowd was already gathered in front of the store. Chapter 4. The Auto Country store looked as if it had come out of a photograph. Cars and trucks were neatly parked in the spaces. A blue Acura sat in the middle of the lot, with wheels cranked to one side, as if about to turn into an open parking spot. The building itself seemed undamaged and ordinary, despite being so close to the plane crash. 5 or 6 men loitered around the front entrance, but they were seemingly led by 2 large men in dirty overalls. My first impression about the pair was that they'd done a lot of time in the garage, and might not have changed their attire for weeks, even before the EMP. Both men wore scruffy beards and eyed us warily as we approached on bikes. "Play it cool," I whispered to Luke. "You know me," Luke snickered. "Yeah, nothing but trouble." I tried to stay in a good mood as we wheeled our bikes onto the walkway in front of the building. After nodding to the men, I pointed to the door, but before I could say my piece, one of the giant men spoke. "You guys here to help us break in? Don't remember you from yesterday." "This is our first time here," I answered. "What did we miss?" The closer guy shook his head in disgust. "We came up here yesterday, and they were closed, but we caught a worker who said they would be open today. We told him if he didn't open up today, we'd do it ourselves. The sign on the door says they open at 9, but it's already 9:30. The man's partner banged on the front door with such force, I thought he was trying to break the glass all by himself. "Hey, did they open?" a man shouted from the far end of the lot. 3 additional men approached on foot. They looked like they were part of the automotive trade, based on their grease-stained jeans and button-down tech shirts. I'd worked with similar men and women my whole life, and could spot them out of any lineup. Wrenchers were part of my tribe. The big guys acted as if they'd been waiting for reinforcements. They waved to the man and his 2 friends. "Not yet. Thanks for coming, Kurt." "No problem," the approaching guy replied. I wished we could have gotten there a half-hour earlier to avoid dealing with anyone, and I had no idea what the converging group intended to do, or how soon they were going to do it. But I figured out what was heading our way, so I needed to act before the situation at the store got out of control. "Hey," I said, "we're going to go around back and see what we can see." "Shoot your way in if you have to," the impatient man answered. I tapped Luke on the arm. "Come on." The 2 of us rolled our bikes around the corner of the store, as the 3 men hopped the curb and shook hands with the guys already at the front. The rest of the men seemed to gather up, as if they were all in on it. "We brought our tools," one of the newcomers bragged as he held a big crescent wrench. Once on the side of the store, I spoke quietly to Luke. "Looks like they're plenty pissed the place was closed all of yesterday, and I'm guessing they're going to break in to even the score." It became clear why the woman at the salon was still guarding her place. "Can't we stand aside and go in after them?" Luke wondered. "That would be great if they'd let us, but it wouldn't surprise me if they told us to pound sand while they took the place over. It would be better for everyone, them included, if we could get in touch with someone in charge to put a stop to this. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to pick up car parts a year from now, assuming the world doesn't punch through its diaper completely?" "I would think so," Luke answered. "So let's hope there are—" I came around the rear corner of the store and was immediately rewarded. "People out back." "You can't come back here," a black-shirted store employee warned from near the back door. A second employee sat a short way from him. "Hey guys," I said as I leaned my bike against the wall. "We're not here to cause trouble, but you should know there's an angry mob forming out front." "No duh," the same guy answered. "Why do you think we're back here?" The employee was probably in his mid-20s, average build, with soggy brown hair that fell almost to his shoulders. He had a mustache and goatee to go along with his unkempt appearance. I looked at his name tag. "Hi, Terry. I'm Frank. This is Luke. We live a few blocks from here. As I said, we don't want any trouble." I hoped the rifle over my shoulder wasn't too threatening to the young kid. "But if you don't intend to stop them, we really need to get in your store and grab a thing or two, preferably before the place gets torn to pieces." "You and everyone else," Terry answered. "Me and Jenny worked alone yesterday and had to turn 100 different people away from our front doors. I know exactly what they're going to do." "We'll be safe right here," sitting guy mumbled. The guy on the ground was similar in age and appearance to Terry, except his hair was a bit shorter, and he didn't have facial hair. They both wore the company's black shirt, name tag, and black trousers. The guy didn't even look at me, as he sat on the ground and smoked, but his tag gave him away as a Jacob. "Jenny isn't here today," I asked to try to piece together some of their history, as it could help me figure out what to do next. "Hell no," Terry answered. "She'll never come back after the name she was called yesterday, and I don't blame her. Some of those guys were absolutely batshit insane." "I'll bet," I said to be sympathetic. "And corporate policy is that we have to shut down when the credit card machines aren't working for more than 1 hour, so we aren't doing anything wrong." "So why are you still here?" Luke asked. Terry glanced over to him. "I don't want to lose my job, man. Miss Reynolds is a hard ass when it comes to missing work. She's why I came in yesterday, though I would have expected the boss to come check on us at some point, you know? And you decided to hedge your bets by coming into work today, but not opening the front doors or dealing with the assholes? I figured it was what a young, confused person would do. Terry shrugged. It's either that, or let people in the store only to make them angry when I can't take their credit cards or even their cash. We tried it for a little while yesterday, but a customer told us not to have piles of cash sitting around. Or it would attract thieves, I finished without thinking. That's exactly what he told us. It wasn't you, was it? Terry gave me a closer inspection. No, we weren't up in this part of town yesterday, though I was here the day before. I saw the plane crash from way closer than I would have liked. Us too. The other man, Jacob, tossed his cigarette. It made us bounce in our boots as it hit the ground and shook a bunch of shit off the shelves. When we ran outside, we felt the heat of the fires. Yeah, we shut the store after the crash, Terry added. Well, guys, what's it going to be? I became impatient, since the men at the front were no doubt clamoring for trouble. Are you going to open the store or not? I still don't think we should, Terry said immediately. Well, if you don't open it up for everyone, can we whip in there to grab what we need? I'll pay you in cash and give you each an extra 20. I'd grabbed a wad of hundreds and other big bills on my way out of the house, so I had some green, but I didn't want to seem too spendy. I'd be willing to spend it all to get our truck running, but it would be dumb to blow the whole wad on one $10 oil filter. Terry glanced down at his coworker. What do you think? If Reynolds isn't coming, we might as well make some coin for today, don't you think? I could use some more Camels, his pal replied, while showing his almost empty pack of cigarettes. Yeah, screw this. Go inside, Terry said to me. When you come out, we'll see what you've got and how much it's worth. We can work without a register, unless you try to buy an engine block or something. Then I don't know how we'll handle it. Don't worry, I assured them. We're not buying much. I looked back. Hey, watch our bikes? Sure, Terry answered. I had misgivings about trusting a perfect stranger, but they were trusting us to go inside, too. After you, Luke said as he held the door open. He followed me as we entered the darkened storeroom at the back of the store. There were shelves full of overstock, and small items usually ordered from computers at the counter. A good number of them had fallen from their cubbies, and now littered the narrow walkway. I tried not to step on anything, but it turned out to be almost impossible. I had never worked in an auto parts store, but I was intimately familiar with them, so I knew where to go to find the oil filter. As soon as we came out of the back, I strode along the worker side of the row of registers as I headed for the other end of the store. However, if I got in front of the cash machines, I realized we were going to be visible to those standing at the front door. Shit, how do we keep from being seen? I asked Luke. Why don't you climb under there, and I'll pull a tarp over you. Luke pointed to a rolling cart with a battery tester on the top. Then I'll give you a good push, and you'll sail across the store, totally out of their sight. I stared at Luke for a long moment. Now I see where your son gets his sense of humor. I can't tell if that's a good or a bad thing, Luke said with a mix of anxiety and mirth. Uh-huh, I answered, intentionally leaving it open for interpretation. Luke was the type of guy I could have spent a lot of time drinking cold beverages with, but I had to keep myself in the moment. Despite the friendly ribbing, what we were about to do was dangerous business. We just have to go for it, Luke said in a more businesslike tone. Right? The men outside were on our left, standing in front of the glass storefront. There was no way to cross the opening in front of the registers without being spotted by the men, unless they all turned around at the same time so we could sneak across. Even if that worked, We'd still have to cross again to get out. There is another option, I said with some hesitation. We could let the guys in. Now Luke looked at me like I'd gone nuts. Hear me out, I began. The civil defense sirens spun to life outside. In 5 or 10 seconds, they became ear-splitting loud, as if they were right on top of the store. I thought maybe we'd get lucky enough to have all the men turn around at once, but the 2 big guys never stopped gazing through the windows. Uh-oh, I croaked. How are they still working? Luke asked. I think I mentioned before how I thought the sirens were so old, the EMP had nothing to fry in their systems. But now, if they're still running 3 days later, it has to mean someone is keeping them going. I wish they'd stop, he lamented. I filed it away. A person in charge had turned them on, which meant we might be able to find that guy and get some answers. However, we first needed to get the oil filter. The men outside bashed a big wrench against the glass door. Somehow, the pane didn't break through, though it did send a big splinter up the middle. Come on, we have to let them in, I exclaimed as I broke cover. We both ran to the door as planned, but I realized immediately I wasn't going to be able to make good on what I had set out to do. The front door was locked from the inside, using a key, so I couldn't turn the crank to unlock it. The men outside had taken a few steps back to give me room to open it for them, but they weren't happy when nothing happened. I held up my index finger. Wait a second. Luke, you go back to Terry and ask for his keys. Tell him his whole store is going to be smashed if he doesn't open the doors right this second. As I finished speaking, the spinning sirens turned in our direction, making Luke's reply hard to hear. I'll see what I can do, he shouted. I turned again and flashed 2 fingers, hoping they understood enough to give me a little time to find the key. However, rather than stand there and do nothing, I scurried down the nearest aisle to do my shopping. Seconds after I left the front, the men outside resumed pounding on the glass again. The man with the wrench tapped it against the metal frame of the door, which made a menacing hollow thud each time. I ran up to the book holding all the part numbers for the air and oil filters. It was thick and tattered, as if it had been abused by thousands of shoppers with dirty hands. 1970 Chevy El Camino Supersport, I said to myself, ignoring everything else. It only took a few seconds to find it. Then, noting the part number, I turned a few pages further to look at the Corvette line. I wanted to see if there was any chance my brand new car shared any parts with the ancient war wagon. Shit, not even close. I let the book drop, but then thought twice about it. If those men broke through, the store could be picked clean. Without a computer, it would be next to impossible to know what parts to look for when we needed them next. I've got to do it, I said to myself as I unlatched the book from its hanger. For the next minute, I scrambled to find the filter and 2 5-quart containers of oil. There were no extra filters to be had, but there were a couple extras of oil. However, I only took the 2, which was way more than we needed, so we could fit them in our backpacks. By the time I'd returned to the front door, I met Luke and Terry coming in from the back. The young worker seemed shocked to see the men banging at the front like zombies, anxious for a 3-course meal of brains. What do I do? Terry said with terror. You have to unlock it, Luke shouted over the sirens. Like I told you. I hustled over and handed the oil, filter, and book to Luke. Then I held out my empty hand to Terry. Give me the key. Hey, you took our filter guide, Terry said, ignoring the larger problem for a moment. Your store is about to be ransacked. Give me the stupid key. I shook my upturned hand to make my point. But why? Terry asked, dropping the key into my palm anyway. I might have tried talking to those outside, offering reason and logic about why they shouldn't rip apart the store. But the sirens had changed the equation. The small mob was one wrench swing away from being inside already. I ran to the front and unlocked the door. "Come on in," I said in a friendly voice. Without waiting for a response, I got far out of the way. The original swamp dudes pushed through like their pants were on fire. Then Wrench Guy and the new arrivals came hurrying after. Finally, some new guys who'd been loitering outside came in, though with a bit more hesitance. With the door open and the sirens in my face, their howling went directly into my brain. It only got a little better when the door swung shut after the last person, a redhead woman, came inside. "Can you tell me where the wiper blades are located?" she asked me. I gave her a once-over to determine if she was with the unruly men, or was simply clueless as to what was taking place around her. I quickly settled on the latter. "Look, lady, you don't want to be here," I suggested in a hurried tone. "Turn around and go home." "But my husband said—" "Tell him to come up here if he wants, but it is way too dangerous right now. I'm just leaving myself." The woman was middle-aged, sun-kissed skin, wearing a simple sundress and flip-flops. No one had any business being out alone when the world was in such disarray. She certainly didn't belong in the chaotic auto parts store. "Okay, if you say so," she finally replied. I made sure she turned around and went through the door before calling my good deed done. When I turned around, Terry had come up next to me. "What am I supposed to do?" he whined. "I can't take their money." "Improvise, bud. Grab a notepad. Ask them to write down their names and addresses and what they bought. They might tell you to piss off, or they might do the right thing and self-report what they came here to get." "But you let them in," Terry complained. "They're going to start taking stuff." I took stock in the guy, wondering if he was a bit on the slow side. "I didn't let them in for fun. They were going to redecorate the entire place with all their pent-up anger. If you're worried about it, tell your boss you opened the doors to prevent them from breaking them down. That saved him some money." "Her," Terry corrected. "The owner is a her." "Whatever," I said with my last piece of patience. "I hope it works out, but we have to scoot. Here's a $100 bill. It should cover everything we took, plus your tip." I got Luke's attention and made for the rear door. "I'll do what I can," Terry said to my back. Together we went through the storeroom, and then outside. "Well, that wasn't what I'd expected," I commented, speaking loudly again to be heard over the general roar of the sirens. "It was—" Luke pointed. "My bike!" The extra worker, Jacob, was nowhere in sight. Luke dropped the oil and sprinted for the edge of the building. "Wait," I cautioned as I followed. "I see him!" Luke yelled, disappearing around the building. I hustled to the corner to see how I could help. The worker was on Luke's bike, but had only gotten a couple parking spaces down the row, as it appeared he was having trouble with the pedals. Luke surprised me by chasing down the thief and throwing himself onto the back side of the man. They tumbled to the left, crashing the bike at the same time. "Whoa," I said as I headed for the pile-up. The man kicked at Luke, then tried to get to his feet. "Leave me alone!" Luke would not let go of the guy. Instead, he wrapped his arms around the man's chest and grunted, as if doing hard labor. "That's my bike!" Luke yelled. The guy broke free of Luke's grip, then rolled sideways on the pavement. They both jumped up and crouched, as if about to wrestle each other. Jacob wasn't there to talk, and I noticed him clench his fist, ready to take a first strike. My stomach turned into a rock. "Oh, no, you don't," I cried out. I barreled into the kid's side. "Oof," Jacob wheezed as he fell backward, and he tried to take a swing at me on his way, but he didn't have the balance for it. Instead, he crashed flat on his ass. I stood over him, but didn't get any more threatening than a mean glare. "Get out of here," I panted from the sudden exertion. The worker stayed where he was for a few seconds, glanced hard at my rifle sling. Then he hopped up and took off. "And you can forget about your tip," I snarked. He went around the corner at the front of the building, then out of sight. "You okay?" I asked my friend as I picked up his bike. "I'm great," Luke laughed. "I just risked my life for a bicycle." "Nah, you've got it backward," I explained. "It was the other guy who took the big risk for a dumb bike. He knew we had weapons on us, but he still thought it would be a smart move. He's lucky to be—" The tornado siren's energy blasted me in the face. I saw them clearly as we stood in the open parking lot. They were 1 block down, high on a pole, in front of another strip mall. I had to shout to continue. "You did what you had to do," I answered. "We need these bikes to get back to our people." "It's not only that," Luke said as he took it from me. "This is a carbon fiber frame, and cost me $5,000. I didn't want to lose it." "Damn." I looked at it anew. "Yeah, damn." Luke wheeled it back toward our dropped stuff. "Still, it's not worth getting hurt over. Both those kids were stupid and scared, but a real thief might have weapons and street smarts. From now on, we have to assume everyone is out to take our shit, you know? We'll roll them inside with us next time. Or leave an armed guard." "Yeah, I know," Luke said. "Oh, and thanks for the assist." "No problem. Now let's get the hell out of here, before this gets any worse." I deconstructed the brief fight, while me and Luke put the oil containers in our backpacks. If the robber had taken one bike, we might have been able to share a bicycle to ride back home. But I hadn't ridden that way since I was a kid, and it might not have gone very well. Losing a bike might have forced us both to walk, which could have been even more dangerous. My brain explored many alternatives to how we'd handled the problem, though none came out any better than safely recovering Luke's bicycle. But we still needed to get back home, fire up the truck, then get what we needed for the pumps. So many of my books contained characters who seemed to purposefully do the dumbest or most dangerous options, which always bit them in the ass later on. I had to trust myself to take all those dumb mistakes in the books and learn from them. I had to trust myself to keep making the right decisions. The siren wail spun down as we got situated on our bikes. "You don't think they signified the end of the disaster, do you?" Luke asked with zero confidence in his voice. "Not a chance," I replied. "It's just getting started." I didn't say it, but as silence returned, it was even more foreboding than while the sirens droned across the city. While I sensed the urgency in my heart, I turned to Luke with a casual smile, as if we weren't riding into a city about to implode. "Are you and your overpriced bike ready to ride?" I asked. Chapter 5. "I know I promised we'd take the long way home to get around the plane wreckage," I said as we got our bikes rolling. "But Say no more," Luke interrupted. "I want the shortest, fastest way home. And if we have to go through the horrible plane wreck again, so be it." "Yeah, after that close call, I think a straight shot would be best." We rode off the lot and into the street. I checked behind us to watch some of the men come out the front door of the auto parts store. Their arms were filled with goods, as if they'd made a huge haul inside. With any luck, Terry had taken a few names, and his boss might be able to find those men down the road. But saving a little money was the least of my concerns at the moment, though it did nudge a memory from one of those old books. If society fell apart from the lack of power, it would almost certainly return to a barter system. While many modern cars were knocked out, the older ones would soon be back on the road, which suggested Terry's Auto Country was about to be the most popular place in town. "Hey, Luke, when we get the pumps squared away, what do you say we come back up here and run the auto parts store?" Luke was slightly ahead of me, as if more anxious to get through the section of charred ruin. "I'm a web guy who works in his PJs, so I wouldn't know the first thing about running a store, with real money and real customers." I was in a similar boat. My career in the trucking industry started out on the open road, which kept me away from retail, and even when I ran my own company, I mainly dealt with drivers, wrenchers, and shipping guys, rather than direct sales to Joe and Jane public. "Me either," I admitted. "I was joking about the store, but we should keep the idea in mind. Old things are going to become valuable again, and the more of them we can find and hold, the better off we'll be. If we can control a good quantity of parts for old cars, heirloom seeds, or weapons and ammo, we can trade for everything else we need." The long-term goal of any good prepper was finding a place in the remote wilderness where a family or group could hole up until the shit was done hitting the fan. And it was an end result I wanted to achieve, but I had no immediate location scoped out in Florida. I had no family or friends within 1,000 miles, and everything I owned was on Clownfish Cove or in a moving van that was probably being ransacked on the highway. A bug-out location would have to come later. "And water," Luke reminded me. "Oh, yeah," I chuckled. I was getting ahead of myself. "We are already working on one huge resource we can barter with." Luke had gotten 2 or 3 bike lengths ahead of me. I pedaled faster to keep up with him as we weaved around the fire-bombed vehicles melted to the pavement. I knew better than to look inside any of those tombs. I stayed focused on Luke's spinning rear tire while I caught up. The speed and focus got us through the worst of it in only a minute or two. A few stragglers hung out on the edges of the ruined landscape. One pair of young men rummaged through the open back trunk of a silver family car. A woman pushed a shopping cart full of what looked like frozen pizzas. Others simply stood there and gawked. It was almost like playing a strange bike-riding video game, and to clear the level I had to avoid looking at or interacting with any of those strangers. We turned right at the intersection with all the coins, but barely slowed. We raced by the mail truck. There were no people on the new street. Nobody was walking around. There were no looters in the parking lots, and I couldn't see anyone standing by the storefronts. "Hey, where is everyone?" I asked with a quiet voice. Luke stopped pedaling, so the only sounds were the ticking of our rear hubs and the faint hum of rubber tires as we rolled along the street. "No idea," Luke said after looking around for a few seconds. "Did we go the wrong way?" "Maybe the sirens meant something to them," I suggested. "Should I even ask what that might be?" Luke wondered. For once, I couldn't even guess. We had passed those few people by the plane crash, and the guys in Auto Country didn't seem in any hurry to leave. So if there was a warning in those sirens, it wasn't taken to heart by everyone. "Keep going," I said with certainty. "If nothing else, this gives us a chance to ride without getting bothered." It was the best-case scenario. We soon rounded the corner at the big intersection, with the beauty salon, 2 gas stations, and a bank. I fully expected the dark-haired shop owner to be there standing in her doorway, but this time the glass door was shut, and the woman wasn't in sight. There were a few cars parked in the roadway ahead, so there was a slight chance the woman was lurking to get the jump on us. But that wouldn't be a logical act by anyone attempting to protect their store, assuming people were still acting rational. "Hey, give those cars some extra space," I said in a neutral tone, so it wouldn't freak out my friend. Luke veered to the far lane. No woman lurked behind them as we sped by. In a few seconds, we were out of North Point. We crossed the bridge over the canal. The forest appeared on our left side, and the endless subdivision sprawl returned to our right. We stayed in high gears as we raced home. Along the way, we finally saw pedestrians walking along the road, and there were many people on the side streets and in their yards. If there was a normal for the apocalypse, we rode into it while traveling south on Bayside Road. A few miles later, I spotted the sign with a big orange fish. It was cause for alarm at first glance, since I couldn't see our rented guards. But my concern was put at ease in the last few hundred yards, when I finally figured out where they were. Zen's two friends sat in the shade underneath the big Yucca Reef entrance sign, a position which put part of the supports between us and them, making them hard to see until we came around the corner. "Hey," I said to be friendly. One of the guys waved and reached for his bicycle. "We good to go home?" the kid asked. "No," I said as we sped by. "We're going to go out in our truck, then we'll be done, okay?" "Okay," came the reply in a disappointed tone. This time Luke had to catch up to me. "Why didn't we stop and talk to them?" "I paid a heavy price to get some security while we're out on our mission," I explained while we rode the street. "So I want to make sure I collect every ounce of their commitment. If we'd stopped, they would have probably tried to skedaddle." "That makes sense." As we continued along Poseidon Pier and past the other 2 blocks of homes, I got busy envisioning a larger scale for our lines of defense. We could achieve a lot more efficiency if we joined with those streets and put a roadblock at the entrance of the entire development, rather than have one on our block alone. Our subdivision was almost completely surrounded by canals, and it backed up to a forest, which made vehicular travel almost impossible except through the front entrance. One big roadblock by the orange fish sign would protect everyone inside. It would have to wait, as with many of my grand plans, until our current project was completed. Having those wells would make everyone on those 2 streets immediately see the need to link up with ours. But the tension building up in North Point had to be happening elsewhere. Our quick bike ride convinced me we were acting in the correct order. Nothing was more urgent than fixing the truck right now. I came out of my thoughts as we approached the roadblock on Clownfish Cove. LeVar was there, as expected, but his wife was gone. Tyler should have been relieved from his post, too, but he still stood there at the ready. The boy hollered to us as we approached. "Welcome back, good knights." Both of my people were behind the vehicles and appeared to be doing a good job of keeping watch. My pride bloomed as we approached the barricade, since even the goofy kid was taking instructions well. "Hey there," I replied. Me and Luke walked our bikes through the gap in the lineup. "How'd it go?" LeVar asked. "We got everything we needed." I motioned to my pack. "We should be out of here soon." "Great," LeVar replied. "I'd like to go with you when you go out, if you haven't already picked anyone." "I'll go too," Tyler said immediately. I winked at LeVar outside of Tyler's view. "I'll let you guys know who we need to go and who we need to stay here and guard. Let me get the truck running before I have to make those decisions." I threw a leg over my bike. Luke did the same and started the last leg toward the circle. "Hey, wait," Tyler said to me. I assumed the kid was going to beg his way onto the truck. "What's up?" I asked, and put a foot down. Tyler first made sure LeVar wouldn't overhear him. Then he whispered, "Would you help me a sec?" "Sure, kid. What do you need?" I was a little winded and a bit impatient due to the urgency of our mission, but I had the time to at least hear him out while I caught my breath. "I need help getting a girl," he said with embarrassment. I took a quick look around. Alex and Zoe were gone. "One of the twins?" I asked in a knowing tone. "Weren't you the one who said you didn't want them to come back to the house with you?" Tyler chuckled. "Nah, that was days ago, and you must have heard me wrong." His wry smile gave away his white lie. "I really like them now." "Which one?" I asked. "Either of them would be awesome." "Either?" I deadpanned. "Yeah. What's wrong?" Was it the way young people thought today? Simply pick a girl at random and see if they're interested? I had a million questions for him, but almost everything in my task jar was of more importance than playing matchmaker for an indecisive young man. "Nothing's wrong," I answered, "but I'm not sure this is a problem I can help you with. If it was me, I would get to know them both, then ask the one I liked most if she wanted to go out." "Bruh, you sound so formal. I just want to hang and stuff." I suspected it was the "and stuff" he was most interested in. Not that I blamed him for his enthusiasm for girls, but it did call into question whether I was keeping those youngsters busy enough. My grandmother used to joke about idle hands leading to the devil's work, and it was a saying I'd come to appreciate over my lifetime. "Well, whatever you do, only pick one of them. It's the only advice I'm absolutely certain about." I got my foot on the pedal, indicating my intention to roll out. "All right. Thanks, Uncle Frank." I stopped before I'd even started. "What did you call me?" "Uncle Frank. It's what me, Alex, and Z decided fit you. You know, the cool, rich uncle who lives by himself? The one who brings $100 bills for birthdays and makes your mom mad about it. The one who takes you for rides in his super awesome convertible. That kind of stuff." The only notable uncle I had growing up was the guy who always smelled like an ashtray. Always said he was one brilliant business idea away from making it big, and always made my parents uncomfortable when he asked them to invest. Rather than give big bills, he took them. "Thanks, I suppose." There was too much to unpack in his statement, though I did like being described as cool by a kid from a generation I did not understand. "Right now I have to go catch up to your dad. We'll talk about your issue and calling me Uncle Frank when we get back, okay?" "Affirmative." He snapped a salute at me. I saluted back, then pushed off. Luke was in his garage with his bike, where he was greeted by Mr. Puppers, but I continued by and went around part of the circle until I was next to Penny and Daisy. The mother had her daughter on a big, colorful patchwork quilt in the middle of their front yard, while the youngster dutifully paged through a book for toddlers. Her mother saw me and tossed aside one of my EMP survival paperbacks. Penny stood up and met me at the curb as I arrived. Without waiting, she pulled me into a hug that almost knocked me off the bike. "Whoa," I asked. "What's this for?" "We heard the sirens, Frank. I've been on pins and needles since they turned off. I left Evelyn out back to keep watch, but I came up here. I didn't know what they meant, got worried, and wanted to be here the second you returned." I ignored for the moment my concerns about her and Evelyn splitting up, and took a moment to savor the human contact. I returned the favor and put my arms on her back. But as I did so, I looked over to Daisy. The little girl smiled at me for a second, then hopped up and ran my way. "Here comes Daisy," I warned Penny in a friendly manner. Penny didn't break the hug completely. She pulled one arm and held it out for the cute toddler, who saw it as an invitation to plow into her mom's hip. At the same time, she reached for my leg and hugged us both. "Group hug with Mr. Frank," the child laughed. "It's good to see you too," I said to them both. "But I'm fine. I assure you.
Can we go for another bike ride?
Daisy asked as she looked up at me. I can't today, but I'm really looking forward to it, I said in my happiest voice.
Me too,
she peeped. Penny pulled back so we could speak face to face. On cue, Daisy separated and went back to her blanket.
What's it like out there?
She asked once the little girl was away. The ride out was no big deal, like any other day, minus the cars. But on the way back, it felt a little like polite society was spinning the crank on a jack-in-the-box, with the expected explosion always getting one twist closer. We saw some looting starting, dead bodies, stuff like that.
Oh my,
she responded. It's holding itself together, for now. To change the subject, I nodded to the book in her hand. Find anything good?
Actually, I think I did.
She became excited as she held it up.
See? I marked it with pencil, figuring I'd buy this book if the library ever wants it back.
I leaned over to look at what she'd underlined, somewhat shocked she'd found anything at all. The selected paragraph described how the group in the story was able to dig a 50-foot well with an auger, some metal tubing, an arrow-like penetrator, a sledgehammer, and a whole bunch of sweat. Unlike some ultra-detailed survival books, it didn't list the manufacturer and part number for every piece, but it gave me a clear idea of what we'd need. As I scanned further paragraphs, I saw mentions of pipe wrenches, ball joint valves, and pipe compounds that I might otherwise have left off my list. She'd found more than enough to steer us in the right direction. Holy shit, I replied. Quiet enough Daisy wouldn't hear me. You nailed it, Penny.
I did?
She hopped a bit with excitement.
I'm so glad, because we heard all those sirens and thought we might not ever get to the point where we can do this.
There was movement inside Penny's garage. At first I wondered if Penny's husband had somehow made it back, but I was admittedly relieved to see it was the beautiful Cuban woman.
You're back,
Carmen said the instant she saw me, and then it was her turn to jog down the driveway, cross the lawn, and give me a vicious wrap-around hug. What the heck is this? I asked, not displeased to have both of them so interested in my welfare.
The sirens, Frank.
Carmen spoke fast, like always.
Didn't you hear them? We thought you were in trouble. Ben wanted to go out and look for you, but I knew you wouldn't approve, so I kept him from going.
That's smart, I replied, as she continued to lay her face on my chest. She glanced up.
I'm learning, no?
All the time, I smiled.
So, to keep learning, will you take me with you in your big truck?
She batted her lashes, knowing exactly what she was doing to me. When she sensed I was thinking it over, she kept talking.
You had me practice with the pistol, which I did. Then I walked to some of the houses and laid out furniture like you instructed. I think I'm ready to contribute to the team out on the road. With you.
There was no reading between the lines. Carmen was using both her brains and her beauty to get what she wanted. However, though I had done my fair share of letting myself get persuaded by driven women over the years, now wasn't the best time to let personal feelings get in the way of survival. That said, we didn't have a deep bench of people available on our street, so I quickly realized I couldn't dismiss her out of turn. And it was fine by me. I need to put the oil filter onto the truck, I said as I gently pushed her back. Why don't you help me, and we can talk about who might go with me. I saw Penny smirk. And just so we're clear, I said, mainly for Penny's sake, Luke is going to help me with the oil too, since he went and got it with me. Penny wouldn't stop her grinning, like she knew I was going to take Carmen no matter who was around to try to talk me out of it.
Sounds fine with me,
Carmen turned toward her friend.
My books are on your back patio, with Evelyn. Can you bring them in for me, in case it rains later? I don't want to damage Frank's treasures. Of course.
And be careful out there, Penny said to the other woman.
I will,
Carmen answered. I was tempted to say nothing had been decided yet, but I didn't need to waste my breath. No one would be able to talk Carmen out of going with me, and her point was valid that I had encouraged and trained her to take a more active role in our defense, so she would undoubtedly remind me of my words if I tried to change her mind. Since the street wasn't swimming in Navy SEALs, I was happy to get a passenger who wanted the job. Luke cut across his lawn to meet us in front of the Drummond place. Ben was in the garage, with the main door wide open, as he did his inventory. It wouldn't have been how I did it, since it exposed the contents to the world. I'd seen it coming down the street. But I decided it would be counterproductive to micromanage each detail of our existence. As long as it wasn't life or death, I needed to let people make their own choices, good or bad. Hey, Ben, I said as I walked inside. Guys, he replied. I knew I had to let people make choices, but I also had choices to make. Ben, when we get the truck out of here, why don't you drive a nail into each side of the garage door frame about 5 feet up, so you can hang the car cover between them. That will block off most of what's in here from outside eyes, but it will still leave plenty of light and fresh air for you. He raised his eyebrows. Yeah, that's a good idea. One benefit to the open garage door was letting more light inside. I could now see all the neatly stacked food cans, cartons of dry goods, and I even got a better look at the 12 machines on the wall behind the row of food. What are those things? I asked the older gentleman. He looked to where I pointed. I figured with all the extra light, he would be able to tell me about the metal boxes on the back wall. Ben only shrugged. Those are Bitcoin miners, Luke said as he came inside. Really? Ben and I said in unison. Yeah, Luke added. I saw them earlier. Looks like this guy wasn't only prepping for the end of the world, but also for the end of the monetary system. From what I can tell, he ran a new electrical panel out here, and he has dedicated 240-volt lines for each bank of miners. It looks top-notch if I do say so myself. Do you have these miner things? I asked Luke. No, Melanie has this thing about low-frequency hums, and these things are loud enough to keep you up at night, even if they are well insulated for sound. Bah, Bitcoin is a scam, Ben insisted. I've heard it 1,000,000 times over the years. Luke and I looked at each other, though I was out of my element, so I nodded for him to say whatever he was going to say. However, before he could get it out, Carmen strode over to the front of the El Camino, slapped the front quarter panel, and then spoke up. Come on, you guys, stop clucking like a bunch of abuelas. I want to get this running so we can speed out of here. The three of us guys looked over to her. I called you grandmas, she laughed as she patted the truck again. Do I have to fix this myself? Do you know how to change the oil in a car? I asked with similar sarcasm. Of course, she giggled. There is a nice place up in North Point that does primo work for me. Get me up there and I'll pay for the service. We all laughed, and then we got to work. Luke brought over the new filter and one of the big containers of oil, and I slid underneath the engine to seal up the oil pan plug. A few minutes later, as I was finishing up down there, I caught Carmen looking at me from behind the driver's side tire, as if supervising my work. When our eyes met, hers twinkled with mirth for a couple of seconds. Then she disappeared. When I slid out, Carmen had gone out onto the driveway to get some air. You'd better be careful, Frank, Luke said as if he were amused. I think she's attracted to you, and she's not afraid to let people know." I chuckled at the thought. Well, I won't lie and say the feeling isn't mutual. But dating isn't really on the menu right now, if you've been keeping track of what's happening around us. "Try telling her that," Ben added. "She checks you out the way my Evelyn did back when we were dating." The image would not compute. I couldn't see Evelyn as a young woman, not without a healthy dose of bitterness, which was an instant counterspell to any physical beauty a woman might possess. So I decided not to touch that one. "I see," was all I would say. I made sure all the oil was in. The oil cap was on tight. Our tools were cleared out of the engine bay, and then I closed the hood. "Luke, you want honors? Start her up." "Sure, Frank," he replied. While he got inside, I hooked the pair of metal tie-offs at the front corners of the hood, which served to keep the hood closed, along with the main latch in the bumper. I crossed my fingers, hoping there wasn't anything more serious with the car than the missing oil and filter. I was reasonably sure I could fix almost anything mechanical on vehicles, given enough time and the right tools. But I didn't want any additional delays. "Here we go," Luke exclaimed. The engine rolled once, but wouldn't start up. Luke waited a few seconds, muttered some words to himself, and then turned the key again. The engine let out a lion's roar to start, then growled with a fierce rumble as it smoked up inside the garage. "We have wheels," I shouted. Chapter 6. After confirming the engine would run, I had Luke shut it down. Carmen jogged back into the garage as the motor shut off.
"What's wrong, Frank?"
I stood there for a few seconds, controlled my breathing and excitement, and really thought about what I needed to do next. Part of me wanted to jump in the hot rod and lay down tread, as I did donuts around our circle. But I had to consider 100 different factors with each decision point now. Treating the car like that could lead to a breakdown, which would endanger our plan from one end to the other. Making noise unnecessarily could invite neighbors or bad guys, which could put us all at risk. Finally, the vehicle was owned by my missing neighbor, so I wanted to treat it as if it belonged to my sweet old grandma, God rest her soul. "I don't want to waste an ounce of gas." The simple explanation was both true and easier than explaining everything whipping through my brain at the moment. She came right up next to me, all smiles.
"Well, bestie, now that you've got it working, who gets to go with you?"
I'd never wanted to be in charge of the whole street, but everyone continually deferred to me as if I was the expert. I could no more stop Carmen from getting in Drummond's truck than I could stop any of them from driving off in it. At the same time, it did help how a natural order had developed, so we didn't have a lot of big egos stepping on each other's toes trying to lead. It was a fact I'd never really thought about, but having an established chain of command on day one could benefit us big time in a crisis. "I think you've made it clear you're going." I looked in her big green eyes. She clapped her hands with excitement.
"Thank you."
"Don't thank me yet. Thank me when we get back. It could be very dangerous out there."
"You really think so?"
Her enthusiasm tapered a little.
"You and Luke said it was quiet, except for those sirens."
"It wasn't terrible," Luke interjected. "That's factually correct," I countered. "But it could turn ugly at any second." I waved to get them to follow me out of the garage. "Come on, guys. Let's get the group assembled before we go. We've got a few decisions to make together." It took about 5 minutes to get everyone on my driveway. Rainey and the twins acted as runners who went and got the guards up at the roadblock, plus Evelyn, who'd been keeping watch behind Penny's house. Even Luke's German Shepherd was there, sniffing everyone in turn, as if taking attendance. I wasn't thrilled to have no one at the roadblock, even for a short time, but I wanted to see everyone face to face, and I figured it might be the last opportunity to have all my neighbors together for the rest of the day, and maybe for a long time beyond. First, Penny, did you make a list of what we need? I glanced over to her.
I did.
She held up a piece of notebook paper before reading from it.
This is what it said in your book. Bags of sand and natural charcoal, PVC pipe, a manual pump crank, filtration chemicals, and some 55-gallon water barrels. Then there are a few odds and ends.
That's for the rain catchment system too, right? I quizzed.
Uh-huh,
she nodded. Good. I want to get both systems at the same time if I can. It will save us a trip. Penny walked over and handed it to me. Thanks, I said, though she didn't release her grip.
Be careful, Frank,
she whispered, a second before letting it go. I will, I replied. I watched Penny return to Daisy, but the pleasant moment was interrupted by a distant civil defense siren. Shit, I said through clenched teeth. Mr. Puppers whined a tiny bit as he sat listening to the drone. They're almost non-stop, Ben complained. I only hear one, Luke added. Everyone strained to listen. If they aren't all going off at the same time, maybe there are people running each one independently, I suggested. Not sure what that gets us, Ben said dryly. Me either, I finished. Maybe nothing. I got everyone's attention. As you heard, the truck is ready to go, so I need to find out who is interested in going with me to the hardware store. I know Carmen's in, but I need a few others. I figured it was best to let them volunteer to head out into danger. As I'd thought about earlier, we were short-handed and all out of seals, so the bench wasn't very deep. Might as well bring people who wanted to be out there.
How many do we need, Frank?
Carmen asked. Well, me, the driver, plus you, we'll call you the navigator. She perked up even more. And, I continued, I'd like to have at least one person sitting in the bed, so we have someone watching the load and keeping an eye on anyone who might come up behind us. You expectin' more trouble out there? Ben asked. I'm always expecting more trouble, I answered. But I'm also aware we don't have as many people on this street as I would like. That's why, if you ask me, I would suggest Luke stays here at the houses to keep an eye on things. Melanie gripped her husband's arm, as if she'd gotten good news. The main reason I wanted him to hang back was due to him fast becoming my able lieutenant, the guy I could trust to get things done. However, another large reason was he was also a family man. I wanted him protecting his loved ones on Clownfish, which in turn would ensure he would be motivated to keep the place in line. I'm all over it, Frank, he answered right away. Now that I've got my guard dog on duty, we'll keep everything in tip-top shape. Luke searched for Mr. Puppers, but he was sniffing around the flamingos in the lawn, maybe looking to make a deposit. Can I come? Tyler asked. He'd been standing by Rainey and the twins, a little outside the larger group of adults. Any of them would be serviceable as ride-alongs, but for my first outing I wanted folks I knew a bit better. Plus, I had a task in mind for them I myself would have trouble doing. I'm afraid I have a job I need you kids to attempt. See that tree behind Trevor's place? I took a second and pointed to a large leafy tree, looming over the property at the edge of the woods. I want you and Alex to see if you can climb about halfway up and find me a place to build a perch for a sniper. I'd picked Alex due to her athletic build and tall height. Tyler rubbed his hands together. Oh, that sounds badass. I think you want someone who can actually climb a tree, Rainey interjected. This dork couldn't climb a bunk bed. I can so, Tyler snorted. I've never seen it, Rainey mocked. The pair of them appeared ready to amp up into fisticuffs, which seemed ridiculous to me. But before I could ask what the hell was going on, Zoe raised her hand. "Yeah?" I pointed to her. Zoe looked at her sister, and a nonverbal back and forth took place before she turned fully toward me.
"I'll go with him. I can climb better than Alex, and it sounds like I can definitely climb better than him."
She poked her thumb toward the boy in a playful, I'm with stupid way. Tyler snuck a look at me. I rarely claim to be able to read minds accurately, but the kid broadcast a silent message impossible to misinterpret. Time alone with Z was exactly what he wanted. "Yeah," I said. "If it's okay with Rainey, why don't we let Z and Tyler try to find a spot for the sniper nest? Rainey, you and Alex can keep watch at the roadblock. You should start by moving my vet so we can get the car through there." Rainey huffed, as if absorbing a painful blow from her duel with Tyler.
"Fine."
Alex took Rainey by the hand and pulled her away. Before Zoe left with Tyler, she caught my attention again. "Zoe?" I asked. Her long braid of red hair fell over her shoulder, so she could hold it in front of her like a treasured doll.
"Mr. Frank, I know you didn't pick us, but I was wondering if maybe me and Alex need to be with you in the truck. Could you take us home while you're out doing stuff?"
Tyler did a piss-poor job of hiding his disappointment with the request, but Zoe wasn't looking behind her. "I don't think it's such a good idea. We can't do everything at once, or we risk doing them all poorly. Let me get this job done and set up some of these things we need. Then I'll look at taking you and your sister to your house on a trip dedicated only to that."
"It's all right," she nodded. "I'm fine here, but I have to keep asking for Alex's sake."
She gestured to her sister, who was already halfway up the block. Tyler's smile returned. "So you're cool staying with us for a little longer?" I asked her.
"Sure," she gushed. "As long as we get home eventually. I'm sure my mom won't get too worried about us, but my dad might be out on his fan boat looking for us."
Not having kids of my own, I couldn't say for sure what her mom was thinking, though common sense said she was likely getting zero sleep from worrying about her missing daughters. However, as much as I wanted to put that woman's mind at ease, I needed to look after my own people first. As long as I kept Alex and Zoe safe, I thought I was doing right by their parents. "Wait," I replied, as what she said sank in. "Your dad has a fan boat. Do you guys live out in the wilderness?" Maybe we weren't far off from having a bug-out destination after all.
"No, it's just something me and Alex joke about to our friends. Everyone thinks we live in a swamp since we don't live here in town. Our house is actually near a golf course."
Not a bug-out location.
"I thought you lived in a swamp,"
Tyler interjected, as if only hearing the girl's last words.
"See?"
Zoe snickered. "Okay then, you'd best be off." I waved her and Tyler into action. Tyler and Zoe scurried down the driveway toward Trevor's place, but not before Tyler turned around and gave me a thumbs-up sign. It hadn't been my intention at all, but I'd sorted out which of the twins preferred to go sniper nest hunting with him, so I figured I'd done him a solid. Whatever happened from there, it was on him. However, watching the kids walk away made me think of Luke and Melanie, so I took a few steps closer to Luke. "You okay with him going off like this?" "Oh, you'll know if Melanie or I have any issues," he laughed.
"Yeah, you're good," his wife joined in. "So far from what I've seen, you treat our kids like they're your own, so put them to work however you need."
I acknowledged their blessing, but kept it in the back of my mind how we were still in early days. There might come a time when I had to send them out to do life-threatening activities. For a few seconds, I imagined what it would be like to throw off the mantle of leadership, not worry about life and death issues, and return to my patio to read my books in peace. A last sip, out of the cup of retirement. But it would end with me alone and dead, in that order. Okay, now that the kids are gone, I spoke in a solemn voice, we have to decide who is going to go with me in the truck. It won't be Luke, and I wouldn't ask Melanie to go either, since they've got all these kids to manage. I'd like to suggest LeVar, since we did pretty good on the road yesterday. I'm in, the tall black man said in an instant.
Then I'm going too,
his wife said a heartbeat later. I'd forgotten Kyra and LeVar were inseparable. Still, they were probably my best options, based on who was left. Penny wasn't going to leave Daisy, and Ben and Evelyn were the only other two to choose from. It made me think of managing a sports team. Which players would play defense? Which ones would play offense? We were going to load up on heavy materials, so LeVar was guaranteed a spot on offense. But we would need someone to guard the truck, a lesson we'd learned with the bikes, so we were sure it would still be there when we brought the goods out of the store. For that, I needed someone who had experience with firearms. I would certainly fit the bill, but there was no way I would sit in the truck twiddling my thumbs while the others went inside to retrieve what we needed. Okay, if LeVar and Kyra go with us, I need Ben to go with us too, so he can protect the car while we're inside.
Why?
Evelyn deadpanned. The truth is, I need someone ugly to protect our beautiful girl. I pointed next door to the El Camino. Carmen can shoot, and Kyra could drive, but the types of guys that are out there will see either of them as attractive targets if they are hanging out alone with the truck. It's just the way things are. Having Ben as a spare driver will be less enticing for criminals. Gee, thanks, Ben snarked, though clearly not displeased at being picked. You're welcome, I said with a similar attitude. There was a good chance the El Camino would be a target even if Arnold Schwarzenegger was defending it. But if that were true, I absolutely wanted someone who had lots of experience with guns.
I don't know,
Evelyn said a few seconds later. Oh, don't be that way, Ben chided her. He needs me, and I'm going. She threw daggers at her husband with her eyes.
So be it,
she said dramatically.
But you know I don't like it when you decide things without me, so don't be surprised if there's a toilet on your lawn when you get back.
You wouldn't dare, he shot back. After a long, satisfying pause, she faced toward me.
And what do you want me to do while my ugly husband is out having fun with you? You've already taken my car, so I don't know what else I can give you people.
I was dying to know about the toilet, and I even suspected a trace of humor in her voice. But I didn't want to delay us by stirring the almost boiling pot between the husband and wife. I need you to go back to Penny's house again, so you two are together. Keep an eye on the forest, like you were doing before, but also keep an eye on those kids. If you see anyone lurking out there, you should both go together over to Luke's place and let him know. She harumphed, but didn't refuse.
And me?
Penny asked. I locked my eyes on hers, and not her look at me right now short shorts. Keep reading those books. Each one is filled with little lessons about survival. Anything you find interesting, write it down, so we can do it ourselves. At this point, every advantage we can get, no matter how small, might really help us down the road. Maybe not with as much urgency as the well project, but you never know.
I'd be happy to,
she grinned. Over the next few minutes, those of us going in the truck gathered supplies, weapons, extra ammo, and bottles of water to stuff in a couple of my backpacks. I also gathered a wad of cash I'd been keeping for emergencies. Originally, I'd started the habit so I could buy a new fridge or washing machine if one of mine went out. Since the credit card machines were out, cash would be king again, at least in the early days of an EMP. That much I knew from almost every book I'd read on the subject. After stashing my AR behind the seat, I started the El Camino and took a few moments to savor the powerful 454 cubic inch engine. The deep gurgle of the motor coursed through my body, and once again urged me to roast the rear tires and drift around the circle to show off. However, I fought off that call and carefully backed down the driveway until I was in the street. "Load up," I shouted. Carmen was there in a flash. She threw herself on the vinyl seat and bounced to the middle until she bumped my hip. She had to sit on the center console, but her legs were on the far side of the stick shifter. As usual, her vanilla frosting perfume made my head bobble.
"I'm ready,"
she said, patting the pistol on her hip. She'd changed in those few minutes we were all getting ready to leave. She'd thrown on a pair of white sneakers, tan jeans with a bejeweled black belt, and she'd put on a form-fitting white t-shirt, which drew attention to her ample assets. As outfits went, I figured she was still in the ballpark of form and function for what we were doing, but it was borderline. "I'm glad to hear it," I replied, fighting off her scent and everything attractive about her. We would have to talk about odor, since there might come a time when she wouldn't want anyone to track her down by smell. For the moment, I was happy to be next to her. She seemed to notice me looking at her legs.
"Is this okay for a car ride?"
Carmen asked as she lifted her knee to show off. "I was just thinking about that," I replied. "As long as you can carry your pistol for defense, whatever you put on is fine by me." I almost commented how her jeans were too tight to hide a pistol.
"You know, Frank," she chuckled, "it's okay to wear any type of shirt besides those Hawaiian ones."
"Hard pass," I retorted. My attire seldom changed. I liked my cargo shorts, so I could keep track of my keys, phone, pocket knife, and lighter, though I'd left the phone behind. I also favored loose-fitting button-down Hawaiian shirts, since those tended to droop over my belt line, which hid my holstered Springfield. Today, I wore a green one, with lots of exotic flowers printed on it. Kyra slid in next to Carmen, though with a lot less enthusiasm. The loud engine seemed to worry her. "It'll be all right," I said to the newcomer. "Sit back and enjoy the ride. I used to have a car a little like this when I was a teenager. You never forget how to drive these babies."
"I've never driven anything bigger than a Honda Civic. This sounds like a rocket ship."
I resisted the urge to tap the gas to make the motor growl. There would be plenty of that without even trying, soon enough.
"Those are pretty jeans,"
Kyra volunteered as she looked down at Carmen's legs.
"Thank you,"
the Cuban woman replied.
"I also love your earrings."
I had to lean forward to see Kyra's jewelry, which were tiny silver panda bears.
"Thanks,"
the other woman answered. Ben and LeVar climbed into the truck bed, then sat with their backs against the bulkhead wall of the cabin. I slid open the rear window so we could communicate. "You going to the game, LeVar?" I joked. He'd run to his house and put on a black Portland Trailblazers tank top jersey, which was entirely appropriate, given how tall he was. "I needed something long enough to cover my pistol." While still in the back, he lifted his shirt to reveal his Glock 19, which was no longer on a holster outside his belt, but inside the waistband of his denim trousers. "Since we're going to be in public and trying to get stuff done, I don't want people to see what I'm packing." "That's smart," I replied. "You get 'em at point blank, and I'll hit anyone at long distance," Ben said with confidence to his riding companion in the back. The older guy carried a 30-30 lever-action rifle, which suited someone from his generation perfectly. We said our goodbyes, then I put my foot on the gas. Finally. I let her idle on our way to the roadblock. Rainey and Alex had my vet out of the way, so I was able to drive through the gap.
"See ya,"
Rainey waved while sitting in the driver's seat of my orange supercar, as if taking a joyride. Alex stood toward the back, where I assumed she would help push it into place once we were out. "Wish us luck," I yelled as we went by. I turned the corner at the end of the street and started along the road toward the entrance to the subdivision. The motor didn't sound as solid as I would have liked, like it was in bad need of a tune-up or fresher gasoline, but it would be fine for the short drive we needed to do. I kept it slow while we crept through the neighborhood, hoping to avoid being noticed by anyone on the other streets.
"Shit,"
Kyra said as she pointed outside. On the next block, Barracuda Bay, several young people ran to see who had a moving car. "We can't stop to talk," I said to myself. On the last street, Albacore Anchorage, we saw more people heading for us, a few on bikes. I waved at them to show I was friendly, but I gave it more gas to move us along. As much as I wanted to talk to them, it was already mid-morning, and I knew they would eat up more of our day. Zen's 2 guards came down to the edge of the street to watch us go by. "Tell them we'll be right back. Then they can leave," I told Kyra. She relayed the message. Both men pumped their fists in support. "Sick ride, dude," one of the guys called out as we went by. "Thanks," I said out my window. Out of habit, I looked in each direction as I pulled out onto Bayside Road, though there were no moving vehicles going either way. Nearly 40 years of my driving history begged me to smash the gas pedal. "Hang on back there," I said to my friends in the bed. "We are," Ben replied. I hit the gas pedal a bit, listened to the motor respond the way I expected. Then I pumped it harder as I dumped the clutch and went into second gear. The tires barked for half a second as the burst of torque broke them loose. The rush of G-forces pushed us back in our seats.
"Oh,"
Kyra blurted, in a mixture of fear and elation. The Cowell induction hood forced air into the engine bay, feeding the beast hidden underneath. I shifted through third gear, at about 2/3 of what I really wanted to do. However, before I hit fourth, I saw we were going over 50 miles per hour, and there were still derelict cars in random locations ahead, so I eased up on the gas and let us coast. Carmen had put her hand on my thigh as she held on. At first I thought she was doing it to be her flirty self, but when I glanced over to her, she looked genuinely scared. "Are you guys all right?" I asked them with concern. What were the chances the 2 women had never been in a muscle car?
"This feels like it's going to fall apart, to be honest," Kyra answered. "How old is this, did you say? Like 50 years old?"
"Well, you see," I cut myself off. An older man was up ahead, running toward the middle of the road. He jogged from the houses on the right side, and he went to a spot next to a stalled car, which pretty much made sure I couldn't go around him without driving onto the shoulder. Even that would be dangerous, if the guy really wanted to be difficult. "Look alive, people," I said to my friends, including the 2 out back. "We're stopping for this one." Lower, I spoke to Kyra and Carmen. "It looks like his hands are empty, and there doesn't seem to be anyone else around, but be ready for anything." Carmen pulled out Rocco, her Ruger LCR revolver, which immediately made me wary. "Carmen," I continued, "no one really practices with firearms inside a moving car like this, so I can't give you any good advice. But be careful you don't shoot Kyra if it comes to that." Kyra laughed.
"Gee, at least now I'm not afraid of the car." "I've got you, girlfriend," Carmen reassured her. As we rolled up to the guy, I turned the wheel to the right, which put him on my side of the car. If anyone was going to be shooting the old guy, I wanted it to be me. By putting him on my side, I saved myself the danger of shooting across both women's laps at the same time. "Please don't make me shoot you," I whispered. Chapter 7. "How can we help you?" I asked the older gentleman.
The guy appeared every bit of 80, complete with thin remains of his white hair, crow's feet that clawed their way across his cheeks and around his mouth, and a proper stoop for the age. He was dressed in dark plaid slacks and a threadbare polo shirt from a golf club. In short, he looked like every other upper age bracket retiree in the area.
"Thank God you stopped. 2 other cars went by this morning and they didn't give me a second glance."
He spoke in a wispy voice, as if he'd winded himself getting into the middle of the roadway, which I realized was quite the accomplishment, given his frail condition. I held my Springfield against my right leg, so the man couldn't see it. But I knew almost immediately he wasn't a threat. There were no trees or bushes within 100 feet of us, so there was no place for any accomplices to hide. The little Chevy car parked in the road sat with its doors and trunk wide open, as if it had been picked clean, and no one was in there. "Well, I guess I'm just a sucker for people in trouble," I said to be as friendly as possible, even though deep down I didn't want to get involved with someone else's problems. Carmen shifted her weight against my side as she looked at the man, and she must have come to the same conclusion I did about his intentions, since she holstered her pistol without making it obvious. I wasn't ready to put mine away, as there was no guarantee the old guy wouldn't do something stupid, and I also kept the car in gear, with the engine running, for the same reason.
"Look,"
the guy said as he moved a bit closer.
"We've got several people on my block who absolutely need to get to the doctor today. Ethel has dialysis 3 times a week. Lord help her, she is 102. And with all this fuss going on, she's a day overdue. Gertrude is out of her pain medications and needs to run up to the pharmacy today. About 5 other people have missed their appointments in the last few days. We need help getting them to those places. A car would make it go quick."
I sat back in my seat, already lost in thought. I hadn't read many books set in retirement communities, so I hadn't come across this specific issue in those stories. But it wasn't hard to see what was happening. Unable to get to medical facilities, those with bad conditions were going to have it the worst. The woman in need of dialysis was in twice the jeopardy, since even if she got there, the machines wouldn't have power to run. The shitty diabetes hand would be dealt out all across the land blackened by the EMP. I couldn't even guess how many other ailments would strike people down within a few days of not getting the proper care. None of that changed what I could do for the old guy. "Hey, my name is Frank. What's yours?"
"Torval,"
he replied. "Well, Torval, my friends and I are on our way to the hardware store to grab some things we need to, make our community safer." I didn't want to tell him the truth, which is we needed those things to keep ourselves alive, as that would undoubtedly make him even more desperate. "The best I can do right now is keep an eye out for medical transport, or buses which might come through here. If I see any, I promise I'll tell them about you and your friends." Torval absorbed my words, then touched the hood of the El Camino.
"But you have a car right here. If we could simply jump in the back."
He was right in one regard. It would be a snap to transport people around. But I'd already run up against one of the principal issues facing anyone trying to do positive things in a powerless world. Not only was it impossible to help everyone, but helping too many people at once would automatically doom both myself and my friends. As much as I might have been inclined to help the nice gentleman, there were probably 1,000 nice gentlemen between us and the hardware store. We couldn't possibly help them all. I wasn't even sure I could help those in the car with me, since we'd only driven a quarter of a mile so far, and we had so much to do. "Look, Torval, the most useful thing you can do right now is find some bikes. Put your young people to good use, and with a little ingenuity, they can make trailers to carry those who need help right away. You should also get your neighbors together to talk about defending your streets while the police are preoccupied elsewhere. Collect water in tubs. Arm up. It was essentially the same advice I'd given almost every person I'd met lately, in condensed format.
Okay, I see your point. We'll try to get the youngsters involved, sure enough. But will you come back to us when you get what you need from the hardware store? Maybe something will have changed by then.
The guy's gray eyes conveyed hope. Still, I wasn't going to lie to him. It's not likely, Torval. I've got a shitload to do for my neighborhood, and many of them are back at the houses waiting for me to return with some equipment. If this disaster goes on for days or weeks, your best hope is going to be your neighbors. I pointed behind us. But if you want to send a rider over to meet me in a few days, I'd be happy to talk about what more you guys can do to harden your houses, collect resources, and get ready for a long-term grid-down scenario. I live on the 3rd Street in that subdivision, with the orange clownfish on the sign. He'd seen me come out from there, so hiding our home turf from him was no longer an option. His subdivision was adjacent to Zen's, which opened up one more potential ally for us. Torval sighed.
It sounds like this is a catastrophe worse than we thought. I can't say I agree with you leaving, but I think I can understand your reasoning. You are doing things for your people, sure as I'm out here trying to find some help for mine.
I nodded at his explanation.
My son comes around to check on me from time to time, he went on, and I think he has a bike. If he shows up, I'll send him over to talk to you.
Well, it might take him a while, I cautioned, avoiding saying how he might not show up at all. In the meantime, don't be afraid to get neighbors involved and send one of those people to meet us. I promise we may not have much in the way of food or supplies, but we can provide lots of good advice. The last thing I needed to do, no matter how much I wanted to help, was give the impression we gave free handouts. That was one big danger in trying to build relationships or alliances with other neighborhoods. And it also suggested we needed to talk about security in more detail when we got back to our street. The simple appearance of looking like we had our shit together relative to everyone else in the area could bring beggars to our doorstep.
I'll chew on this, he replied.
Setting aside my concerns about security, I reasoned it was still better to be sociable and helpful with neighbors from nearby parts of our community. Being without power would send us back a century or two, for sure, and it might be a little like living among 1,000 different kingdoms built from McMansions instead of castles. If I went around spreading some goodwill this early on in the game, it might pay big dividends later. Certainly it was better than telling the guy he and his older friends were doomed, but to have a nice day. Torval took a few steps backward, as if seeing on my face how much I wanted to leave. However, before I acted on the invitation to go, I reached out my window. He clasped my hand.
Thanks again for stopping, he said.
It'll be all right, sir, I replied. We'll all do the best we can to get through this together.
I hope you're right.
The senior nodded, then broke our handshake. Me too. I wasn't going to blow smoke up his butt. People needed to face the truth, since waiting for someone to come help would certainly get someone dead.
Good luck to you, he added in a slightly better mood. And watch out for the guys in those other cars. They weren't nearly as friendly looking as you lot. Bastards damn near ran me over.
Thanks, I replied, and I finally felt as if it was proper to leave. Seconds later, after we were back up to speed, LeVar leaned in through the back window.
You're lucky you moved out when you did. I was about to tell you there were several other people on the side streets who looked like they were headed out to meet us.
It's a good thing I have you guys with me, I replied to all of them. I wasn't able to keep watch on what was going on around us, while I was focused on Torval.
Thanks for doing that, LeVar.
It's my job while we're out here, he drawled.
I reached a cruising speed of about 40, then held it there. I could have gone over 100 in the gas-guzzling El Camino and reached the store in far less time, since I wouldn't have to worry about fuel economy anymore. 1 million useless cars with full gas tanks would keep us rolling for the 6 or so months until the gas went bad. However, the full-throated roar of the 454 cubic inch engine would alert people for miles in every direction, so I opted to tiptoe quietly along the road to reduce our chances of being heard. There were also a few disabled cars blocking our route, which required constant lane changes when we reached them. As we drove Bayside Road, we passed a few walkers heading in both directions. A couple put up their thumbs to try to hitch rides, but we only waved as we went by to maintain civility. If there was one thing I was expecting, it was some jagweed with a gun who would try to make us pull over. It took a couple of minutes to reach the first intersection, which was the same one we'd gone through while walking with the kids from the high school. As we made the left turn and headed east on the 4-lane roadway, I saw the school several blocks ahead. The stretch of street reminded me of that first moving car after the EMP. The boy and his girlfriend left the high school in the yellow Mustang Mach-1 and were now somewhere out in the world. I got to wondering if he appreciated how lucky he was. Was he using his gift to haul the elderly to their appointments? Was he fetching supplies for his family and friends? Or was he the asshole joyriding around, squealing tires needlessly, and nearly knocking over guys like Torval? He'd come close to running us over the day the school let out, so it seemed like a real possibility. Once we got past the school, there were numerous strip malls and big box stores on both sides of the road, each with large parking lots partly filled with vehicles. To contrast with the development up north, which was simply called North Point, city planners decided to call the suburban sprawl in this part of town South Point. The huge stretch of pristine forest known as Yucca Penn's Wildlife Area, including the woods outside my subdivision, was between the two developments. Endless tracts of homes, subdivisions, and canals surrounded that forest, as if the developers were angry at not being able to tear down the woodlands themselves.
"Look at that,"
Kyra said while gesturing to a large supermarket.
"Are they the police?"
Carmen asked, straining to see. I slowed as we drove by. There were 8 or 10 armed men dressed in black, standing guard at the doors of the grocery store. People with carts went in and out, while under scrutiny from the men. "I don't think it's the police," I finally answered. "They aren't wearing badges, and they don't have the word police across their backs. I guess it's possible they're private security of some kind."
"Do you think they'll know what's going on?"
Kyra asked. I murmured. If I'd wanted to talk to them, I would have had to turn around, but I kept going forward. "It's something to keep in our back pocket, but I'm not taking the chance of talking to them and having them try to confiscate our vehicle. That seems like an act a group of 10 armed men might try." I hated to admit it, but each minute on the road made me all the more wary about our mission. While not every person out there would be conniving opportunists set on relieving us of our vehicle, there would be some. I couldn't let my guard down for even a second.
"Now what?"
Carmen pointed ahead. "A roadblock," I said with disappointment. People had arranged numerous cars and trucks, so they walled off an intersection 3 or 4 blocks down. A few people stood close by, but it was impossible to say if they were bystanders or part of the blockade. My instincts screamed at me to avoid. "We go this way." I turned right onto a side street. Behind the row of strip malls and storefronts, there were more houses. They weren't quite as flashy or as expensive as the ones up north by my house, but they were still generally nice-looking, though with slightly smaller yards than back home. I took the first left, which would take us in the direction we needed to go.
Hello.
Cairo waved to a young couple sitting on their front porches. The pair waved back. I kept the engine purring at about 25 miles per hour. I took the next right, then another left. Most houses looked normal, but we did pass one that was a smoldering pile of ash. The flames had destroyed everything in the structure, including a pair of ruined vehicles and what was left of the garage. We'd see more ruined homes as people turned to candles and cooking fires.
Do you know where you're going?
Carmen mused as she poked me in the side.
Because it doesn't look like you do.
I'm putting some distance between us and the roadblock. They might be watching the next streets too, so I want to cross a few blocks south of them.
Oh, I didn't think of that,
she admitted. I'd read books about roadblocks in the city. Aside from the fact I wasn't ready to write off the sprawl yet, I had to prepare for things like barricades and ambushes. With all the wide roadways, side streets, alleyways, and flat lawns I could drive through, it would be very difficult to truly block off an entire street. However, anyone with enough time and drive could eventually get it done, so I needed to be aware of the possibility. This is the street that goes to the roadblock, I said in a quiet voice. There was no traffic, so I rolled out into the roadway, avoiding one stalled car on the way. To my left, about 4 blocks up, I got a good look at the people standing at the barricades. Sure enough, there were a couple of civilians with shotguns watching us go by. They didn't aim the guns at us, but held them low and toward the ground. Like so much lately that didn't fit neatly into the stories I'd read, I wasn't sure what to make of it. They could be store owners working together to protect their turf. They could be stranded drivers, keeping their cars secure. Or they could be criminals, waiting for dumb drivers to stumble into their grasp. There was no way to tell, however, so I marked the intersection on my internal map to avoid it. I continued on the parallel street, keeping the roadblock threat far to our left. Conversation died down as we crossed through another few intersections, until I finally caught sight of the familiar sign of the hardware store to our left. We found it, I advised my friends. The big building was only a few blocks up the side street. Near our destination, plumes of black smoke rose hundreds of feet in the air. It was impossible to say if the store itself was on fire, or there were houses ablaze in the neighborhood behind it. I went into the lot through the side entrance, so I could avoid the main roadway, in case the people at the roadblock were on the lookout for us. Once on the property, I drove us out into the middle of the parking area, rather than go right for the entrance, so I could scope out the fire. The property looked like a scene from a movie set. The giant store had probably opened minutes before the EMP went off, so the lot was only a quarter full, but dozens of people hurried in and out the front doors, as if there was a huge sale going on. I didn't see any smoke pouring out the front door, so I took it as a good sign. However, the thick black smoke was definitely close to the back of the property. "At least there are no armed men at the front," LeVar advised, like a voice over my shoulder. If there was another voice over my shoulder, I would have expected it to argue armed men could also bring order and protection. The men outside the food store might have been there to keep people in line, and it seemed to work for them. By all appearances, the hardware store was the exact opposite. It was a flurry of chaos and panic, and we had no choice but to join in. "We're finally going to see what the shopping crowds are like," I said. Chapter 8. As we waited in the parking lot, I faced another key decision. It was clear to me there was no way I could leave the car parked for anyone to approach, even with an ugly guy like Ben guarding it. Despite being far from the building, it was evident we were being watched by most everyone in the area. Even if they weren't going to hijack my ride, They would almost certainly want help with transportation, like Torval. Way in the back of my mind, I'd been arguing with myself about bringing Ben on the mission, as I'd begun to think he would have done more good back on the street. We were short on experienced gun handlers back there for sure. However, now that I saw what was facing us, I knew I'd made the right call in asking him to come with us. If we failed on our journey to gather needed resources, it wouldn't matter how many shooters we trained back home. The day would be won by those of us on the road. Ben, I hate to do this to you, but I need you to jump in here and take over behind the wheel. You want me to park it? He asked through the window. No, I want you to drive off the lot and keep moving. He seemed surprised. Can you do that? I asked. Sure, of course. I've done this numerous times while Evelyn does her shopping. But how will I know when you need me to come get you? We had a system where I knew how long she would be in any given store, so just look for one of us over there flagging you down. I pointed to the fenced-in section for plants and shrubs, which was attached to the left side of the main building. I prefer to load in the back, where we'd be out of sight, but I also don't want to deal with that fire, so we'll load right at the front gate. Plumes of black smoke rose from the fire behind the store to settle the point. Understood, he said, catching on to the urgency. A second decision went a lot faster. Grab all your weapons, people. Ladies, you are our aces in the hole. Keep your pistols hidden, unless you absolutely need to get them out. Me and LeVar will keep ours exposed, so any would-be criminals know to give us a wide berth.
You think this is going to be violent?
Carmen asked, as if suddenly remembering Frank's traveling TV show contained violent themes and dangerous situations. I hope it doesn't, but hope isn't going to keep us alive. Keep your heads up, always watch your surroundings, and be aware of people watching you back. Remember, if you see the same person twice, they could be following you. Watch out for careless idiots with firearms. I paused, realizing I was dumping out every life lesson I possibly could for what might be inside. The fact was, I had no idea what to expect, and it was pointless to plan for everything. It always was. Be mindful of the surroundings, I clarified, as I turned us toward the store. Stick together, and we'll knock this out no problem. Rather than drive to the front door of the hardware store, I pulled into a parking spot behind a panel van in the thick of the other vehicles. I figured it would hide our switcheroo, and it might distract pedestrians who expected us to get closer. All right, I advised as I got out. Stay low, and we'll mingle with the other vehicles before going inside. The others hopped out, but they didn't duck down until they saw me do it. As soon as Ben shimmied over the side of the truck bed, he jumped in the driver's seat, set his rifle next to him, then slammed the door. Go, I exclaimed. He looked through the back window at me. I'll be around in about 10 minutes for a first check. He chuckled. That was the shortest amount of time Evelyn ever needed. Ben put the El Camino in gear and chirped the tires as he took off. I watched for a short time, then turned back to my friends. Okay, LeVar and Kyra, you stay here for a couple of minutes, then follow us in. My hope is that by splitting up, we won't walk inside like we're here to cause trouble. I want to blend in with everyone else until we can get to the parts we need. Thinking it through, it made sense to give LeVar part of my list. Since I couldn't have him take a snapshot with his phone, I had to carefully tear the list in half so I could share it with him. And here, take this. These are the heavier items, such as the sand, the pea gravel, and other big stuff we'll need. If for some reason we get separated for a long time, try to gather these until we can regroup. He took it. But you want us to stay close, right? LeVar asked as he tucked part of his green jersey into his waistband, so his pistol would be visible. "Yeah, if trouble finds either of us, we can back each other up." We'd been crouched behind a large pickup truck, so I pulled Carmen with me as I headed out. We walked around another pickup truck halfway turned into a spot, then strode down the middle of the aisle.
"Oh, finally we get to the good part,"
she said with some shakiness in her voice. "Just relax," I suggested. She gripped my hand as if I might ditch her.
"I'll try," she said. "Now I see every person as a threat, like you do."
I chuckled to diffuse some of her fear. "No, not everyone is a threat. You can tell most of these people are doing something. Pushing carts, carrying their purchases, going somewhere. It's the ones doing nothing that you have to pay closer attention to." I reasoned it out using logic and common sense, or so I hoped. It seemed best to use those skills to reassure my friend, rather than spew out hype and wishing for the best. Carmen relaxed her grip a tiny bit. "There, not so bad, right? We're going for a nice shopping trip at the local store." I waved my hand ahead of us, as if presenting the hardware store to her. A man and a woman rushed out the door after some others, but they were followed by 8 or 10 children who tried to keep up. A big African-American man came out next, carrying a huge stack of 2x4s over one shoulder. The last group of men was led by a guy in tan overalls. 6 or 7 of them walked by, using curse words often found on job sites or sailing ships. At the same time, others, like us, passed by them to go inside.
"This isn't really what I had in mind for a first date," she giggled.
"Is that what this is?" I said with true surprise.
"No," she said in a bemused voice. "But I got you pretty good."
"Maybe someday," I replied in a bold tone, to prove she hadn't gotten me as good as she had. If life ever got back to normal, asking a trophy ex-wife like her for a date would be high on my list, despite her being a few years younger.
"Yeah."
She cocked her head sideways and squinted, as if interpreting what I'd said.
"Maybe."
Our chatter got us through the front door, which was part of why I was willing to distract us both with it. I'd been watching all around us, including between the rows of cars we passed. But the talking helped keep me from looking like a stalker. If anyone had figured out we'd come from the El Camino, they didn't make a scene trying to follow us inside. "Looks like all the carts ran away," I laughed. The cart corral was completely empty. I hadn't seen very many in the parking lot either. The inside of the spacious store reminded me of the worst day of Christmas shopping. Vanities, panel doors, plywood sheets, and other large items had been tossed aside at the doorway, as if people realized they couldn't load them into their vehicles. Some shoppers perused the aisles like it was any other day, but more dedicated men and women ran at high speeds, perhaps to get that one critical item they needed before someone else did. Like parts for a well. "Keep moving," I said in a friendly tone. I was happy to continue to hold hands with Carmen, and she didn't fight me on it as I pulled her through the dead anti-theft turnstile to go into the main part of the store. As we moved out, I saw LeVar and his wife enter behind us. They were timing it perfectly. My simple plan was to find the big stuff, like the bags of sand, gravel, activated charcoal, and the pump handles, and get LeVar started on loading them into a cart. At the same time, Carmen and I would go for all the other little things on our parts list elsewhere in the store. As soon as we turned into an aisle, someone bumped into Carmen and pushed her into me.
"Sorry,"
the woman begged.
"It's okay,"
Carmen answered, as she peeled herself off my side.
"I didn't see you guys walking there,"
the middle-aged woman explained.
"I was checking out these chandeliers."
To back up her claim, she started looking above her again. There wasn't time to chat, but I had to at least ask one question. "Hey, you know the power is out, right?" The store itself was fairly dark, but there were skylights scattered at intervals above us, as well as the giant glass entrances, which gave us all enough light to at least see the products on the shelves.
Bob and I had been shopping for one of these up until the bomb went off. If the whole world is ending, we figured now is the time to grab one.
Carmen still hadn't let go of my hand, but she squeezed it with urgency as the woman spoke. My heart raced too. "You heard a bomb went off?" I asked, dialing in on the one thing she said that mattered.
"Sure."
The woman wore faded jeans and a frumpy t-shirt, as if not caring what she looked like out on the town.
"It's what we heard."
"From who?" I asked.
"People,"
she answered, while pulling one of the big boxes off a chest-high shelf. "Here, let me help," I said, as a way to keep her talking, and together we got the big box down.
"Thanks."
She hefted it with both hands and started to walk away. "Wait," I insisted. "Who told you about a bomb? Do you know who dropped it?" The woman didn't turn around.
"I have no idea. Someone on my street said they heard it on the radio, but I don't know how it's even possible right now."
There was no point in chasing her. I did wonder if that big box would soon end up at the pile near the front door, as I couldn't picture her walking it all the way home. The last I saw of her, she was yelling at some man who I took to be her husband. He carried 2 small spools of electrical wire, one under each armpit, and a wad of cash. Once the argument stopped, they headed for the checkout lanes. "They're not going to make it," I said in a low voice.
"Not much faith in humanity, huh?"
she said in jest. Humanity? Maybe. Her? No way. Even a child could see how taking a light fixture during an EMP is plain dumb. I chuckled to myself before continuing.
"If she even knows what an EMP is,"
Carmen remarked. Actually, the way things are going, it wouldn't surprise me in the least if those clueless dopes end up as kingpins of this new world.
"Yeah, that's pretty much how the world has always been," she agreed. "But do you think she knew what she was talking about when she mentioned a bomb?"
No idea, I shrugged. But it doesn't change anything for us here and now. We have to keep moving. A nuclear bomb would certainly affect us if it had been close, like in Tampa or Miami. But I was almost certain we weren't in all-out World War III, where Fort Myers would have been wiped out too. As long as we didn't see glowing cities on the horizon, we should be fine. We walked for a short distance, past more frantic people, until we came to the brighter section of the store that was closest to the lawn and garden supplies. "Look for a pushcart. We're going to need one to stack the bags of sand." 2 seconds after I'd spoken the words, LeVar came up to us with an empty cart and a smirk on his face. "Ask and you shall receive," LeVar joked. "How do you know?" I asked. "You put me on loading duty, so I knew we'd need one. And I saw this hiding under some big boxes when we walked in. Figured most of them have already been stolen, so I didn't want to take any chances." It explained why there were none of the familiar yellow carts left in the corral. Every person who took merchandise from the store would put it in a cart, and since no one had a vehicle, the next best thing was using the shopping carts to push it home. It meant there were now 500 carts spread throughout the nearby neighborhoods. It also meant almost none of them were still at the store. "Good call," I said. "We need it right over here." We wheeled it up to the bags of sand. A short man in a yellow vest shouted toward us from the front checkout stand, which was a small shack at the exit of the garden center. "Don't bother loading that. We're shutting things down." Me and LeVar shared a glance. "Just load it," I said in a quiet voice, and LeVar went to work. slinging 3 bags next to each other on the flat cart in about 5 seconds, then going for more. "We have money." I didn't want to announce I was walking around with a bunch of cash, but I had to give the guy some confidence we weren't thieves.
"It doesn't matter,"
the worker replied. I again turned to my friends. "Fill it 1/3 of the way with bags of sand, then an equal amount of pea gravel, then as many bags of activated charcoal as they have, over by the water filtration products. We'll also need those other things on your list, LeVar." "Got it," he huffed, as he threw bags 2 at a time onto the pile. "Damn, you're a beast," I said to him. "Earning my keep," he chuckled. "That you are," I said, impressed. Since I knew what was on it, I handed my half of the list to Kyra. "If I get caught up with this guy, you two have to get the rest of our stuff when you're done stacking these bags."
"Okay,"
she replied. LeVar changed position so he could grab bags of pea gravel, and my giant friend transferred the large pillow-shaped bags one after the next, with no pauses in between. The clerk marched our way with a sour look on his face, as if LeVar's enthusiastic loading was a direct insult to his honor. "I'm already almost done," LeVar reassured me as he chucked another bag. "Shit," I said. "This is going to go faster than I ever thought." "We'll go get the little things," LeVar said while panting. "Then we'll come right back and get whatever else we need in this department." The cart was stacked about 5 feet high already. "Yeah, go for it," I replied. My friends hurried away as the working man arrived. He was probably 30, with a fledgling beard and a thin-rimmed pair of glasses. His accent suggested Florida swamplands, but his dark skin put his family background somewhere outside the United States. His name tag said Javon, store manager.
"As I said, you can't buy those items, since the store is no longer taking payment."
"But I saw people checking out in the front of your store," I said in a bemused tone. "A woman was buying a chandelier." Due to the layout of the store, we couldn't see the front checkout lanes from the garden area, but he had to know what was happening 100 feet away in his own store.
"We're shutting it all down for an inventory check. When the district manager arrives, perhaps we can—" "Whoa!"
Carmen cut the guy off with a finger snap and a sassy swing of her arm.
"Frank says he has money. You have what we need right here. So let's do business, huh? We're not waiting for someone in charge."
A woman shrieked inside the store, which caused Javon to look in that direction. "See," I said to him, "your time would be better spent inside, rather than supervising us loading some lousy bags of sand. There are probably people picking the store clean." I could imagine a ton of things with more value than where we were. Power tools, security systems, gas-powered lawnmowers, even fancy chandeliers.
"I'm sorry, but my word is final."
He pointed around me to the cart already stacked with 40-pound bags of clean brown sand and pea gravel.
"Doing inventory is a necessity now."
After briefly checking the nearby aisles of the outdoor area, I took a wag at why he had a problem with us. "You're picking on us out here because you're afraid to go in the store." I motioned for him to look inside. Other than a retiree couple looking at flowers inside the nearest archway, we were the only ones in Javon's section. He'd zeroed in on us and was going to make sure we didn't break his laughable rule change, since it was easier to control us than those hauling products by the armload at the front registers. I saw the cash, so I assumed people were paying. But maybe we were beyond that now.
"I saw your friend sneak away," he said. "Y'all are wasting y'all's time."
"I know," I said in a polite manner. I looked beyond the manager to the display of seed bags for flowering plants and vegetables. It struck me like a hammer we needed to get some of those for our street. I had no idea if they would grow in the nasty Florida soil, but we had control of 2 long rows of flat ground where the houses were to be built, so we could probably plant enough crops to feed us forever. I walked in a wide arc around Javon and stood in front of the seeds. For the next few minutes, I gave my friends time to get our stuff, but I also kept myself busy investing in our future. I set aside any packets I thought would thrive well in this part of Florida, though I didn't know one from the next when it came to plants. At best, I gave the back of the containers a quick look, picking anything that grew in our climate zone. Ironically, the one person I could ask about vegetable growing was not too cooperative, but I decided to ask him anyway. "Hey, sir, can you tell me what will grow around here? I'm from Chicago." Javon harumphed. "How many times I'ma tell you? I can't sell nothing from this store." It was the answer I'd expected. I glanced over to Carmen. She might know a bit about them, since she'd done a lot of landscaping and flower potting at her place. But she was guarding our cart, while also keeping a discreet eye on me, like we'd talked about. To my surprise, she nodded her head slightly, much like a military person might do to another soldier. I appreciated she was taking this seriously, so I did the same back to her. It caused her to break into a giant smile. I rolled my eyes dramatically for her, since she'd broken the illusion. For my part, I considered many different options for what to do with my time. I could have moved the sand and rocks toward the front of the store, and maybe even flagged down Ben. But I didn't want to make my move until LeVar and Kyra returned. I expected we'd have trouble with Javon, like Terry at the auto parts store a couple of hours earlier. But I wasn't leaving here without those supplies, even if I had to shove all my money into the cash register myself. A gunshot yanked me out of my thoughts. "What the?" Javon blurted. My blood pressure went to DEFCON 1. I dumped the packets I'd selected into an empty plastic flower pot. Then I hurried past the manager with my haul. "I intend to pay for all this, but you've now got bigger problems than watching me." "Right," he answered in a dreamlike state. "I do." I also had more important things to worry about than him. LeVar and Kyra had walked into trouble. It could have even been him firing his Glock. "Come on," I said to Carmen as we joined hands. "We've got to make sure our friends are okay." Chapter 9. We ran into the chaos of the hardware store to track down LeVar and Kyra. "Stay close," I said to Carmen, despite her already being glued to my hand. The men and women running in all different directions reminded me of someone stomping on an anthill, then pouring water on it to make it extra juicy. A bunch of guys ran out from the long aisles and threw themselves at the front door, while others climbed the tall metal frames holding up the shelves, as if they could escape gunfire up there. But the craziest ones were those who continued to stroll around while carefully selecting items off the shelves. The dim lighting gave it all an imaginary feel.
"This is loco," Carmen exclaimed. "Are we safe being in here?"
I pulled her toward the paint section, which was the first apartment next to the outdoor center. "Yeah, this is—" I cut myself off mid-sentence. To my shock, LeVar and Kyra were in that aisle, though at the far end. "Come on!" She and I ran until we reached the other couple. "You guys all right?" I asked immediately. "We're fine," LeVar said as he looked at the sandpaper. "Just finishing up what we need from your list." Kyra breathed hard while hunched over.
"Hey, girl, you all right?"
Carmen put her hand on the other woman's back to console her.
"Yeah," she said without looking up. "My husband ran me around the store like I was training for the Olympics. I haven't run that fast since high school."
"I knew we needed to hurry," LeVar said as he tossed several packets of sandpaper into his big yellow shopping cart. I took a few steps to the end of the aisle. A long middle walkway cut the giant store endwise, giving me a clear view to the far exit doors. Men and women still ran back and forth across the walkway, giving no clue as to which way was the correct one. But once I ensured we were not in any immediate danger, I finally got to address the question which had brought me to them. "Was that a gunshot?" I asked. LeVar cracked up. "You would think so by all the people losing their shit. But no, a long 2x4 had been leaned against a shelf, and when it fell over it smacked on the concrete." My surprise was impossible to hide.
"He's right," Kyra added. "We both saw it down the row."
She pointed in the direction I'd been looking, though there were no boards lying on the ground anymore. "Well, it explains why people are still around," I said. "You guys are shopping like the blast was no big deal, which I now understand."
"It cleared people out of our way,"
LeVar said, still chuckling about it. "Where'd you get the ride?" I asked. The inside of the jumbo-sized shopping cart was filled with lots of supplies from our list, and 4 big 30-pound bags of activated charcoal sat on the bottom shelf. But I was curious how he'd been lucky enough to grab one. "Someone got scared in plumbing," he answered, "and abandoned their stuff. Me and another guy made a move for this cart, but who do you think had the longer legs?" "That's awesome," I went on. "I'm not sure how you got all this stuff in the few minutes we were waiting, but some things are still missing. Did you see a place where we can snag some 55-gallon drums? They won't fit in the cart, but we'll get some rope and drag them behind us if necessary." LeVar looked in the yellow cart. "We should have everything we need for the rainwater system, except for those barrels which were sold out. We got most things for the well, too, including the well point to hammer into the ground, about 50 feet of tubing, and the joints. But there's not a single pump handle in the store." I feared someone had taken an interest in water-related equipment, since I couldn't be the only person in the city who planned ahead. "We'll take what we can get. We already have the bags of sand and pea gravel in the outdoor center, so maybe we should link up with Ben and start loading everything." I got at the back of the cart and pushed it down the aisle. The 4 of us blended in with the few shoppers who hadn't been scared off. "We'll need as many bags of rock, charcoal, and sand as we can fit in the truck bed, without breaking the shocks," I said while we walked. "We can always use them for other things, and we might not be able to come back here anytime soon." I caught sight of a display filled with work gloves, which triggered me to another need. "Hold up," I said, and ran the short distance to the gloves. I brought back about 10 3-packs and tossed them in the cart. "We may never get another chance to get good work gloves."
"Smart,"
Carmen commented, before pointing to shelves of cleaning supplies.
"But what about those?"
It reminded me there were 1,000 things in the store we could use for survival, and not only the big things I might have already been thinking about. Disinfectant sprays could save our lives. Those gloves could save our palms. And hand tools. "Hang on a second," I said, before grabbing Carmen. "She and I will be right back." Over my shoulder, I spoke to the other couple. "You guys should grab some cleaning supplies." I ran her over to the tools section, hoping to make good on my revelation. "I have a shitload of tools, but they are all on the moving truck, probably lost forever. I'd like a good hammer and a crowbar, at the least." We turned into the aisle to find it picked clean.
"Looks like someone beat you to them,"
she said with a bit of humor. 2 is 1, and 1 is none, I said absently.
"What?"
she asked. "Oh, just a saying. Everyone probably grabbed extras of these things, since they'll be the most needed tools now." Most of the tools left were useless, but I did grab a cordless drill set, on the assumption it wasn't fried, and that I would eventually figure out a way to build a solar power system. "Follow me," I said with haste. I jumped a couple of aisles over, passing and ignoring more than a few men and women, and I grabbed one of the yellow 5-gallon buckets placed at the end of each aisle. "Get one of these," I suggested to her. Over the next couple of minutes, I loaded as many boxes of Phillips head deck screws as I could fit in. I had Carmen gather various sizes of nails. "We're eventually going to need all of these," I said after we were full. She didn't look happy to have to carry the heavy load. "Come on, before I load you up even more," I chuckled. We walked as fast as possible down the middle lane of the store. Once LeVar saw us coming, he rushed over and grabbed the bucket from Carmen.
"Thanks,"
she exclaimed. "Buying the whole store?" LeVar asked. "Only what we can carry," I replied, as I grabbed a couple boxes of safety glasses off an end cap. "Let's move out." The more I looked around, the more I wanted to shove in our cart. But there wasn't time to pick out everything we might need, nor was there enough room in our cart or vehicle for all I wanted. I also didn't have unlimited funds in my pocket. We all halted when we reached the door out to the lawn and garden center. Javon stood with two hardware store workers, who didn't look much older than teenage boys.
"Sorry, but y'all can't come out here again. We're clearing the store to do inventory, starting now and starting here."
Javon pointed firmly to the ground. It was impossible to stop myself from laughing. Each interaction with the guy got more and more ridiculous. I held back mentioning the obvious fact he hadn't gone with me to investigate the shooting in his own store.
"I'm not joking,"
Javon complained. "I can see that," I replied, desperate to think through my options. While I stood there, a man ran in through the still open outer gate, smashed the outdoor cash register with a crowbar, and grabbed at the contents. "What about him?" I asked as I pointed to the criminal. Javon turned to follow my finger.
"We're closed,"
the manager yelled. I wanted to ask Javon if he really thought that would do anything, but I didn't have to bother, as it was obvious he knew it was futile. He was programmed to say certain things for situations he'd seen in a training video somewhere, but he was in far over his head with the effects of an EMP. It was becoming a common theme among people I interacted with, but his inability to deal with his problems opened up an opportunity for us. "Look, Javon," I began, "I know you aren't going to do inventory."
"I am," he exclaimed. "We need to put a stop to those gunshots."
"Okay." I turned my palms up to show I wasn't a threat to him. "I get it. Your bosses wanted you to carry on like normal for as long as possible. You tried to open up like you've always done. And maybe you tried doing everything by cash. But shoppers aren't cooperating."
"Yeah,"
he agreed. "But there are some things you should know. That wasn't a gunshot you heard. It was a board smacking the ground. It only sounded like the crack of a gun."
"I know what I heard,"
he replied. "And you should also know I'm willing to pay you for what I take. Unlike that guy over there breaking into your cash drawer. I've got enough to cover all this." I motioned to LeVar's cart, as well as the bags of materials on the flat cart. The manager stewed over what I'd said. "We'll be orderly and leave the place cleaner than when we found it," I added to sweeten the pot. The guy wanted to agree. I saw it in his eyes. But he wouldn't say the words. I didn't think it was due to him holding out for a better offer. He was big-time indecisive. "Well?" I asked after half a minute without an answer.
"Do you have bullets for your guns?"
Javon asked as he pointed to my rifle and to the pistol on LeVar's hip. "Of course. It's very dangerous outside."
"You think you could use your guns to get everyone out of here?"
The manager glanced to his two helpers, perhaps to see if they would be upset by what he was asking. But neither of the young adults seemed to care either way. Out of instinct, I clutched the rifle strap at my shoulder. "These are for defensive use only," I answered. "I could get in a lot of legal trouble if I threatened people with this." And though I wouldn't say it to him, I was far more worried about putting a bullseye on my back if criminals thought I was private security for a store with tons of cash flowing into it. While I'd been talking, 2 other hardware store employees showed up next to Javon. They were gray-haired retirees who wore vests covered in pins and patches, as if they'd been employed by the store for a long time. They were immediately drawn to the man still doing his business with the cash register, but they didn't do anything more than watch the guy. I couldn't blame them for hanging back, since the criminal was armed with a crowbar at the very least, and laying down your own safety to protect the cash of the corporation did not seem like a smart idea. It was nice to know some of the workers were still rational people.
"But I need your gun to clear out the store,"
the manager finally replied. I said some of them were rational, but not Javon. "Guys, me and my friends are willing to pay for this stuff." I appealed to the new arrivals and the young kids, hoping I could get them to override their boss. Javon answered me directly.
"I keep telling y'all we're not."
My attention was stolen by another man at the front gate. He must have seen what the first guy was doing in the payment kiosk, so he snuck up and smashed a big paver stone over the crook's head to put an end to it.
"Holy shit!"
I yelled, and then pointed. The manager turned around again, though I began to see him as being more bothered by the interruptions, rather than actually caring about what was taking place in his establishment.
"Hey, y'all, this is private property, and the cops are coming."
The second man stood up, panting, his fists filled with bills. His attack wasn't meant to defend the hardware store cash register, as it appeared to me at first, but to get the drop on the man who had cracked into it. In short, they were both bad guys. It would be easy for me to pull out my pistol, storm over there, and chase the guy off. But I took my cue from the manager. If he didn't care about his cash, I wasn't going to put myself at risk for it. It wasn't always easy to know if it was right or wrong to get involved in other people's business, but this one was easy to avoid. Without more than a glance at the soul he'd struck down with the rock, the second thief escaped through the front gate. I followed him with my eyes as he ran behind a wall of hanging plants at the edge of the parking lot, though my only real interest in where he went was that he wasn't there when Ben came back. I faced Javon once again.
"Damn, guy, make some kind of decision,"
I said, letting go of some of my patience with him. Javon looked at his team and sucked in a huge breath before speaking to them.
"Thank y'all for being here. Yesterday was a disaster, but today is far worse. Since we have too few employees showing up, we gotta shut down the store and run an inventory of what we have left, so we can report it to corporate when the power comes back on."
There were only 4 of them, but they all groaned in disappointment.
"You want us to stay here?"
one of the older guys answered.
"I've been asked about 1 billion questions about how to run things without power,"
one of the kids added.
"And I'm getting sick of it. Can't we just set up a sign along with a jar to take their money?"
I chuckled. Young people were always looking for ways out of work. Javon was far more serious as he waved them to go back into the main part of the store.
"Please wait for me in the manager's room. We'll come up with a plan for shutting down the store. You can fill out your time cards. Then I'll send y'all home."
The 4 workers shuffled off, evidently not stoked to be going back inside.
"And what about us?"
I asked, now completely out of patience.
"You have a gun. If you aren't going to listen to me about not taking payment, I can't stop you from stealing what you want."
His shoulders slumped. I immediately saw through his passive-aggressive statement.
"What? I'm not threatening to take anything. I told you this gun is only for defensive purposes. Did you not understand that?"
The manager looked over his shoulder when he heard some rustling. The injured guy had come to, and was now stumbling his way to the outside.
"Y'all are going to rob me blind if I don't shut down the store,"
he moaned as he walked toward the main part of the store to follow his workers.
"Take what you want."
I watched him walk away, not sure how to respond.
"Well, I'll start loading the sand,"
LeVar said when Javon was gone, apparently not the least bit troubled by the manager's words. He gives me an uneasy feeling, I stated plainly, like he's teetering on the edge.
He's finally gone, Carmen said, so we can get back to our tasks.
I was happy to oblige. Right, follow me, I said back to her. Then to LeVar and his wife. We're going to flag down Ben. Don't move our stuff to the door yet, since this manager has a thing for us. But be ready to roll it out the exit the second the truck shows up. Will do, the tall man replied. I made sure there were no other criminals in the payment kiosk before walking past it. Carmen had taken my hand again as we made our way to the exit gate, which led to the parking lot. I expected to see Ben hauling ass up and down the roadway, but he wasn't anywhere to be seen or even heard. All I saw were groups of men huddled next to pickup trucks parked in the loading zone of the hardware store. They looked like they were assembling to do a job, or hold a protest. They often pointed to the entryway, then raised their fists. A leader in tan overalls stood in the bed of one of the trucks, seemingly egging the others on. In a flash of recognition, I realized the guy in the tan outfit was the same person who'd passed us as we went inside the store. He'd been cursing up a storm at the time, which brought it all into perspective for me. This isn't going to be good, I whispered. Those outside men were organizing in the same way Javon and his team were preparing to shut down the store on the inside. Two sides of a deadly serious game were getting their plans together for how to defeat the other.
What is it?
Carmen asked in her own hushed voice. We'd better hope Ben returns to us before those men go back inside. They look like they're arming up for a gang war. If it spills out here, our whole plan could go to crap. As we watched and waited, the men pulled hammers, baseball bat-sized lengths of heavy metal tubing, and other weapons from their disabled vehicles, then regrouped near the front door. The other team was a few old dudes and a couple of kids. It was going to be a bloodbath. Don't tell Luke about this, I mused.
About our trip?
She asked. No, I told him this type of shit doesn't happen this fast after a power grid goes down. But here we are. Humanity seems to have the patience to last about 2 or 3 days without contact from the outside, before they revert back to caveman times. I was able to head it off when Luke and I were at the auto parts store, but I don't think I can do shit to stop it here.
Should you, though?
Carmen inquired.
That Javon guy was kind of a come mierda.
A what? I'd need to bone up on my Spanish if I was going to hang around Carmen so much.
A dipshit,
she explained. Yeah, he is. But I'm still thinking about it, I admitted. She let go of my hand and flared out her hip as if I dissed her.
You're planning something in that pretty little head of yours, aren't you? Why is it our job to save all these people?
Ben's not here yet. If this place shits the bed, who do you think is going to have to walk through the mess?
Ew, she recoiled. That's an image I could have done without.
I laughed it off. But you know what I mean, right?
I guess so,
she answered. By chance, I was probably the only person on the property who knew how both groups were going to react once they got together. A hot-headed mob and a hard-headed manager would not mix well. It meant I was the only person who could change the outcome to the benefit of everyone. Okay, I am planning something, I admitted. To give us more time, I'm going to keep that come mierda and his workers from getting involved with those armed men. She rolled her eyes dramatically.
You think he'll listen?
Even an idiot has to know when he's beat. A man hustled out from the outdoor area carrying a patio umbrella. No workers were in hot pursuit. I caught a whiff of the smoke blowing in from behind the store. There hadn't even been time to assess what was going on back there. Was the fire burning a few houses, or the whole neighborhood? Was it spreading away from us, or coming to claim the hardware store? I've got to hurry, I said, changing the subject. I purposely didn't answer why it fell to me to do this job. I think she knew it wasn't my style to let harm befall someone if I had a chance to avert it, as I knew, despite her reservations, she wanted to help me in any way she could. After all, she'd asked why it was our responsibility, not only mine.
"Can I come with you?"
she asked in a sheepish voice. "Not for this, and it has nothing to do with your skills, your sex, or your looks."
"What about my looks?"
she snarked. "I'm serious," I stated dryly, to show I was indeed back to serious Frank. "I need all hands on deck to load the truck the second Ben pulls into this parking spot. Then, and this is where you can shine, I need all hands on deck to protect it."
"But I can protect you, too,"
she persisted. "I'm only going to be talking," I replied. "I want to come back to a loaded truck, so all I have to do is run and jump inside as you leave."
"I know you pretend it isn't dangerous."
Her voice was filled with anxiety.
"But promise me you won't go off and get hurt, Frank, because I'd like to talk more about a proper first date at some point in the future."
The men at the front entrance started inside. I had to go. "I promise," I replied with sincerity. Chapter 10. I ran into the lawn and garden center, glad for the moment to be away from the biggest distraction this side of the Chattahoochee. Bringing the beautiful Cuban woman was a necessity, I knew, but being around her made me lose my focus from time to time, and that could lead to stupid moves on my part. My next rolling thought, as I passed by the seed display, was to wonder if I was thinking clearly by going back inside the store run by an asshole. Maybe the smart play was to have all our gear positioned near where Ben would park, hide and ignore anything happening in the store, then spring into action to load the truck and be on our way. But hiding behind bushes wasn't my style. There was an obvious way for me to help a lot of people, including my friends, without putting myself at great risk. If it also helped the head jerk, then so be it. "Hey guys," I waved to LeVar and Kyra as they worked together to push the overloaded cart toward the exit. "Yo," the big man called back. "I put some vegetable packets in a flower pot up by the seed display. Would you mind grabbing it before you load up?" "Want me to dump the whole display in the back of the truck?" He laughed. "I only took what I thought we could use." "Suit yourself," he replied. "I'll be back in a few minutes," I reported as I walked away. Our shopping cart was filled to the brim, but we didn't have nearly everything we needed, nor did we have any of the most important items, which were the hand pumps. Without those, we'd never get reliable running water. The easiest way to find them in a powerless apocalypse was to ask someone who would know, like the workers inside. The elderly couple who'd been browsing the plants now pushed a giant stainless steel barbecue grill right by me and toward the workerless outdoor registers. I said hello to be polite, but neither of them would look up at me. Maybe they didn't know the registers back there were out of service, or maybe they'd been loitering by the back door until they knew Javon had left. Their blatant act put the day into perspective. Fort Myers was teetering toward chaos and collapse. I'd been in search of survival gear to get us through what was coming, but so many people were oblivious to its approach. The couple and their barbecue might do all right, since the grill could be useful to them, but the woman with her light fixture was heading nowhere. Sadly, the more clueless people there were, the better it was for me, since it left the important stuff on the shelves for me to collect. I experienced a pang of guilt at having such a big advantage from reading my books, which is why I didn't mind taking a few acceptable risks to help the little guys avoid harm, like the workers under Javon. It helped even out my karma, which I would need if we hoped to survive the entirety of the disaster. The manager's office was above the checkout area, in a small suite with big one-way windows facing both inside and outside the building. I went up a narrow flight of stairs and came out in the sunlight-filled space, where Javon and 5 or 6 of his workers were huddled together. I took a quick look outside to confirm all the angry men were gone, but I was pleasantly surprised to see Ben coming toward us on the main road. "Hurry," I whispered to him. Changing directions, I glanced through the interior window and saw the men going the wrong way through the checkout lanes and heading deeper into the aisles of the store, like horses getting into their starting blocks before a race. "Shit, this is happening fast," I said to myself.
"Hey, y'all shouldn't be up here,"
Javon said when he heard me. A nearby desk was stacked with bricks of cash, which I could only assume came from the transactions done lately without the benefit of credit cards. I laughed to myself. They had no idea how security worked, which was incredible for the manager of a store. He hadn't even thought to lock the door up to his secret meeting spot full of $100 bills. If I'd been the type of person to use my gun for bad purposes, I could have shot all of them without anyone knowing about it, and stolen a fortune.
"Are you lost?"
The kindly older gentleman with the faded uniform took a few steps in my direction, as if he thought I was a lost customer.
"Can I point you toward something?"
"Actually, you might be able to help me. Do you know where I can get 4 or 5 pump handles? Me and my friends are building a few wells, and we've got most of the parts here in your store, but I couldn't find the handles, which are pretty important." I chuckled to keep myself in line with the role of a lost customer.
"Well, we used to carry them," the older guy replied. "But don't got no help for thieves."
Javon spoke to me in an incriminating way.
"Did y'all take all y'all wanted?"
The guy was back to passive-aggressive mode, but I didn't have to put up with it. "Here." I pulled out a few $100s, which was more than enough to cover what I'd taken. Sand was cheap, and the other pipes and fittings and whatnots couldn't have been more than $200, pre-apocalypse. The pump handles probably would have been the most expensive items on our list.
"Now, keep it,"
the manager complained.
"I told you, it's too late."
I looked at the other workers. "Here, someone take my money. I don't want your boss calling me a thief, because this isn't why I showed up to your store." No one would take it. I pointed through the inside window. The men who'd gone into the aisles were already coming back, and they hauled expensive power tools and construction materials, as if they'd been inside earlier to pick them out. "I came up here to warn you about those men. I saw them outside. They're armed, and they're bad news. If it were me, I'd be abandoning this place like the Titanic." Everyone looked downstairs.
"You ain't the captain of this ship,"
Javon scolded without looking at me.
"They've been coming in here for days. You've only seen them for 5 minutes."
One of the first men to arrive at the checkouts was the same overalls guy who'd been stirring everyone into action. He stood behind one of the rare yellow carts, and he had his overflowing with electrical panels, wiring, and dozens of other items I couldn't pick out. He came up to the register and placed a few things on the scanner, but the young lady stationed behind her dead screen made no move to ring them in. From my vantage point, I knew she wouldn't be able to scan anything since the power was off. But what I couldn't figure out was why she was standing there at all. The young woman looked up at us, as if she was silently begging for help.
"Tell 'em we're closing for the day,"
Javon said, as if rooting for a player in a game. The man with the loaded cart was evidently yelling at her. He also waved a credit card in the woman's face, as if that would change her mind. Javon huffed and adjusted his glasses, clearly disappointed she wouldn't do what he wanted. "Get her out of there," I insisted. "If you're closing the store like you say, get your people together and lead them out the front door. Let someone else deal with missing inventory. Am I the only one with brains in this booth?" Javon whipped his head toward me.
"I told y'all, they've been threatening to steal from us for days, just like y'all."
To make his point, He stuck a finger out at me, which had a huge stone-encrusted gold ring on it. "For the 10th time, I'm not taking anything from your store without paying for it. Here's the money. See?" I held it up again, hoping the witnesses in the room would back me up if Javon ever sent the police after me. I saw sympathy in the eyes of the other workers, like they'd all gotten that finger pointed at them many times before. Javon motioned to his team. "Come on, everyone. They ain't leaving, so we'll have to put a stop to all this right now." Javon stormed by without even a glance. A little part of me wanted to shove the money in the guy's shirt pocket, but I'd learned long ago not to invade a stranger's personal space. Besides, I'd made a good faith effort to square up. If he was going to refuse my money, I didn't have to throw it at him. "You guys don't have to stick with him, you know," I said to the workers. "Those men are armed with hammers and axes, and they're going to take what they want, whether you tell them the store is closed or not. So get the hell out of here." The employees all filed out of the room after their boss, some dragging their feet on the tiles, none looking too happy about their orders. "Don't say I didn't warn you," I shouted to the jackass leading them down the stairwell. I'd done my best to warn him about the looming threat that had been building on his doorstep, but his ability to think rationally had been cut off at the knees by the EMP, same as so many others we'd met lately. It was like they'd spent the night partying and binge drinking with a smoking hot date called civilization, but they were now waking up confused by the unfamiliar bedsheets and the naked Coyote Ugly figure called Anarchy sleeping next to them. I would have felt sorry for him and the others if their living in an alternate universe didn't affect the lives of me and my friends in the real world. I spent a few seconds watching the indoor scene below. More of the men emerged from the aisles and tried to put their fines next to the 2 checkers still on duty, and they constantly waved their credit cards around, but neither of them seemed willing or able to help the guys. If Javon didn't back down, there was going to be violence. My only thought was getting back to the truck to help load everything. I hurried down the stairs, but as I came out of the customer service area, I ran into the older worker I'd spoken to seconds earlier. I thought maybe he was having a medical situation, by the way he propped himself against an end cap display for a professional home alarm system. "Can I help you?" I said with concern. "That's my line, son," he said in a friendly voice. "But no, I'm good. I'm trying to decide if this is really the end of the world as we know it, and what I'm going to do if it is. Following Mr. Jackass into a confrontation with armed men might not be the best option for my long-term chances." "At least someone listened to me," I said with relief. "Yep. All you had to do was use your eyes, and you could tell those men mean business now. The past 2 days those contractors have been patient with the different managers working this place, and we've been patient with them. But our staff has been dwindling away, and now we're down to the last manager." "Javon," I said with a knowing tone. "You got it," he agreed. I gave the man a once-over and took a chance on his background based on his words and aloof attitude. "You really think this is the end of the world as we know it? TEOTWAWKI?" He whipped his head my way, then gave me a similar appraisal, as if deciding if I could be trusted. "Teotwaukee, yep. End of the world. I've been getting ready for this since the 90s when I retired. Fell on hard times since then, though, as you can probably guess by this vest." "Are you ready for what's coming?" I said in a low voice, as we both turned to watch the checkout lanes. I needed to get back to my truck, but I held out some hope my words had sunk in with the manager. "I'll do all right in the short term, but I don't expect I'll live long. It's only me and my dog in a little trailer on a bit of Florida bog. If more than 2 men come to try to take it from me, I'm not sure I'll be able to stop them." "You armed?" I asked. He smiled. "Is this Florida?" "Say no more," I answered. His name tag said Cam. "But even that won't keep the wolves at bay. I can be burned out. My walls can be shot through. Hell, they could tip me over." Cam cinched his belt. "Still, I can't worry about what might happen out there. But I can tell you with all certainty what will happen here in this store. Javon is about to get himself knocked around." "I'm not a fan of him either," I said flatly. "But I didn't want you employees getting hurt because of his dumb actions, which is why I tried to warn you all about the armed mob." "I'm sure he'll listen." Cam's voice was all sarcasm. "I've known the guy for 6 years. Not once has he taken my advice about anything, so I'm done trying." To make his point, he unbuttoned the front of his yellow vest, yanked it off, and then threw it on a nearby shelf. "Damn," I said in my easygoing voice. "Is there anything he has done right? If I was in charge here, I'd have locked this place down the second the power went off, and brought in all my friends to defend and run the place. If you kept it intact, it would be a literal gold mine for trade if the power was gone." We both looked toward the current manager, who thought much smaller. "Would have been nice," he said in a wistful tone. I reappraised the situation before addressing Cam. "What can he do now, though? They'll probably threaten him with a good beating. Then he'll have to let them take the products out the door." I was no fan of theft, but I was even less of a fan of dying. The smart play for Javon was to let the men take what they wanted, to reduce the threat of severe injury upon himself, repeating the idea of Tyler's gross, yet accurate version of a release valve. Who would want to die for any of the cheap Chinese-made junk littering the store shelves anyway? "I'd be shocked if those men don't have heavy artillery hidden on them somewhere," Cam remarked in a quiet voice. "Like I said, this is Florida." "That's another cue for me to leave," I said as I stepped back. He stood up from his lean. "Oh, before you go, I wanted to tell you it's smart to build a well, if what you said upstairs was true." "It was?" I interjected. "If you're looking for well pumps, go a few blocks down to the Tractor Supply shop. We used to carry 'em here, but that was back when this place was a real hardware store. Today the shelf space is taken up by 600 kinds of holiday decorations, every style of carpet you could ever want, and 50 types of home security systems." He knocked the sign for the security items on display behind him. "What about 55-gallon barrels? Those are the other things I couldn't find here." "It's your lucky day. You'll find them at the same place. They even have the square 275-gallon cage totes for easier management of your water. Probably got ones larger than that, too." "Thanks," I said. "No problem." He started off, but halted before going very far. "Wait, how the hell are you going to carry it all?" "I'll find a way," I said, to be intentionally vague about my transportation. "You look like the type of man who would. Well, good luck to you. I've got to get my lunch pail up in the office." He went back into the customer service area. I wanted to tell Cam to wait, or at least learn where he lived. Since the guy seemed to walk the walk, he might have been a good person to know, a good person to ally with. The only reason I didn't chase him down was due to the yelling and cursing. I searched for Javon, sure he was at the center of the trouble. The manager stood near the exit, screaming at the group of men. His glasses had fallen off at some point, causing him to squint, making him appear even more frazzled. "You all cannot buy that shit. I want you to leave it at the registers and walk out of my store this instant." The man stomped the tile with his dress shoes. The goateed man in tan overalls stood his ground by a cart full of electrical panels, fuses, and other supplies necessary to string some lights or run some cables. We've been more than patient with your store, mister, but this has been going on for 2 days. I've got clients waiting for me to do work for 'em, so I can get paid, see? It's time for you to make arrangements for us to buy what we need using credit cards." He held up his card one more time. 2 or 3 people slinked out of the main entrance carrying little things they'd taken. But Javon's anger was solely focused on the man in the overalls. By all appearances, they knew each other from past encounters, which was why neither seemed willing to back down. "I told you, put down the shit," Javon repeated. "Or else." The tan man spoke with defiance, loud enough for all to hear. "Or else what?" I backed away a few steps, but was unable to turn around and run. "Or else this." Javon jumped on one of the checkout counters with surprising agility, then pulled a slick-looking revolver out of his front pocket. The shoppers near the registers all recoiled at the sight of the gun. "Shit on a stick," I murmured. The few remaining workers looked at their boss like he'd lost his mind. The 2 young ladies from the registers went straight out the front door and didn't look back. A 3rd worker ran past me going the other way. "Good call on abandoning that tool," he said to me as he hurried by. Seeing the guy wildly waving the pistol was my final tip-off things were about to become violent. My immediate goal was getting back to the El Camino, which I hoped was loaded and ready for me to drive away. Most shoppers sensibly scattered to the 4 corners of the store, except those gathered around the manager, further confirming it was about to go down. At that moment, the civil defense sirens spun up, causing everyone to freeze in place again. However, they only lasted for a few seconds before shutting off. I was virtually the only person left in the no man's land between the front checkout showdown and everyone else. The only other people were 3 adult women who couldn't seem to decide which way to go. "Run!" I shouted to a trio of gawkers, as much for them as myself. They finally got moving. I sprinted down the main aisle and into the garden center. I ran by the seed display one more time, but skidded myself to a stop. After picking up another of the big plastic flower pots, I tipped the display sideways and let the seed packets rain into the container. If the world ever got back to normal, I intended to pay back everything we'd taken. So what was a few more bucks? A lone gunshot sounded from inside the store. Screams followed. "Oh, shit," I said, as I raced through the exit gate of Lawn and Garden. Anarchy had arrived, and I needed to get my friends and our supplies out of here. Chapter 11. 10 more gunshots rang out as I exited the garden center. I expected to find the El Camino parked and being loaded, but it wasn't there. "Where's Ben?" I asked the first person I saw, Carmen. She pointed out to the lot.
"He's coming."
"Son of a bitch. We should be gone by now." I'd seen Ben arriving while I was up in the manager's loft, but he must have been driving like it was a Sunday afternoon. He turned into the lot at the far end and was slowly making his way around the most distant edge of the parking area, as if casing the place. LeVar and Cairo waved non-stop to get Ben's attention. "He has to see us," I commented. More muffled gunshots came from inside the store.
"Did you defuse things in there?"
Carmen joked. "Very funny," I replied. "And actually, I stand corrected. I thought even an idiot would know when he was beat, but not the one in there. I tried to hold the place together while I thought you all were loading, but that asshole manager did everything he could to make it worse, so I had to cut my losses."
"Well, I'm glad you didn't risk your life for an idiot,"
Carmen replied. Like I promised before I went in, all I did was talk. I briefly recalled her innocent line about discussing a possible first date, but I couldn't become distracted by the finer things. Though the only people who listened to me were the workers. "That was enough for me," a man said from behind us. It was Cam. He'd come through the garden area and now stood by our cart as we flagged down our ride. He held a bunch of yellow shopping bags, as if he'd picked up a few things on his way out. "And it looks like you do have a ride," he continued, easily putting the pieces together about what we were doing with carts of supplies and waving to someone on the parking lot. "Sorry, I would have mentioned it, but I didn't know you," I tried to say. "Say no more," he laughed. "I understand security, believe me. I'm just passing through, so I won't keep you. But I do envy your dream team. Mine is one mangy old dog." "These are my neighbors," I answered matter-of-factly. "I wish I had pretty neighbors like yours." He paused for a second, then kept talking. "I've got to get out of here right this second, and I suggest you and yours do the same." "We're trying," I shot back. I was tempted again to learn more about him, but we were at the most critical moment of our operation, the getaway. My pretty neighbors were about to get dirty while loading our pile of supplies. A man howled in pain from near the front door. "Good luck to you," he said, trotting away. "You too," I called out. Cam hurried toward the property next to the garden center, sensibly putting distance between himself and the unfolding disaster at the hardware store. "Hurry up," I said to Ben. Once on our side of the lot, Ben finally sped up and raced to our location. He only slowed at the last second, then cut the wheel hard to the right so he could back it to our carts of supplies. At the same time, men and women spilled out the front doors, yelling and screaming. With the doors open, the sound of gunfire grew louder. Windows shattered in the parking lot. A group of men used crowbars to smash glass in several different vehicles, like they'd been waiting for the opportunity. And our urgency wrapped itself around my stomach, like a rope. "Shit, we have to load this up and scoot," I said to my team as we gathered by our stuff. Many of the shoppers went directly out onto the lot, but others headed our way. I cursed the fire that had prevented us from loading in the rear of the store, since there was no way to hide what we were doing while in front of the place. Ben hopped out the second the truck was off. "Sorry for the delay, but there are some shady people lurking out in the lot, and I didn't want them to know where I was going until the last second." He pointed to the window smashers I'd been watching. "Good job, Ben. Now, everyone load like your lives depend on it." Ben brought the rear tailgate down. LeVar moved the overloaded flat cart as close as possible, then chucked in the topmost bag of gravel in like it was a little beanbag, rather than 80 pounds of rock. I stood on the other side of the cart and lifted one in. LeVar was already on his third before I grabbed a second one. But we had a stack as high as my chest to clear.
"Frank, those men!"
Carmen pointed toward a group of angry men hurrying in our direction. They'd walked into the lot, past several abandoned vehicles, and were on a direct path for us. "Shit, shit, shit," I exhaled. Even as fast as LeVar was going, there was too much to load in the few seconds it would take for the men to arrive. The girls were helping unload the shopping cart, which was overflowing with goods, so they couldn't help. "Should we cut and run?" Ben asked. If we hopped in and dumped most of our stuff, we'd easily escape, but then we'd lose our potential gains, and all our risks would have been for nothing. We'd probably never get another chance at this. I tossed a few bags in, but knew it wasn't going to be enough. LeVar might knock out his half twice as fast as me, but even that couldn't outpace the surging crowd coming toward us. "Guys, I'm going to slow them down," I said.
"What?"
Carmen squealed. She tried to stop unloading the shopping cart, but I gave her one of my patented stern looks. "Trust me, this will work. Please finish putting all that in the truck." At first, I didn't think she would listen, but the approaching men made her reconsider. She practically dove in the cart to empty it. The guys were seconds away from arriving, and I gave the people a once-over. There wasn't enough time to read the situation and plan beyond a few basics. "Carmen, move the cart to the far side and stand over there with Ben while you load." I pointed to the far side of the truck, relative to the 10 or 15 men heading our way from in front of the store. Ben had already been standing over there, since he'd been helping situate the supplies LeVar and I had been tossing in the bed.
"What should I?"
she started to ask. "Follow my lead," I whispered.
"Got it,"
she said in a similar hush. My friends were getting good at reading the room. "And," I said in a quiet voice, "if things go sideways, you guys get out of here and leave me behind." I avoided looking at Carmen, since I knew what her response would be. Instead, I pulled my Springfield out of its holster, while I faced away from the men and placed it in my front pocket, where I could keep my other hand on it. Then I pretended to shift stuff around in the bed, while watching the men arrive. "Hey, Magnum P.I., Goatee the electrician shouted. I took a deep breath to keep myself from looking worried. "Me?" I said as I gave the mob my full attention. There was little coordination between all the people who'd come out the front door. Of those who'd been coming our way, a good number continued inside the garden center, as if they were going to circle back around to the inside. A few even headed out into the parking lot, to points unknown. However, 4 of them stopped to talk to me, including the guy who'd called me out. "Hey, I'm Frank," I said to be friendly. "I wouldn't think a young fella like you would even know who Magnum P.I. was." I constantly watched my sides, certain some of the walkers intended to get around behind me. "Sup? My grandma watches that shit all the time. Old guy with a Hawaiian shirt. His car is nicer than yours, though." I let the age remark roll off my back, since being 52 did seem old to people in their 30s, like him. Some of the mechanics used to call me Grandpa to rib me back in the shop. It was good, clean fun, and while I never told them the truth, being a grandpa was a goal of mine. Someday. The insult to the El Camino was of more concern, but I held back from getting defensive. "And your name is?" I asked, trying to keep him talking while my friends continued loading. "Steve." Neither of us held out our hands to shake. He stood about 10 feet away, and I didn't want to pull him any closer. I already had a rifle, so they knew I was armed. They had to expect it wasn't the only gun on me. Several loud pops erupted from the far side of the lot, as if a second gunfight was in progress, but I couldn't let it distract me from the much nearer threat. "Well, Steve, I'm glad you escaped the shooting," I said, as if talking about the weather. "I'm tired of dealing with these assholes," Steve spat. "First my truck dies in the parking lot, then we've been trying to buy our materials for days. We're contractors just trying to make an honest living." "I know what you mean," I said in my best, I feel your pain tone of voice. After dealing with Javon myself, I was naturally inclined to take Steve's side in whatever dispute he had with the guy. "The hell you do? You've got a working truck. You're taking shit from the store without anyone harassing you. I'd say you have no idea what working men like us have been going through." It struck me they'd come out of the store without any of their items, so they'd probably been intimidated by the manager with the revolver. "I have some idea," I replied. There were 100 things I could tell him about my background and dealing with the problems of the working man, but I tried to take my own advice and read the room. Steve's 3 friends looked every bit as pissed off as their leader. Each of them wore dirty long pants, heavy boots, and sweat-stained t-shirts, as if they'd all come from the same job site. Steve's overalls might have made him their supervisor. None of them seemed anxious for me to explain why I was loading my El Camino. The drone of the emergency sirens came on again, ran for a few seconds, then shut off. Steve searched the skies, as if the sirens were up there.
"Damn it, this is all getting insane."
He pointed around me.
"But you could do us a big service if you let us borrow your ride."
Based on the sneers and burning anger on all their faces, Steve wasn't really asking. Any sympathy I had for him drained away. I'd put my hands in my pants pockets as I stood talking to them, but I was ready to sweep out my Springfield if they came any closer. They were well within the 21-foot rule, but I wasn't ready to escalate things by pulling out my pistol. I had to trust my friends would watch my back if the four men tried to advance on me with knives, or worse. LeVar and Kyra nearly had the cart unloaded at the back bed of the truck. Oddly enough, I also noticed a bunch of regular folks standing in the parking lot of the Craft Mall next to the hardware store. About 50 people, including a bunch of kids, stood around like they might be lost. Cam was farther down that lot, still walking fast in the opposite direction. I motioned to Steve as I moved to the front of the El Camino. "Let's step up here and talk about it." My pulse pounded in my temples like a pair of competing snare drums. While I was someone who liked to always have a plan, I wasn't able to think much beyond my desire to draw attention away from my friends as they finished loading. By bringing him to the front, I hoped he would dial back his talk of borrowing anything. I gave Ben and Carmen a nod as I went. "I think we got off on the wrong foot, Steve. What's really going on here?" I waved to the hardware store, so he knew I was talking about goings-on other than my ongoing operation. "Maybe I can help." Another reason I'd moved was to see where he was keeping his hammer. It wasn't in his hands, and I didn't think he would have set it down before storming the store again, so it had to be on him somewhere. When he was sideways, I saw it swing as it hung from his belt at about his 8 o'clock. He was deliberately keeping it on his far side, relative to me. My muscles waited for the order to spring into action.
"The only thing that can make this right is if the manager releases his stock to us using credit. I've already said it a dozen times, dude. I came here to get supplies for a contract I'm working on, like I've done for the past 10 years. For them to cut me off is total bullshit. I've got people counting on me to finish work for them, or I don't get paid."
I had issues with the manager too, I tried to explain, but he cut me off.
"I don't give a shit," he snapped. "We need your damn truck. You can either back away so we can take it peacefully, or I'll get every out-of-work contractor in this store and make you give it up."
The lump in my stomach hardened to granite. He pointed to my rifle.
"Yeah, I'm not afraid of your guns. It'll be 100 to 1.
There was no question in my mind Steve was cocky, after a lifetime of getting his way. Maybe he was the little Hitler who ran job sites like his own personal kingdom. Maybe he was another sleepwalker who didn't quite understand cockiness could get you killed, now that the law had taken an extended coffee break. Whatever his deal, his lack of fear in facing me down was going to be a problem. The sirens spun up and ran for a few seconds.
"Jesus!" Steve exclaimed. "I can't stand that noise!"
LeVar slammed the liftgate behind me.
"Guys, saddle up,"
I ordered over my shoulder.
"We're getting out of here."
I looked Steve square in the eyes.
"I'm not sticking around. We cool?"
He spit on the ground between us.
"No!"
I heard my friends get in the passenger door, as well as climb into the bed. I waited a few extra seconds until I knew they were settled and ready to roll out. If I got jumped by the extra men, I wanted to make sure they could still get away. Blood thumped in my neck and behind my temples.
"Just take it easy,"
I said in a dry tone. My vision narrowed. If he went for the hammer, I'd have to shoot. I still counted on my friends to watch the other guys. We'll be out of your way in 20 seconds, so there's no need to involve anyone else, I said in a calm voice as I backpedaled slowly toward my door. Steve was all smiles. Cool, he grinned. He didn't reach for the hammer. In fact, he took a few steps to his side, as if going back to his friends. No, Steve roared, and he flung himself at me at the same time. My hand came out of my pocket. I'd never been in a serious fight since I was a teenager, but I did work for many years with tough-as-nuts mechanics and drivers who did all that MMA fighting, and their best advice was to avoid a fight whenever possible. Their second best advice, if a fight came to me, was to end it fast. The last rule was double important when the assailant might try to steal your gun. I planted my feet and swung my fist. Since I'd already had a grip on my pistol and I didn't have time to properly draw, I used it to strengthen my physical strike. His desperate lunge met the polished steel of my Springfield. The contact with his nose made a satisfying crack, and the solid crunch reverberated in my elbow, shoulder, and back muscles. Blood splattered all over his face. "Oof!" he blurted with dumb surprise. Steve fell sideways, groaning in pain, while his friends went for their weapons. My friend shuffled around in the El Camino, but I didn't look back. I retreated to my door without letting Steve or his friends out of my sight. Carmen appeared above me, standing in the truck bed with her pistol extended from both arms, like one of Charlie's angels.
"I've never shot anyone, but you boys can be the first."
Steve's three allies froze in place. They'd been hiding screwdrivers, a hammer, and a pipe, but they didn't dare use them against semi-automatic weapons. I had my pistol out too, but I was willing to bet Carmen made the men forget I was even there. Steve scrambled backward with one hand on his face and one holding his hammer.
"You broke my damn nose, asshole!"
"You attacked me," I said in a direct voice. "Don't even think of using that hammer, buddy." Ben was across the hood with his .30-30 aimed at one of the henchmen. LeVar was also in the truck bed, kneeling. His Glock was drawn between the garden center and the four troublemakers, no doubt hedging his bets about where more rabble-rousers might come from.
"They have guns!"
a man shouted from elsewhere on the lot. A woman shrieked.
"They are attacking those men!"
It was pure confusion, but I got the feeling the frantic woman saw my friends and me as the bad guys. More gunshots rattled from in the store, creating more screams and howls. Whatever mess Javon had stirred up, it hadn't ended when Steve and his pals were driven from the store. I needed to get my friends in the truck and vacate the premises immediately. "As you can see, my friends have my back," I said to Steve matter-of-factly. "All you have to do to survive this encounter is let us get out of here. Sound good?" Without waiting for an answer, I hopped into the front seat and started the engine. "Carmen, sit down," I advised through the rear window. Steve and his boys backed away a few paces, but their eyes were full of spite that me and a working truck were about to get out of their grasp. Ben slid into the front seat next to Kyra, who'd kept herself low during the fracas.
"You'd better not come back here," Steve croaked, "or I'll make sure you are sorry you did."
He spit blood to make his point. It was another decision point for me. The bastard had all but announced his intention to harm me, and without active law enforcement, I had no one but myself to count on for protection. Was I within my rights to shoot the man where he stood, as a means of self-defense? But then wouldn't one of his buddies take up the cause? Could I shoot them to be sure? There would be witnesses. They already thought I was the bad guy. Would I have to kill everyone on the parking lot to cover my ass? Despite my spiraling train of thought, I had no intention of starting a war. "Hang on," I said to my friends. I kicked into first gear. Someone shot a gun from the middle of the parking lot. "Shit!" I shouted. "Get down!" The woman had alerted those men to us, clearly mistaking us for the aggressors. Now the men who'd been breaking car windows thought it was open season on us. I hunched as low as I could. The man fired his pistol like clockwork from about 100 yards away. The repeating booms made me miss getting a clean shift into second gear, which cost us some time. We sped across the parking lot toward the exit. A bullet punched through metal up near the hood. "Damn, he's good," I said with a mix of horror and amazement at the guy's aim. It took a few seconds to get to the exit. I waited for one of those lucky shots to tap me. The man must have had a double-stacked pistol, based on how many shots he'd gotten on us. He only stopped shooting when we made the right turn, and I put a stalled vehicle between us and him.
"Nice driving," Carmen announced from the back.
"Are you all okay?" I shouted the second I thought we were clear. Everyone said they were fine, and my lungs deflated with relief. I looked to my right. Flames rose up 100 feet into the air in the subdivision directly behind the buildings. There might have been some additional commercial structures between us and the homes, but it was hard to tell with all the smoke. The people standing on the surrounding parking lots had fled the fires. It only became obvious with some perspective.
"That was insane," LeVar mused.
"Thanks for the backup with Steve," I said to them all.
"I almost blew his head off," Carmen gasped, "but I didn't want to hit you."
I couldn't fault any of my friends for how they reacted to an unpredictable situation. We were all alive, which was all I cared about. I unwound some of the tension in my gut before replying. "You all did great," I announced.
"You should know,"
Ben leaned in front of Kyra.
"Those sirens are beeping out a code."
I glanced his way.
"Really? You mean the civil defense horns?"
"Yes," he replied.
"They went in sequence. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short."
"SOS," we said at the same time. As I drove away from the hardware store, I considered the new information.
"Anyone know who runs those sirens?" I asked. "The South Point Town Hall has a police station attached to it," Ben remarked. "It would be logical to assume all of the civic duties are coordinated through there."
Almost on cue, the sirens went off again. The second they shut off, Ben spoke up.
"That's the start of another S, I'd wager. They are repeating the message until someone comes and helps them."
I took a few moments to consider before replying.
"My gut tells me we need to stay far away from those sirens. If the police are calling for help, there's nothing the 5 of us can do for them. We know where the Tractor Supply store is located, so I'm heading directly there."
"Are you sure?" Ben asked.
100%. The only thing that matters is getting our stuff back to our street. We can't stick our nose where it doesn't belong." "Even if it might help us learn more about the EMP?" Carmen asked from the rear window. "Isn't that one of your objectives?" "The SOS tells us everything we need to know for now." "It does?" she asked with surprise. "What does it tell you?"
I paused for a moment.
"If the police can't even help themselves, it means we are truly on our own."
Chapter 12. I had fully intended to drive directly to the Tractor Supply store, but Carmen's suggestion that we might learn more about the EMP made me run the numbers again. If there was one thing I was learning out on the road, I needed to stay flexible when conditions on the ground changed, and new opportunities presented themselves to us.
"Slight change of plan," I said as I turned us down a side street. "If Ben is right about the SOS coming from the police station, maybe we could at least swing by to check it out. We may never get another chance to see what the city government is up to." "That's smart," Ben said without looking over to me. His eyes were focused on the houses we passed, like any good cowboy riding shotgun out in the Wild West.
I knew he wanted us to investigate the SOS cry for help, since he'd been the one to discover it. "The South Point City Administration building," Ben continued, "is a couple of blocks over." "Which way?" I asked. Ben pointed ahead. "How many blocks?" "I can't recall for sure. Evelyn and I had some issues with packages disappearing from our porch for a while. I wanted to report it to the police over the phone, but she made sure we went down to the station to complain." I looked over at my neighbor. "Did they find out Trevor was taking them?" "They took some notes, but nothing ever came of it," he replied. "I bet it was Trevor. He's probably been a dick neighbor from day one." "Wouldn't surprise me," Ben answered. We drove around for a few minutes, always checking down the cross streets to see if Ben recognized the neighborhood. After many blocks, he finally got excited. "There it is! I can't see the station, but I do see the park sitting next to it. The building itself is quite small, so it's hard to see with all the houses around here. But I'm sure this park is the one we're looking for." "All right, strap in," I said. "We're going to make a flyby." "Shouldn't we go in?" Ben pressed. "Not unless there's been a miracle," I said in a dry voice. "And Jesus himself is waving us into the entrance to the station." "Then why go at all?" he said with some frustration.
Yeah, why take the risk?"
Carmen asked from the back window.
"Didn't you just get done saying the police asking for help means they're screwed?"
"That's true," I allowed. "But the more I think about what you said, Carmen, the more I believe we need to at least see what's up. What if the SOS is to announce FEMA is on site, and it's safe to go there?"
"Oh, you were listening to me," she snickered.
"Of course I was," I replied. "And you're right. Intel is one of the top priorities on my list. When I said we'd swing by, I was being literal, since it will keep us far from potential trouble." "I wouldn't go anywhere near there," LeVar said from the back. "I wouldn't trust the cops for shit." "Even now, during a big disaster?" I asked, curious what he'd say. "Not even now," he went on. "The police haven't been around to help anyone the past few days. They didn't help protect me when I was searching for Kyra. They had nothing to do with helping you take care of Trevor. They're totally useless at their most basic job, you know? If we talk to them, I'm sure they'll find problems with at least two of us." "You and Kyra?" I guessed. "No," he laughed. "This time race is not our biggest issue. I'm talking about you and Ben, since you've got the most obvious guns hanging over your shoulders when you walk around." "The police aren't like that," Ben tried to interject. "They are," LeVar shot back. "All anti-gun people are like that." I didn't want my friends to argue about things they couldn't control, but I was glad to have different perspectives, so I could make an informed decision. "Can we come in from the park side?" I asked, already heading in that direction. "I suppose," Ben answered. "If you drive on the far side of the park, it will keep us 1 block over from the station, but you should still be able to see it okay." "You read my mind," I replied. So few people are open to the experience. It was a line my mother used to say. The homes in the area were borderline middle to lower class, and seemed like they'd been there far longer than the snowbird homes elsewhere in the area. Many had uncut lawns or sunken front porches, as if basic maintenance was a lost art in that part of town. However, they were also set back from the street by about 50 feet of lawn, and many had dense Florida-style jungles for their backyards, which helped conceal our approach. The station came into view as we came around the last corner. We were 1 street over. The building was about 100 yards to our right, and it sat not far beyond the little park running alongside the street. My first impression was they were having a festival. Hundreds of tents lined the far side of the park, closest to the building. People had gathered near the glass doors of the side entrance, where the grass of the park went next to a walkway surrounding the entire structure. "They're looting," Ben said right away. My heart missed a few beats. I kept us slow, at about 20, as I needed time to digest the new data. The building was only 2 stories tall, and the style was very basic, with tan brick walls, small, sad-looking windows, and no shrubs or decorations of any kind. The people were innocently gathered there. Desks, filing cabinets, chairs, and computers had been thrown out the glass doors and onto the lawn, like the station recently tossed its cookies. The small crowd appeared to be sifting through the debris. I expected the front parking lot to be crowded with police cars, and there were a few, but I didn't see any uniformed officers there or anywhere else. Instead, regular people leaned on the cars, talked nearby, or poked around inside them. "I agree," I finally replied. A cherry-red Jeep had its 2 rear tires on the front steps, with its swing-away rear door propped open. A pair of men put stuff in the cargo area and then ran back inside. Before we'd made it halfway past the park, people in the tents noticed us driving by, and they tried to flag us down. A few men ran across the park toward us. "And I've seen all I need to see," I finished. I'd reserved a tiny sliver of hope the SOS message came from a relief force of government agents, sent to help us get back to normal. But the scene of looting and people chasing us was closer to what I'd expected. "This place is toast."
Who's doing those sirens then? Carmen asked from behind me.
"No idea," I replied. "Maybe there are cops trapped inside. Maybe these looters are doing it to trap outsiders like us. Whatever the hell it is, we're not getting involved. Not our circus, not our monkeys." I gave the El Camino more gas. We'd been spotted, so there was no reason to keep the engine quiet. In seconds, we left the park, and we cruised behind more houses, putting the station out of our line of sight. "You made the right call by driving by," Ben said in a quiet voice. "I never would have thought the station was occupied by looters." "It's okay," I replied. "Everything is falling apart right before our eyes." It had been a minor risk to pursue the SOS, but worth it in the end. I now knew for sure there were no law enforcement officers coming to keep the peace anywhere in this part of the city. It was all up to us. "Let's head back to the main road," I said to my people. "We've got to get to the tractor supply store, and then haul ass back home, where it's a lot safer." I drove through the residential neighborhood, always to the north, so it wasn't long before we reached the main cross street again. Far to our left, dark plumes of smoke rose from the fires behind the giant hardware store, which meant the tractor shop was to our right. "We're as good as there," Ben crowed. "I can see the sign." I looked right and saw our destination. "Thank God," I said to myself. I made the turn and drove past some disabled cars using the middle turn lane, and we were a couple 100 feet from turning left into the parking lot of the tractor store when I heard the sound of gunshots from up ahead. "Oh shit!" I exclaimed. A black Jeep Cherokee was parked at the right edge of the roadway, across the street from the tractor supply store, but a bit farther down the road. A man in shorts and a black t-shirt stood outside his door, firing a shotgun at someone on the other side of the road. The gunman glanced our way when he heard us coming, and I thought he was going to turn and shoot at us. I couldn't make an early left into the tractor supply store, since a high chain-link fence surrounded it, and the only way in was at a stoplight on the far side, closer to the shooter. "Another change of plans," I announced as I jammed the wheel hard right. We rolled into a parking lot, which blocked us from being seen by the gunman. I drove past the fast food restaurant, went the wrong way in the drive-through lane, then exited to another 2-lane street, heading south.
"What do we do?" Carmen asked. "We have to go to that store, right?"
"Did anyone see shooters at the tractor supply store?" I asked. If there was a major gunfight in progress, the tractor store was going to end up off our list permanently. "The guy was aiming at the next building. LeVar advised from outside. He's right, Ben confirmed. You got a good look at them? Did you see who was in that other building? I was impressed they were so sure of their observations. I didn't, LeVar said with regret in his voice. Me either, Ben added. I'm just sure they weren't firing at the tractor place. I made a left turn, intending to snake around for a bit while we thought through our next move. But I happened to notice the black Jeep behind us, turning onto our street, as if to give chase. We've got company, I announced. You'll never guess who. Everyone in the car looked behind us. I made an emergency right turn at the next intersection to try to lose them. We've got to, I started to say. My stomach almost came up my throat as I pounded on the brakes due to an obstacle coming at us from the right. Kyra and Ben both braced their feet against the floorboard, as if wanting to help me slow the truck with their own imaginary brake pedals. A little boy on a bike cruised off his driveway and went in front of us like he was both blind and deaf to our approach. His parents had put a big red flag on a wire-thin pole behind his seat, but their lessons about looking both ways had obviously been ignored. The El Camino was far too heavy to actually stop in time, but my reaction gave the kid an extra half-second to clear our path as we passed by. If I would have reached out, I probably could have patted his back. God, that was too close, I said with relief. I let the car coast for 2 or 3 seconds, amazed at the kid's luck. But with the street clear ahead, I stomped on the gas pedal again. Hang on, I cried out. My passengers slid back in the seat with our acceleration. The El Camino gulped down gas as we jumped up to 60 miles per hour. But the 50-year-old vehicle was burdened by all the rock bags in the bed, plus 5 people. I had to bleed off most of the speed as we approached my intended left turn. I'm going to try to lose them, I said over the roaring engine. My hope was to make another turn before the Jeep could see which way we went. But I couldn't take it on 2 wheels like a sports car, so my turn was clumsy and slow. Despite doing no better than 25 on the curve, Kyra sat next to me with her legs braced against the floor again, body rigid, like she was in danger of flying out of the cabin. Did it see us? I yelled to those in the back when I knew we were clear. Yeah, LeVar said with disappointment. But we almost made it. I goosed the motor again to get us up to highway speeds, happy the little kid on the bike had gotten across the street safely, but also aware he'd cost us our escape. The V8 roared as we shot down the straightaway, but I backed off when I saw more kids playing in the street ahead. Asshole! Someone shouted from a house. Slow down! Son of a bitch, I cursed, braking even more. The kids hopped out of the roadway as I arrived. 5 or 6 youngsters gave me sideways glances, as if unsure if a man in a moving vehicle could possibly be real. Or maybe they were surprised to see adults peeking out above the rear railing, like we were playing games with them. The Jeep turned onto our street to continue the chase. The men behind us were armed with at least one weapon, and had shown a willingness to shoot it. And our high speed by itself was dangerous, so I wanted both of us far away from those children. The Jeep shared no concern for going too fast around kids, however. When I made the next turn, my pursuers had shaved off a lot of the distance between us. It crossed my mind to dump the sand. If those in the back threw them overboard, we could leave the old Jeep in our dust without the heavy load. But then we would return home with nothing to show for our trip out, which would be a failure. Now my blood pressure spiked, knowing we couldn't outrun or outmaneuver our pursuer. I'm going to get them off our backs, I said to reassure everyone, including myself. My rifle was where I'd left it behind my seat. Be ready for anything, I yelled as the motor cranked back to straightaway speed. It took me a couple of extra turns before I found what I was looking for. As we approached several cars parked on both sides of the road, I slammed on the brakes, sending everyone in the back against the rear window, Ben and Kyra braced themselves against the dashboard. "Sorry," I chuckled. I put the truck in park, hopped out, then grabbed my rifle from behind the seat. "Be right back," I added. As the Jeep came around the last turn, it briefly tried to speed up, but the driver quickly jammed on the brakes when he realized I was stopped in the middle of the street. The large tires howled during the brief skid. I set my rifle on the windowsill of my open door and looked down the scope to see what we were dealing with. The black Jeep was about 100 yards away, so I had a solid view of the two men inside. "Don't try anything," I muttered. The shapes briefly spoke to each other, perhaps to decide whether or not I was serious. I tried to see if anyone was in the back row of seating, but the windows were heavily tinted, so I couldn't make out anything beyond the two in front. After that brief discussion, the driver put the Jeep in reverse and began to back away.
"Shouldn't you shoot them?"
Kyra asked from inside the cabin. The police weren't coming, so in theory I could shoot them dead for looking at us wrong, and no one would ever know. However, we hadn't yet reached absolute lawlessness, or our tires would have been shot out from under us the second we'd left our subdivision. As long as some semblance of the law was still in operation, it benefited us to stick with it. We can't hurt or kill someone simply for following us. For all I know, these two men were the good guys in whatever shootout we interrupted by the tractor supply store.
"Then shouldn't we ask?" Carmen volunteered. "Maybe they're following us to get our help."
"We can't take a chance I might be wrong," I replied with sadness in my voice. Much as I'd kept Steve as far away as possible, I wanted every stranger far away from me. If they were here to get our help to go fight their enemy, I was giving them my answer. If they were here to do us harm, I was also giving them an answer. Ben leaned in front of Kyra to speak to me. "What if they're the bad guys?" The Jeep backed around a corner, out of sight. "Anything is possible," I answered diplomatically. "But they weren't shooting at us, so maybe they followed us to check out our ride."
"You think they were after our truck?"
Carmen asked in surprise. I climbed back inside, deep in thought on how to answer. Car thieves would be the new cattle rustlers, if my books had anything to say about it. And a working El Camino would be a juicy target anywhere we went. I knew it was going to be an issue from the second we'd rolled out of Drummond's garage. But now I had a true sense of how far someone might go to hijack our ride. The trick was to prevent those desperate rustlers from following us back to Clownfish Cove, or it would put our entire neighborhood at risk. "I don't know what they're after," I eventually answered her. "But this truck is our ticket to survival, so let's stay alert and make sure no one has a chance to take it while we're stopped or while we're on the move." After driving us a couple of extra turns to be sure the Jeep couldn't find us again, I went directly toward the tractor supply store. I drove us to a parking lot across the street from it, but I didn't head over the main 4-lane avenue to finish the trip.
"What is it, Frank?"
Carmen whispered. "Would you believe me if I said my spidey senses are tingling?" I replied.
"What the heck does that mean?"
she asked. The black Jeep was no longer on our tail, but we had no idea where it went. They couldn't have known we'd head right for the tractor supply store, but it was close to where the man had been shooting the shotgun in the first place, so maybe they'd come back to see if we'd do the same. Additionally, Carmen's innocent question had reminded me there were almost certainly others who were searching high and low for any working vehicles they could steal. If I were in that business, I'd set up shop on the longest street I could find, then wait until one appeared. The rustlers could be everywhere. I think we're being watched. Chapter 13.
"Watched?"
Carmen whispered. "You see something?" Ben asked. "It's just a gut feeling," I announced to all. "This road is so wide, there is no way someone isn't watching it."
Do we have any alternatives?
Carmen pressed. Short of waiting until it gets dark, I'd say we have none, I answered. We can't stop now, Ben said in a reasonable tone. No, we can't, I agreed. Our short discussion gave me a chance to study our surroundings. There were pedestrians walking here or there far down the roadway, but no vehicles on the move. It was a roll of the dice as to whether or not the Jeep was in the area, but it was one more risk I couldn't avoid. I took a last deep breath. Here we go, I warned. I kept the RPMs low as I drove the El Camino into the once busy intersection at the entrance of the Tractor Supply store. The cars had been turning in and out when the EMP went off, and many of them had rolled into each other at the edges of the parking lot. However, there was enough room to squeeze through, without scratching any of our expensive blue paint. Did anyone spot the Jeep? I asked when we made it across. No signs of a Jeep or of anyone watching, LeVar reported back.
Nothing from my side,
Kyra added. I took what they said with healthy skepticism, since every business within our eyesight probably had either owners or looters inside. The black Jeep could have been parked and waiting, as we did, so they would have been difficult to pick out of the crowd. Like so much of the apocalypse, I could easily overthink even a simple road crossing, so I took the win. I thought I saw someone duck down behind a marquee sign on the roof of the next building, a small strip mall with an insurance place, a comic book store, and one more with a name I couldn't see. I watched for a second and saw nothing, so it could have been my imagination, since my brain was flooded with more than its fair share of adrenaline. I had to return to my driving, as I'd almost clipped a parked pickup truck attached to a flatbed trailer hauling 2 riding lawnmowers. The Tractor Supply building was about 1/3 the size of the giant hardware store we'd visited earlier, with a front parking lot filled with contractor-grade panel vans, giant pickups overloaded with building supplies, and the occasional passenger car. By all appearances, the store was very busy at the moment the EMP went off. I'll pull us along the side of the building, I said, happy to go around the left side, since the guy on the roof, if he was real, was on the right side. A 6-foot chain-link security fence surrounded around every inch of the grounds, save for the exit by the stoplight. It also had a large selection of tractors, lawnmowers, and construction and farming equipment behind the main building. After picking my way through the main lot, I chose to park the truck near the back corner of the structure, so we weren't visible from the road, nor were we visible from the adjacent building with the ghost on the roof. The lot on the near side of the tractor building was less of a worry, as it was a small strip of stores with a bare roof, and there was nowhere to hide from our view up there. As soon as we were in position, I put the truck in park, but didn't shut it off. Guys, stay sharp, with weapons at the ready, I spoke through the rear window. Someone might come out and tell us to get lost, or worse, try to hijack our ride. As I'd learned from my experience with Luke earlier in the day, it paid to keep a close eye on your getaway vehicle.
No one is hijacking shit while I'm around,
Carmen bragged. After how you made those guys back at the hardware store piss their pants, I believe you, I said matter-of-factly.
Damn straight,
she cracked up. Kyra still remained a bit distant, but she chuckled with everyone else, which I was glad to see. I finally shut down the motor. LeVar immediately hopped out. Ben pulled the latch to open his door. Wait up. Nobody else get out, I advised. Now we listen.
For what?
Carmen whispered. Gunshots, near or far, I answered. Voices inside the store. People running around the back lot. Vehicles on the street out front. Right now, listen for everything. Maybe it was due to living on Clownfish Cove, but I was reminded of the movie Finding Nemo as we sat there. just as Nemo's dad would poke his head out of the anemone a few times to test if anything in the wider ocean would attack him or his boy. I was poking my head by waiting to see if any threats would present themselves. The alternative was to speed into the parking lot, jump out with guns at the ready, and storm into the place with no regard for the consequences. Neither appealed to me, but being quiet and listening for trouble didn't run the risk of dashing into a trap. My eyes were drawn to the land behind the property. A wide field stood between us and a line of trees forming the edge of the same forest that backed up to our subdivision. I tried to draw it in my head. The forest was shaped like a cube, and I lived on its left side. We'd driven south along that edge. Then we'd turned alongside the bottom of the square. The trees went on for another mile to the east, which told me we were near the bottom right corner. As the crow flies, we were 3 or 4 miles from home, if we cut across the forest in a diagonal. If only. Okay, I think we're good to get out, I said after what I thought was a suitable waiting period. Ben slid out his door, chuckling like he'd heard a good joke. I tell you, Frank, it seems like everywhere we go there are a few more people who want a piece of us. If we keep this up, we'll have half of Fort Myers wanting our heads. What's your point? I asked, my hackles rising despite myself. Oh, I only meant I haven't had this much fun in years. I feel like a kid out on an adventure. He turned serious. I'm not making light of the situation. People getting shot at are no laughing matter. But you have to admit this has been exciting. And we aren't even close to going home yet, I said as I became less defensive. We need rain storage barrels and those damn well hand pumps. Ben cocked his head a bit to one side. What do you hear? I asked, heartbeat already in the starting block of the next race.
Engine noise,
Carmen warned. We all scrambled to get behind the El Camino. The distinct purr of an engine came from out on the main roadway. To my surprise, LeVar crouched as he looked behind us, rather than toward the street like the rest of us. It was the same defensive action he'd done while we dealt with Steve back at the hardware store. Thanks for watching our backs, LeVar, I said quietly. Ain't nothing, he replied. Moments later, the black Jeep showed up from our right on the main roadway. It was doing about 35 miles per hour, but it had to slow down while it picked its way through the jumble of cars around the intersection. I stopped breathing as the moving vehicle crept by the front gate, but then I lost sight of it around the front of the store. Stay here. I made a point of looking at Carmen, as I suspected she was the most likely one to follow me. I ran alongside the building until I was at the front corner. From there, I was able to see the Jeep pass the far end of the parking lot and keep going. However, before it got too far, the crack of a large-caliber rifle almost made me leap out of my boots. The big rear window of the Jeep disintegrated. The driver hit the gas and tires squealed as it turned right, out of sight. I wasn't sure how to feel about whoever had shot at the Cherokee, since I had no idea what the people in the Jeep were trying to do. But it did concern me the shot had come from my side of the street. It could have even come from inside the Tractor Supply store. We needed to organize. I hurried back to my friends. Ben, do me a favor and turn the car around. I want to be facing the street so we can giddy up and go if we run into trouble. Can do, he replied. LeVar, will you bring a ladder over here from that pile? I pointed to the outdoor corral where several 30-foot telescoping ladders were stored. I couldn't say for sure, but they looked like rentals based solely on their wear marks. He headed for the corral. Carmen, I want you up at the front corner of the building where I was standing, making sure no one walks up on us, okay? I pointed exactly where I wanted her to go. Stay low and out of sight. Maybe use the trash can as a shield. She smiled. I'll do my best, Frank. It left me and Kyra alone. "Kyra, I have an important job for you."
You want me to wait in the car?
She mused. "Hell no," I replied. "Are you afraid of ladders?" We both turned our attention toward LeVar, who jogged in our direction with the ladder held to his side. "Put it against this wall," I advised him. While he set it up, I turned to Kyra again. "Well, are you?"
No, I can climb. But what am I going to do up there?
Kyra had a Glock that matched the one LeVar carried. But of all the people on our drive, she seemed the least interested in having it out. I'd caught her a time or two glancing down at the weapon on her hip, as if a feral cat hung from her waist. "You won't have to fire your gun, since you'll be too far from anyone, okay?" She sighed with relief.
That sounds great.
"And," I went on, "your main job will be to warn us if anyone turns into the front parking lot, or if it looks like cars or people might be heading to this property from somewhere out on the streets. Sound good?"
I can keep watch, yeah.
LeVar took some extra time to ensure the aluminum ladder didn't slam against the concrete wall of the building. He also used his height to slide out the extra length of ladder with a minimum amount of noise. "Let's all go up there," I suggested. I led them to the roof. LeVar had no issues, but Kyra was almost certainly putting on a show about not being afraid of heights. The roof was only about 20 feet up, but her arms trembled as LeVar helped her dismount the ladder. "The roof is empty, so we've got that going for us," I assured them. "Try to stay low as we cross to the front." I hunched over as I walked the flat roof for about 50 feet. When I'd made it close to the short lip of the front wall, I crouched completely so I wouldn't easily be spotted from below. It wasn't entirely effective, though, since many of the stores elsewhere on the block were at least as high as the Tractor Supply store. A few strip malls had 2- or 3-story facades, which would give anyone standing on them a great view of our position. However, I didn't believe there were snipers in every hiding place out there, so I judged it reasonable we weren't under a direct threat. "What's your plan, Frank?" LeVar finally asked. "Want me to keep watch?" "No, sorry, LeVar. Your job is to help me load the heavy stuff again. Besides, you being 7 feet tall makes the roof the last place in the world you should be." We all laughed for a bit, at least until a series of gunshots chattered from the neighborhood behind the row of stores across the street. "Are the shots coming from the police station?" I wondered aloud. "It's out that way." "It could be," LeVar answered. "Or it could be any of the homes we passed. When we were driving around, people were antsy as they watched us drive by. Lots of them flashed their pieces, as if they thought we were going to get out and assault them."
"Frank!"
Carmen shouted from behind us, at the top of the ladder. "What's up?" I replied in the quietest voice possible.
"Ben told me he found something. He wanted me to tell you."
There was too much going on at once. "Shit," I complained. "We've got to move. Kyra, you—" I realized I was missing a trick. "Hey, LeVar," I said to him. "Is it all right with you if I put your wife on lookout up here?" He faced her. "You gonna be all right, babe?" She nodded. "You keep your head low, okay?" he instructed. "I'm right down the ladder if you need me."
"I can do this,"
she replied to him. It struck me I'd been moving too fast with her. She'd been quiet and reserved since the incident loading the truck at the hardware store. It was far better to have her listen to her husband, who didn't normally like letting her out of his sight when it came to dangerous situations. Eventually, when they both got used to what we were doing, I could feel more confident giving her tasks. "Awesome," I said. "And don't go wandering over to the far edge. I can't say for sure, but there might be someone on the next roof." The roof of the tractor shop was an extra story higher than the building next door, which made it impossible for us to see onto their roof, and impossible for them to see onto ours, as long as we didn't go near the edge. Since I didn't believe snipers were thick out here, I'd given Kyra what I hoped would be the safest job.
"I won't,"
she stated flatly. "See you in a bit," I said to her.
"Yeah, in a bit,"
her husband added. LeVar gave her a quick peck on the lips. Then he followed me back to the ladder. Carmen was most of the way down, but my attention went over to Ben. He hurriedly waved to me from outside a pair of back doors. "What is it?" I gestured, and Ben pointed inside the building. "Trouble," I whispered to LeVar. "Be ready for anything." I went down the ladder as fast as possible, while still maintaining my safety. I was tempted to slide down the side rails like a fireman, but I knew my risk of getting hurt would go way up if I screwed around even a little. As much as I hated OSHA and their usually overbearing safety requirements, nowhere needed those rules more than in the apocalypse. I had my pistol drawn as I arrived next to Ben, since his 30-30 was already out, and trained toward the store. "What's in there?" I asked when I got up next to him. The outer glass doors appeared normal, but the interior glass doors had been ripped off their hinges. Broken glass and bent metal littered the floor inside the small airlock between the two sets of doors. It took me a few seconds to mentally follow the trail of shards out the door and over to the ladder corral. The warped frames of two doors were lying on the ground over there. "I heard someone cry for help," he replied. "We've got to get in there," LeVar said immediately. "Wait a second," I answered, before he could walk away. "Let's take a minute to examine what's inside before we jump into anything we can't escape from." Again, I knew from reading numerous books there was always a chance someone could set traps to capture and harm other people. But we were only on day 3, and there hadn't even been a real collapse yet. Sure, gunfire was on the rise, and people were going to be scared as those sounds increased in frequency. But it was far too early for roving gangs to be staking territory in abandoned buildings. That said, it did not mean there weren't opportunists out there doing bad things. The people sacking the police station obviously had no qualms about literally taking the law into their own hands. "LeVar, you check out those windows over there, and I'll check them out over here. Ben, you keep an eye inside to see if anyone moves when we look in." I'd sent LeVar to check the windows nearest the ladder, as I knew he'd want to be on the side of the building with his wife. I walked along the 3 big windows on my side of the doorway. I stayed low and took a quick peek every few seconds, hoping my unpredictability would prevent someone having a good shot on me. It took about 60 seconds to run from one to the next, then back to Ben. "Did you see anything?" I asked LeVar as he returned. "Nope. You?" "No movement inside," I replied. I tried to think like a military person, since there was no time to discuss it democratically with the group. I'd covered the high ground with Kyra, so we'd have ample warning if anyone tried to attack us from the front of the building. Carmen was watching our flank. We checked the inside for obvious threats, while trying to minimize our risk from whoever might be in there. Our next move would be the most dangerous. On the other hand, we could get back in the truck, putting ourselves at 0 risk from the Tractor Supply store, but then we'd be right back where we'd started, same as if we'd dumped our load. I didn't need to take a vote to know my friends would not like that option. We had to take some calculated risks, such as entering a building where someone was already crying out for help, especially if that's where we had to go to get our gear. "We'll go in together," I said to my 2 friends. Carmen peeked around the corner, then ran over when she figured out what we were up to.
"Can I go in with you? I don't want to be out here alone."
A sparkle in her eyes suggested she was less concerned with being alone, and more worried about being at my side when trouble cropped up. Maybe it was smarter to send her back to her spot on the side of the building, but I decided to stack my team to go inside. I wanted more guns facing potential trouble, so we could take them out quicker. "I'll go first," I advised them. LeVar held the door open for me. I pieced together the origin of the broken entryway as I went through it. The inner doors had been locked, and someone wanted in. A person had to hold open the outer two doors, while others attached tow straps to the two inner ones. To rip it out of the frame, they'd need... Shit, I groaned. It had to be a vehicle. "Up against the shelves," I commanded. The last row of shelving gave us a good starting point to access the rest of the building, but it also gave us a place to see if someone was moving around elsewhere in the store. We were met with silence. I waited for a few seconds before I peeked around the corner to look down the center aisle toward the sun-drenched front windows. No one presented themselves. Carmen slid up next to me, followed by Ben and LeVar. "Other side." I waved the two men across the aisle while I aimed my pistol toward the front. Once on the other side of the main aisle, they were able to look down the same gap as me. A faint voice came from one side of the darkened store. "Help!" a man called out. "This way," I said to my friends. The back of the store seemed to be reserved for irrigation and lawn care. By wild coincidence, I spotted the distinctive red well handles lying on a low shelf, but my attention was totally on the voice. Muffled cries for help became louder as we approached the side of the retail outlet. Once we got through a section of work boots and safety vests, I zeroed in on the public restroom door in the rear corner of the store. "In there," I pointed. However, before going to the door itself, I walked to the end of the aisle and looked to the left, on the assumption someone would be waiting to catch us in a crossfire from that direction. I held my breath as I poked around the corner. No one shot me, and I let out the breath I'd been saving. "There still isn't anyone here," I reported. "No one behind us," Ben added. He and LeVar were both glancing over their shoulders, toward where we'd come in. It made me appreciate they both had good heads on their shoulders, and didn't need to be told what to do for every little thing. I'd worked with plenty of mechanics and drivers who couldn't tie their shoes without watching a YouTube video about it first, and it would have sucked to have to rely on people like that right now. "This might be a trap," I whispered as I pointed to the restroom. Even in the heavy shadows, I saw the situation. Whoever was inside had been placed there intentionally, and then someone had jammed a 12-foot 2x4 board between the door handle and the nearest shelving unit, so the door couldn't swing open. For me to get in, it was a simple matter of pushing it aside. But I took another calming breath. Whatever else was going on in the world, we were looking at a trap someone had set for another person. Who was to say there weren't 10 people already trapped on the other side of the door, and there were about to be 5 more? "How do you want to play this, Frank?" Ben whispered. I'd easily read 100 books on the end of the world, but none of them had this same exact scenario. It made me jokingly think of writing my own book, and including the result of whatever was going to happen next. "I have an idea," I replied. Chapter 14. In 30 seconds, I want you to talk to the man inside and tell him we are about to open the door. I whispered loud enough for my friends to hear me, but no one else. But don't actually open it. Carmen cocked her head. "Are you sure?" "Yeah," I nodded. "Me and the boys are going to make sure no one comes up behind you." "But I still shouldn't open it," she asked again. I put my hands on her shoulders and looked her square in the eyes. "It's very important you don't open the door, okay?" Her face brightened. "I understand." Good. I let her go. I brought LeVar and Ben closer to me. "We're going to make sure no one is lurking out there in the store. You want me to sweep the far side while you two are over here?" LeVar asked. It would have added to our surprise attack if someone was actually out there hiding, but it broke one of the cardinal rules of gun handling, which I wasn't willing to risk. No, we'll all stick together, so we don't shoot each other from across the building. I like that plan, Ben responded. Yeah, I guess you're right, LeVar added. Get ready. We all had our firearms out and at our respective ready positions. For this, I chose to use my rifle, since I had no idea if an ambusher would be on our end of the aisles or on the opposite side, and I needed to hit my target on the first try. I drew in a calming breath in those final seconds. Sure, I was doing the right thing by trying to assist the person behind the door. Using Carmen as a diversion seemed like the right play, since I was going to shoot dead anyone I found who was a threat to her. No one could get behind us to sneak up on her, since we were about to clear the whole store, starting at her position. And I reminded myself the odds were low this was an ambush. It made no sense for anyone to set up an elaborate scheme to take us down in a random Tractor Supply store. Everything of value was lying around, free for the taking, unless they knew someone with a working truck would show up, which was crazy. No one knew we were coming here, except the retiree worker from the hardware store. In a flash, I walked through the whole discussion we'd had. He knew we were coming, since it was his recommendation, but nothing about him suggested he was capable of such a crime. Plus, I deliberately didn't tell him about our truck, so it made no sense for him to be the culprit. Beads of sweat ran into my eyes. The inside of the store had no running air conditioner and no breeze, so it practically boiled with the humid Florida air. There was no point in overthinking. We had a plan, so it was go time. Let's see who's in there, I said to Carmen in a loud voice. My words were her cue to start the ruse.
I'll pull back the board, she answered.
I motioned for her to step away from the door, on the off chance someone tried to shoot her from inside. Sounds good, I play-acted my lines with Carmen. 3, 2, 1, I mouthed while looking at Ben and LeVar. With one last inhale, I started a jog down the side aisle, and my friends followed. Our footfalls sounded like claps on a bass drum, but I was committed to moving as quickly as possible. I peeked around the corner of the first aisle, held my gaze for a second or two to make sure no one was ready to spring a trap on us. Then I went to the next one. Blood pounded in my temples as my anxiety and stress hit their stride. If the bad guys hadn't been in the first row, there was a much better chance they were in the second. If they'd planned to jump us, they had to be close to our end of the store. But no one was there, either. Ben crossed the aisle before I could get moving again. He stopped and checked down aisle 3. LeVar leapfrogged to the fourth one. We naturally found a rhythm where we would take turns checking each new row. When it was my turn again, I held my breath as I peeked. No one was there. Behind us, Carmen was playing her part by continuing to ask questions to the man hiding inside. She'd done a great job of springing the trap, but since we kept drawing up on empty aisles, maybe there hadn't been one to begin with. I reached the front of the store, where the light came in through the large windows. Is there no one here? LeVar whispered as he came up behind me. Unless they are all hiding inside the bathroom, I said with doubt in my voice. Why would anyone ambush us by locking themselves in the shitter? Ben asked. There are better ways, I chuckled. But we've got to remember, not everyone is top-notch. Some idiot might plan an ambush from in there because he saw it on a cartoon or online video. Who knows anymore? That's the truth, LeVar laughed. We all returned to Carmen. She shrugged. Stand back from the door, I advised the person inside. "We are heavily armed and don't want you to get shot." My threat was mostly an empty one. While we were armed, I had no intention of shooting through the door, like in the movies. It was much easier to remove the big 2x4 wedged between the door and the end of the shelving unit. When it fell to the ground, I moved us all back. "Come out nice and slow, friend, with your hands up." I figured there was no harm in making certain the person in there couldn't come out running and shooting. If he tried to attack us, we were ready. If he tried to lure us inside, we'd be ready for that too. "We've got 12 guns pointing at your door." "I'm coming out," the guy announced. My finger was on the side of the trigger, and I knelt about 10 feet from the door. There was no possible way anyone could get out without catching some lead. The door opened about 6 inches. I aimed without the scope. "Come out," I yelled. "I am," he answered. A younger gentleman shoved the door open, but stopped and squinted against the brighter light of the main showroom. Being a tractor store, I'd been expecting a guy in denim overalls to emerge, but he was the exact opposite. The man wore black slacks and a white collared shirt with a loose-fitting red tie. Instead of a gun, he only carried a suit jacket over one shoulder. "I'm unarmed." Other than his attire, the guy was a mess. He had 2 black eyes, what looked to be a broken nose, and many dried splotches of blood on the front of his white shirt, as if he'd done some time in a fight club. "Holy shit," I blurted. He got as far as the wall next to the door before he had to lean against the water fountain.
"You okay, sir?"
Carmen asked with wary concern. None of us had gotten within 5 feet of the man, and I was happy to see our collective hesitance, since we still had no reason to trust him yet.
"You mind if I take a drink?"
he asked. "Sure," I replied. I turned to LeVar. "Can you go to the front of the store and keep an eye outside? Check the aisles once more, on the off chance we missed someone. I'll call for you when we're ready to start loading." "Will do," he said as he strode away. "Ben, take a peek inside the bathroom," I requested.
"So you're here to rob me?"
the man asked as he stood up straight. It was the same thing the manager at the hardware store had said. "We're not here to rob anyone. I brought money to pay for what we need, though the last place made my life miserable when I tried to pay for anything." I gave him a closer look, then held out my hand. "My name is Frank Douglas."
"I'm Chuck Hefner. No relation to the Nudie magazine guy."
"Nice to meet you. This lovely woman is Carmen. That guy walking away is LeVar, and this other guy heading for the bathroom is my friend Ben."
"Who's on the roof?"
Chuck asked. I gave him a look of surprise.
"I could hear them walking around up there while you were down here in the store. I assume you've got a team supporting you as you loot? You said you had 12 guns."
"I think you have us mistaken for the guys who beat you up and locked you in there. I already told you, I've got money." I didn't whip it out and show him, since I still didn't trust the man. And the 12-gun bit was to keep you guessing how many of us were out here, since you can never be too careful. Chuck blew air through his pursed lips, as if frustrated.
"Sorry. I've been in that dark room since the evening of the first day. I wasn't here when the power went out, but I rode my son's bike to get up here as soon as it did, since I knew my employees wouldn't know what to do. Sure enough, by the time I'd arrived, they'd walked off the job and left the place wide open. I locked down everything I could, but it only took a few hours before someone came here with a Jeep and ripped the back doors off their hinges."
"Uh-oh. Was it a black Jeep?" I asked.
"Yeah, one of them old boxy kinds."
Ben walked out of the restroom. "A Cherokee," I clarified.
"Yeah, that's what it was."
"What are the odds?" I asked no one in particular.
"Of?"
Carmen responded. "Of this being the same Jeep who we found shooting the nearby buildings. the same one who chased us. Why did they choose this place as their first target? Probably for the same reason you did, Frank, Ben remarked. This and the hardware store are probably the two most important buildings in the area, if your plan is to survive in the long term. I guess you've got a point, I allowed, though I still didn't like the idea my thoughts were being mimicked by anyone who could lock a man in his own bathroom after beating the snot out of him. Ben stepped closer to me. There's no one in the bathroom. You want me to hang out by the back window to keep an eye on our truck? That's a great idea. I put Kyra up top to warn us, but if the Jeep boys have already been here, they might be bigger threats than we originally thought. It wouldn't hurt to have more people watching our ride. What are you driving? Chuck asked. And how did you get it working? I wish I had more time to explain, but basically any cars built before the very early 80s was unaffected by the EMP, and ours is from 1970. The streets are soon going to be filled with shitty antiques and professionally maintained hot rods. Do you think you could give me a ride home? Chuck added. Let's do one thing at a time, I suggested. Will you take my money so we can buy the things we came here to get? Like what? We need a bunch of well pump handles, and the guys at the hardware store said you've got 275-gallon potable water containers. I think I saw them in the back lot. It was a lot to stack on top of the already filled truck bed, but I knew we could make it work for the one trip home. What are you making? He asked with interest. Saying we needed well handles pretty much gave it away, so I didn't see any point in concealing our intentions. I need to dig several wells so I can provide drinkable water for my neighbors as well as a couple of other streets in my area. I got the well point and tubing already, and all the fittings, but I'm missing those pumps. The big basin is for catching rainwater off my roof, so we'll have even more untainted water on standby. And you were going to use a sledge to drive them in? He asked with clinical interest. We plan to use one. I knew Luke had a sledgehammer from being in his garage. The others probably did too, though mine was on the moving truck. I'm going to help you, Chuck said as he walked by. You'll take our money? It was the first step to getting out of there. He strode to the back window and stood next to Ben. He immediately pointed to what looked like metal poles designed to support a 20-foot fence. Around here the soil is pretty loose, so using a sledgehammer isn't the worst idea. But I've had clients who make tripods out of those tall poles. Then they hang a heavy weight from a rope so they can raise it, and then drop it on top of the well cap. It's a hell of a lot easier than using a hammer. That's ingenious, I blurted. I think they were with the university, doing some sort of test to see if they could dig a working well by hand. But it's been years since they did that, and they never told me the details beyond what I've said. However, you mentioned the priming pump handles here in the store. We have better American-made ones out in the yard. You're going to want some durability if you want your high-use wells to survive more than one season. Those have much better leather gaskets, too. I appreciate this, Chuck, but I'm not sure I brought enough money for anything fancy. He kept on talking. The 275-gallon totes would be fine, but you could store a lot more water with one of our big cisterns. We sell 500-gallon models all the way up to 1,500 gallons. I recommend the white 1,000-gallon version as a good balance between portability and storage. He pointed to the white cisterns out the back windows. As I said, I was pretty sure how much it would cost to buy a few of your little ones, but these are more than I... He held up a hand. I've heard the shooting out there. I don't see my son's bike out back, so someone must have stolen it already. I have a small pistol in my back office, assuming it wasn't ransacked, but I doubt I'd make it all the way home without a high degree of risk. I saw where he was going. That's why you mentioned us giving you a ride home, I remarked. Yeah, I needed to know what you wanted from my inventory before I knew what to ask for it. It seems like something we can swing. All this stuff for a ride to your home? Not exactly, he chuckled. Your crew seems like you've got this outage figured out. I don't have the resources to dig a well back at my place, but I do have the ability to collect water, so I want you to help me get one of those cisterns to my house." A series of distant gunshots rattled outside. "So you want us to be a taxi and a delivery vehicle?" I asked. "Yes. To be clear, you don't have to pay me money for the stuff. I only want to get home to my wife and son with one of my cisterns." "This sound like a good deal to you?" I asked Ben. "Whatever you think, boss," he shot back. I would have preferred to pay cash and head straight home, but saving our money for future purchases also had value. "This works for us," I said to Chuck, shaking his hand. "But how are we going to carry them? I don't suppose you have a trailer we could rent." The cisterns were wide and flat, like above-ground swimming pools, rather than tall and thin like soda cans, which meant it would be impossible to haul two of them, unless I could somehow get one to sit on top of the crew cabin and let it hang above the hood. "We got out of that business a while ago," he replied. We all turned silent as we thought about the problem. The only way we could make good on helping Chuck was if we'd commandeered a big rig hauling a flatbed, and I remembered seeing a pair of them when we came in through the front gate. But there was no doubt in my mind they had all been manufactured in the last 20 years, removing any chance they'd work now, unless maybe they were diesel. But there was another trailer on the front lot. It was the one I'd almost side-scraped on the way in. The flatbed had been carrying a pair of lawnmowers, and unlike the larger trailers, it only needed a ball hitch rather than a fifth-wheel connection in the bed of the truck. "We'll borrow a trailer from the front lot," I said at last. I expected Chuck to protest the suggestion, since they were his customers, but he nodded with great enthusiasm. "I'll pay for the trailer myself when the power comes back on, so it will be worth their while." After bringing Carmen and LeVar to the back doors, we were ready to load. "Chuck, do you think this strong woman can carry one of those well pumps?" I inquired. "Of course," he answered. "I see women carry them all the time." "Perfect. Will you show my friend where they are, so she can grab 6 of them and load them into the bed of my truck?" "Will do," he replied. "When you finish showing her, can you join me and these other 2 out front? We're going to unhitch a trailer and roll it back here." "That sounds dangerous," he replied. "With any luck, no one will see us among all the big trucks parked out there." "I'll have them loaded before you get back," Carmen said as she followed Chuck away. "We'll see," I sassed. "Do you want me to check on Kyra first, Frank?" LeVar motioned toward the ladder. I knew he was itching to see his wife. "Why don't you check on Kyra and tell her our general plan? Tell her to come on down when we have the trailer on the side of the building." "On it," he replied. I intended to clear out the second we had the trailer, so cleaning up loose ends was a good thing to do. It took LeVar no time at all to get to the top of the ladder, and he relayed instructions to Kyra a few moments later. He seemingly fell down the ladder to return to us. "The plan is pretty simple, but are we missing anything?" I asked him and Ben. The 3 of us stood together near our truck, out of sight, which gave us a little breathing room to ask the most important questions of the moment. If we didn't use our brains before committing to a dangerous task, we were going to pay for it in blood. I didn't want that on my conscience. "I only want to give you 2 a chance to speak up," I said to my friends. "Tell me if you have any other ideas on how to do this better. Tell me if you think I'm doing something wrong. We're all part of a team." It wasn't only me trying to make them come up with ideas, but it was also an effort to get them thinking about the problems we faced. I planned to be there to help them, but life was unpredictable on a good day. It was far worse during the after effects of an EMP. If I fell down a manhole and died, I wanted them to have a decent chance to go on. I rubbed the back of my neck, taking a moment within a moment to acknowledge how fast life had become so deadly serious. I was already worrying hard about my own death.
"We're ready on your order, Frank," LeVar said matter-of-factly. "We trust you."
I nodded to my buddy.
"Let's get this over with," I declared.
I waved to the guys and ran along the side of the store toward the front parking lot. When we arrived at the corner with the trash can, the clap of gunfire on a nearby street made me freeze.
"It sounds like Beirut," Ben commented.
Chuck ran up a moment later.
"Are we really doing this?" he asked.
"We're committed," I replied. After a quick scan of the lot, I took a mental snapshot of everything before turning back to the men.
"The trailer with the lawnmowers is parked right up near the front, so we'll have a little cover from anyone driving by. Stay low, and don't wander off."
Every movie ever made seemed to have one guy who always broke that rule.
"Chuck, you and Ben are going to free the left mower. Me and LeVar will work on the right one. As soon as they're free from their chains, push them off the back of the trailer."
Glass tinkled on the front parking lot.
"What the hell was that?"
Chuck asked as he leaned around the corner.
"Someone shot out my C from the tractor sign."
The gunfire was a few blocks away, at least based on the sounds.
"It was a stray," I said,
fairly certain I was right.
"Damn, all this is going to cost me," Chuck fumed. "Let's keep moving," I said.
After one final nod to each man, I took off across the parking lot. I made it across, but I noticed movement on top of the building next door. I'd seen him earlier when we drove in, but now I knew he wasn't a ghost.
"Shit! Get down!"
I cried out, and then spun around to watch as the other three came across the exposed lot. LeVar came in first, and after processing what I'd seen on the roof, I unslung my rifle. Chuck sped by me. I leveled the rifle on the hood of a black sedan. Ben passed me before I could settle the scope where I wanted, so I decided to drop out of sight rather than get a good look. A bullet punctured the tire on the car, a few feet from where I crouched. We were lucky the trailer was shielded from the next roof by a couple of commercial box trucks. The Ford F-350 Super Duty attached to the trailer was also quite the shield, as the lifted machine almost needed a step stool to let the driver in. Being boxed in did change my plan.
"I'm going to keep watch over you guys while you do both of the mowers."
It made no sense for me to put my rifle down to help while under threat from the person on the roof. We did have immediate decent cover from him, but that could change if he moved positions, or one of us strayed into his sight line. While my team got to work, I dropped the tailgate of the Ford and climbed inside the spacious truck bed. Once I slithered to the far end, I chanced to look around. I used the tinted windows of the cabin to look at the next-door roof. I somewhat expected the other guy to be looking down his scope to find me, but he was instead looking across the street as I zoomed in on him. All I could see was his jet-black hair from where I was. Shifting in place, I observed the other side of the main street. I was shocked to see the black Jeep rolling along a parking lot over there. The man on the roof fired a shot, which was a booming thunderclap. The Jeep sped alongside a white panel van, which effectively blocked it from view from our side of the road. I got back into the bed.
"Guys, I think those assholes in the Jeep are shooting at the guy on the roof, and he's shooting at us, probably because he thinks we're trying to flank him."
"Best of both worlds," Ben deadpanned.
"Right,"
I chuckled with gallows humor. As I watched, the mower on the left rolled forward and then tumbled off the back of the trailer. It smashed into the ground, threatened to roll sideways, but then it bounced on its larger rear tires and came to a rest against a truck in the next row. We were moving fast.
"I'm going to try something," I said in a low voice.
"We're almost done," Ben assured me.
"I know."
I climbed out the back and dropped to the ground. I stayed low and snuck behind the cars parked in the next few rows until I was at the last one before the open parking lot in front of the tractor building. I hunched as I got behind the last car between me and the rooftop shooter. My heart thumped with what I was about to do.
"Hey, buddy," I yelled. "We don't want any trouble."
It took a few seconds for the person on the roof to reorient on me.
"Don't you try anything. Your Jeep friends have been shooting at me from 10 blocks away. Now they're on our doorstep."
I looked through the window of the Volkswagen Beetle I found myself next to. A shot shattered the front windshield. Another blast came from across the street. My heart curled into a little ball to make as tiny of a target as possible.
"Wait,"
I cried out. While I'd looked, I did see the man had exposed his position a bit more, since he needed to stand up to look down on me. If I was trying to get him killed, I would encourage him to shoot at me some more, so the guys across the street could take care of him. But if there was a good guy in the argument, I had to believe it was the store owner on the roof, rather than guys in Jeeps who were obviously up to no good.
"All we want to do is get this trailer and get out of here," I hollered up. "We aren't here to shoot at you." "I saw you sneaking around down there," he replied.
"We didn't want to get shot by the guys across the street," I said with as level of a voice as I could summon. It seemed obvious to me what we'd been doing, but I needed to look at it from his perspective too. He was probably scared shitless up there, especially if he was alone against a Jeep full of D-bags.
"Likely story,"
was what came back. "Shit," I spat out.
"Can I help?"
Chuck said as he scrambled into a position next to me.
"I don't think so, unless you can talk the guy off the roof." "Well, let me see if I know him."
I gestured. "Be my guest." Chuck got closer to the front wheel. Then he stood up most of the way.
"Damn, get down."
I tugged at his belt. He came down, but no gunfire chased him. The man on the roof was looking across the street again.
"Talk to him,"
I suggested.
"Oh, right,"
Chuck chuckled. He cleared his throat.
"Hey, this is Chuck Hefner from the tractor shop. Who is that up there?"
A few seconds went by with no response. I was worried Chuck would use the delay to stand up again, so I kept my hand on his belt to be sure.
"Chuck? You're with them?"
I could tell by the volume of his voice the man on the roof was facing our direction again.
"No, these men rescued me from my own store. I'd been locked in there for 2 nights. "No shit?" the guy asked. "I popped by a couple of times, but I didn't hear you in there. Sorry." "Water under the bridge," Chuck answered. "The young thugs who put me in there were driving a black Jeep Cherokee, and I think they're the ones across the street. It's T-Bone and his gang. They have it in their heads the surrounding 5 blocks is their territory now." "He must have sent his guys to rough me up," Chuck said back to him.
Chuck then turned to me. "I've had problems for years with these jerks trying to shake me down, but there was almost always good old boys doing business in my store, so they weren't able to make much headway. With the power out, I guess they thought they could teach me a lesson." One more hassle I didn't need. A suburban gang who were playing at being tough guys to victimize people who were already victimized by the EMP. It wasn't unlike what Trevor did to our neighborhood, though it bummed me out to realize there were already fault lines forming on the map about which group owns what territory. I was tempted to join the shootout and take out all of those bastards myself, but I had to complete one task before starting another.
"How do I know they haven't taken you hostage again, and you aren't trying to trick me?" the man on the roof asked. "That's a logical question. I think we have to show ourselves," I suggested.
Chuck tried to stand up again.
"Wait, what are you doing?" I asked. "I've got to show him you aren't holding me here against my will."
He smiled at my hand.
"Like this."
I know, but I can't hang you out to dry. I'm going to go first.
Are you sure? I can just stand up.
No. Please sit tight. I set my rifle against the car. I paused to slow my heart, which had taken nothing but abuse today. It was a risk to expose myself to a shooter, but he obviously knew Chuck, and there was no other way to get the trailer behind the store without risking us all getting shot from 2 directions. Chuck's presence gave us some credibility, but it was up to me to make good on it. I put my hands up.
I'm going to stand. My name is Frank Douglas. I drove the El Camino behind Chuck's store. We were being chased by that same black Jeep firing at both of us. Please don't shoot me.
I stood up enough to see over the hood. To my relief, the other guy held his rifle in my direction, but he watched me over the scope, perhaps waiting to see if I was telling the truth. Once I didn't get shot, I stood all the way up.
See? I'm not a threat. And now I'm going to have Chuck join me.
The store owner quickly hopped up.
Heya, Mr. Park,
Chuck announced. To me, he added,
That's Kim Park, my neighbor 2 doors down. There's my lot, then the next building over has an insurance office, Park's comic book place, then a shoe store, I think.
He strained to look at the signs down in that direction. It was nice to put a friendly face to the ghost from up there, so my spidey senses could finally take a rest.
So, are we cool? I asked the guy. Can you help me? Kim said as he finally lowered his rifle. I don't think I've hit those guys worse than breaking a window, and I'm already running out of ammo. I can get you home, Chuck blurted. I have a ride. Really? Kim answered immediately. Now wait, I started to say, before thinking better of it. Quieter, I spoke so only Chuck could hear me. We can't take everyone all over the city. I'm more than happy to take you to your place, but unless he lives on your street, it could put us all in a huge amount of danger to drive through the city a second longer than we have to. Chuck seemed to think about it. That was rude of me to volunteer your truck. I guess I got ahead of myself. My philosophy of trying to avoid entanglements with strangers was taking a huge hit, as now I had 2 new monkeys in a circus I'd never asked for. I reserved the right to refuse the man a ride home if he lived in another city, but for now, I was glad to have the sniper working for us. Chuck, tell him to watch over us while we're moving our trailer. Then he can come down and join us. Hell, we could use another hand loading those cisterns. I will, he replied. I crouched and walked back to the trailer, always aware the guys from the Jeep were searching for targets. When I got there, I climbed into the cab and found a pen and a piece of paper. I left my name and phone number and explained that I had borrowed the trailer, and either myself or Chuck would pay them back for the usage. I left it on the instrument panel, where it couldn't possibly be missed. It didn't sit well with all the lines I'd been crossing as of late, but I was keeping to the rules as much as I was able to. From 10,000 feet, I'd soon be driving a stolen car with a stolen trailer, fitted with a stolen oil filter, carrying bags of rock which had no receipt, with gifted cisterns hanging off the back. It amazed me how fast I'd gotten myself in this position, but I couldn't immediately think of how I could have done it with any more legitimacy. Disasters were messy, but we'd also been lucky bastards, so far. As I walked to meet Ben and LeVar, I silently thanked the original purchaser of our 1970 El Camino. They'd opted for the horsepower of the 454 cubic inch motor, which Drummond or someone else had bored out to add even more power, which was going to be critical for all the weight we were about to add. But there was another issue I couldn't ignore. It wouldn't matter if the engine could pull 10 times the weight we planned to haul. The leaf springs, bed, tires, and the frame itself were only designed for a certain load tolerance, and I was certain we'd be exceeding it by a good margin.
EMP rules changed everything. We had no choice. We were about to push all the limits of the old car. Chapter 15. Moving the trailer from the front lot to the rear was easy when not being shot at from the next roof over, and the men across the street never even saw us push the trailer away, since the trucks on the lot shielded our departure. The 5 of us men hooked up the trailer to the El Camino and did all the loading, while the 2 women kept guard over the operation. When done, we took a few seconds to check the cargo ropes, hooked up the wiring harness, and planned for our next escape.
Looks like Ma and Pa Kettle are about to take off for Beverly Hills.
We all turned to Ben after he'd said it.
What? Ben went on. Don't you guys see it?
The Beverly Hillbillies were a little before my time, but I knew what he was talking about. The El Camino's overloaded bed sagged over the rear wheels. Bags of sand had shifted around, so the neat pile we'd loaded was long gone. To avoid breaking the truck entirely, I'd moved the well handles to the trailer, as well as the 5-gallon buckets of purchases from the hardware store. And the trailer didn't seem too big when it was connected to the giant F-350, but once it was attached to our smaller car, the double-axle flatbed looked huge. The 2 cisterns were maybe 8 feet wide and 4 feet tall, and went right to the edges of the 7-foot-wide trailer, making everything seem even larger.
Never heard of them, Kim Park replied. Are they a football team?
A round of laughter erupted.
What did I say?
He asked with hurt pride.
Oh, nothing, I assured him. It's us being goofy. The Beverly Hillbillies were a TV family who drove a big pile of furniture and junk that looked a lot like this. Oh, I see, Kim said in a better mood. We should dump a few bags of sand, I said, after considering we'd come a little too close to being those TV characters. On television, a car could carry 20 tons of junk, but not in real life.
Are you sure?
Carmen asked from her spot near the rear corner of the building.
Yes, dump 4 bags. It will free up 200 pounds.
I took the liberty of tossing the bags myself, since I was the one who had to make sure the El Camino could even move, much less get everyone home. When I was done, I glanced over to Carmen with a mischievous grin.
There, I freed up the 200 pounds needed to get you on board.
She flashed an expression of horror. After a quick look toward the front, she marched over and slapped me on the arm.
How dare you imply I weigh that much?
I'm kidding, I said to her, while also shaking my head toward everyone else. Carmen slapped me again.
Okay, enough fun.
I wrapped my arm around her shoulders to show her I didn't mean to hurt her feelings, and she willingly leaned into me while I spoke.
I dumped the sand to save our shocks. As you can see, the poor old truck is straining hard under this weight, and we haven't even climbed aboard. Should we load up? Ben asked. Yes. LeVar, will you grab Kyra? I'll wait to start the motor until you 2 get back.
His wife was inside at the front of the store, keeping watch on the street. I wanted Ben and Chuck to climb in, but Chuck insisted Mr. Park go first. The Korean guy didn't need to be asked twice, since finding a ride was no doubt like winning the lottery for him. Ben and Kim climbed into the truck bed, then made their way to the rear window, where there were gaps big enough for them to sit.
Can you push a few bags toward the back, so Chuck and LeVar can fit in the middle with you? I suggested.
While I couldn't get it perfect, I wanted all 4 men against the bulkhead behind the seats, with the sand piled higher in the middle and back of the bed, as that would give them some cover while out on the road. Ben and Mr. Park got busy shifting more bags. Chuck played with a pistol while we waited.
You nervous? I asked him.
Earlier he'd gone into the office of his tractor store and found a pistol he'd kept hidden in there. The little Smith & Wesson fit snug in his front pocket, though he'd made a point of looking at it several different times, while we talked about how to slide the giant water tanks onto the trailer. I got the feeling he was aching to pay back those guys across the street for locking him up.
Nah, I'm sore.
He pointed to his broken nose. But I'm not too bad, all things considered. And you don't live far from here? I asked for what was probably the third or fourth time. We talked about it briefly using my map, but he wouldn't tell me his exact street or house. He claimed he didn't want to give away the exact location in case we turned out to be bad guys after all. But I was hoping once he was in the truck, he would see we were trying to make things right for him.
Not far at all. We are...
LeVar interrupted us. Frank, trouble out front. Kyra came out at the same time as LeVar.
He's right, she said. The people from the Jeep are on foot and at the front gate.
The news kick-started my blood pressure again. I had no idea how many men were stalking us, other than the two I'd seen in the Jeep. Assholes like that probably controlled a type of ass signal, which blazed across the sky calling in fellow assholes. I had to assume they did. How strong do you think the fence is? I asked no one in particular, while I looked straight ahead. The tractor store had a 6-foot chain-link fence around the entire property, but most of it in the back portion was blocked off with heavy equipment. However, there was a 30-foot section directly to the west of us, where I could see the parking lot of the adjacent property, which was a cash-for-gold shop.
I sell loppers inside,
Chuck said right away. No time, I replied. Plus, we don't want to get shot while someone does the cutting. I'm thinking of driving right through it. Sometimes you had to go with your gut, and I chose to plow over a fence rather than leave the way we'd come in and risk getting shot at point-blank range.
LeVar, Kyra, load up,
I exclaimed.
Wait, Chuck stuttered. What are you planning?
LeVar climbed into the back, while his wife took her seat inside the cabin. Carmen held the door open for the other woman, but climbed in first so she would be next to me. I headed toward the open driver's side door. It left Chuck by himself.
Climb aboard, I insisted. But I sell a dozen tools that could dismantle the fence. We don't need them, I replied.
I'd originally parked the El Camino along the side of the building, but we'd pushed it back by the cisterns, where we'd also put the trailer, so we could start the noisy engine only one time. I turned the key, and the engine tried to roll over but sputtered and stopped a second later.
Uh-oh,
Carmen murmured. It's fine, I replied. Were the men sneaking through the store or along the side of the building, ready to pounce? They would move faster once they knew we were in our ride. I let it sit for a few seconds. Come on, old girl. Don't make this dramatic, I said to the car. On the second turn of the key, the engine rumbled to life. Hell yeah, I beamed. I wanted to screech the tires and get out of there, but Chuck was still making his way to a seat in the bed. I let the truck move forward while he shuffled the last few feet, but I didn't use real speed so he wouldn't fall off the side.
Chuck, sit your ass down, I called out,
trying not to sound mad. The motor stumbled a bit, and I wondered if Mr. Drummond had intended to do more work than only changing the oil. Easy, baby, I said with a stroke on the El Camino's dashboard. I let the motor idle as we rolled across the parking lot to the edge of the building. I'd intended to stop before exposing the front end to anyone who might have been on the side, but I tapped the gas and lurched the vehicle forward to give myself a clear view in that direction. A man holding a rifle peeked around the front corner, not 50 feet away.
Holy shit,
I exclaimed. I had no choice but to smash the gas pedal. The big block engine raged, but we didn't come off the line like a race car. With all the weight behind us, the motor grumbled in complaint before finally tugging the huge load. The man watched us roll across his sightline, and he drew up his rifle as fast as he could. A crack of gunfire sounded insanely loud next to the side of the brick building.
Jesus!
Kyra yelped. He only got 2 shots off before we flew by a parked tractor and headed for the fence. In my rear view, I took notice of Chuck flipping the bird toward the shooter. "Hold on," I said to everyone. I stayed in first gear as we neared the fence line, since I wasn't sure what was going to happen when we hit it. I'd never tried to run over a fence before, but I suspected the chain link would either snap off the posts, letting us pass through, or it would snag and bend, stopping us like a fishing net. I hoped the extra weight would help us break through. "Stay low," I yelled. I had to keep looking forward, but I ducked down too. The front bumper pushed the fence for 3 or 4 feet. The top bowed backward, and I was certain it was going through my windshield. However, the entire section of chain link tore off the nearest post with a loud clink. The weight of the El Camino carried us through what was left of the fence, as it was pushed open and swung away like a door. It scraped hard against the front right corner of the hood. Then it dragged against the paint all down the right side of the truck, until it finally bounced off the 2 cisterns. I didn't have time to celebrate. Once I was in the next parking lot, I had to weave around a couple of parked cars, avoid a light pole, then guide the overloaded vehicle through the exit. "They're running for it," Ben announced through the rear window. I turned right to put distance between us and the black Jeep, but I clearly saw the guy hoofing it across the Tractor Supply Store's parking lot as he went back to his ride. A second guy came out of the store, also on the run for the Jeep. "They were getting damned close to us," I said with relief. Once Mr. Park had come off the roof, the Jeepers must have understood they could risk crossing open ground. "I live the other way," Chuck shouted through the open back window. "I know," I answered without turning around. "We're taking the long way." Once up to speed, the engine problem seemed to go away. I shifted gears and got up to about 35, which seemed prudent going through pockets of disabled vehicles while pulling an industrial-sized load. Far ahead was the line of cars being used as a roadblock, and I wanted nothing to do with anyone at that intersection, so I made the first left off the main street. I looked back toward the Tractor Supply Store and saw the men hop in their Jeep, which had been parked on the sidewalk by the front gate. We were on the next street before I could see if they were going to chase us, but there was no reason to think they wouldn't. My insides hardened into an iron fist as I tried to play out what to do next. "Guys, this shit is about to get dangerous, because I think those gangbangers are coming for us." With the benefit of hindsight, I figured it didn't help that Chuck was out there giving them the finger, though I understood completely why he'd done it. And maybe it wouldn't have mattered either way. The Jeep guys had their turf, which we'd invaded by going to the Tractor Supply Store, and we needed to get out of their territory as quickly as possible. In the meantime, it was kill or be killed. The square blocks of the area nearest the main row of businesses in South Point made it easy to not get lost. I pushed the speedometer to 50 miles per hour as we shot down the wide side street. But then I tried to brake to make a right turn. "Shit," I said, keeping my cool as much as possible. The car did slow down, but all the new weight made it impossible to make the right turn I'd intended. I gave it some more gas as the side street flew by. Wow, this load is more than I thought possible. I need a lot more room to slow down. It wasn't unlike operating a semi-tractor at max weight. When running at capacity, it required a driver to give lots of time before turns, or when avoiding four-wheelers in the lane ahead, who decided to stomp their brakes for no apparent reason. Once I got a better sense of what I was working with behind me, I knew I could anticipate the next turn better. "I see him," Ben shouted. Chuck and Kim Park also yelled at the same time. To test my theory, I slowed again, giving myself about half a block to work the brakes and bleed off the speed at an even rate. As we neared the turn, I took it as wide as possible to keep the load from shifting to one side of the bed. That included the people. The new street was residential, middle class, with houses every 50 yards or so. To my shock, a man with a shotgun popped up from behind a car parked about midway down his driveway. He was about 4 houses down, which gave me zero time to plan for what to do. "Get down!" I yelled to everyone on board. The ladies ducked right away. I couldn't check on the guys out back. I stayed low in my seat, but with so little time to plan, I decided the only activity that made any sense was to wave to the guy. So I held my hand out the window and tried to be friendly. Seconds went by. I held my breath when we passed. He had an easy shot on us. Every house on the street did. So we were at his mercy. When I passed him, he wasn't pointing the shotgun at me. Instead, the guy pointed his finger behind us. In the mirror, I saw the Jeep come around the corner. "They're close," I exclaimed. Another intersection was a short way ahead, which led to even more choices. We needed to go east, but we were currently heading west, so I knew we had to make a few more turns. I heard the distinct chirp of hard braking. The man on the driveway fired his shotgun, causing Carmen to react by recoiling even lower. Was he firing at us? I glanced in the mirror and saw that the guy had fired at the Jeep. Another shot went off. We neared the end of the block. "Thank you," I shouted out the window, hoping the guy heard me.
"He wasn't shooting at us?"
Carmen asked, carefully sitting up again. "No," I answered. "I guess the Jeep freaks aren't welcome in this neighborhood. They must have been pissing off a lot of people around here." Or it was a competing group, who maybe saw the Jeep gang as a threat. I didn't think we were in a bad part of town, but as Trevor had brought drug and gang activity onto my block, it wouldn't be a surprise at all if the lack of law enforcement brought out gangs and bullies all over the city. Whatever the reason, I turned us to the left and got off the crazy street. "I'm back that way," Chuck reminded me again. "I know," I assured him. LeVar popped his head in the back window. "Do you want us shooting people, Frank?" Not only would it be impossible to take out every threat, but anyone with a hunting rifle and a little competence could fire back at us as we drove away and take out anyone they wanted, including the truck itself. I also remembered a couple of drivers who had served on convoys in Iraq. They often mentioned the rules of engagement limited how they could respond to threatening situations. They were never told by the politicians to shoot first and ask questions later, though they sometimes did exactly that. We didn't have armored Humvees or automatic crew-served weapons on top of the El Camino, so we didn't project quite the same fear of retribution the U.S. Army did. "Stay low and out of sight if you can," I advised. I knew it was almost impossible for the 4 men. The bags of sand had shifted again, and they had filled in most of the gaps they'd tried to make for themselves. Chuck sat on top of the bags, behind my driver's seat, and he was the most exposed. "We're going to put some distance between us and the Jeep," I commented as much to myself as my passengers. The speedometer crept up to about 50, which was breakneck speed on the 2-lane avenue laced with parked and stalled cars. I slowed whenever the road got too congested, since any wreck would likely throw our cargo around and send us all to the hospital, if any hospitals were even still open. I had a moment or two to wonder about parts of the EMP event I wasn't seeing. The hospitals who were unable to keep patients alive who had been on life support. The old woman who was having her house robbed by criminals who knew the cops would never arrive. The innumerable people trapped at airports and bus stations, waiting for someone to tell them what to do. Soon enough, everyone would come to the same conclusion as me. The EMP had changed our entire way of life. I rode the brakes for 50 yards while I slowed to make the next turn.
"Won't your turn take us toward the Jeep again?"
Carmen asked. "We don't have a choice," I replied. "Chuck lives that way, so we have to head there sooner or later."
"I see,"
she replied. The new street was yet more homes. They each stood alone, with plenty of room between them. They were nice-looking, and most of them had well-cared-for yards. But the houses were a bit older, maybe from the 1990s. I was still getting used to Florida real estate, so I couldn't say for sure. Lots of people were out in their yards. "Oh, crap," I said. The nearest block was about the same length as our street, and it looked as if all the residents had congregated at a block party in the middle of the road. We were already committed to the route, so I kept us moving forward toward the congestion. My dilemma was whether to barrel through like an asshole and be safe, or risk slowing and getting tangled up in whatever was going on. "Of all the streets you could have picked," Ben chuckled. "Not now," I snapped back, eyes forward. Carmen nudged me.
"What are we going to do, Frank?"
A few seconds went by. We got a little closer.
"Frank?"
Chapter 16. "We're stopping," I declared. The surrounding yards were perfectly flat, so I did have the option of peeling off the main pavement to avoid having to deal with the people. But that would no doubt come across as a hostile act. I couldn't take the chance of pissing off strangers for no good reason. Besides, with women and children standing around, it didn't look like they were intending to shake us down. As I slowed, I spoke only loud enough to be heard by my friends. "Stow your weapons as much as possible." My Bravo Company rifle was behind my seat, but the Springfield remained on my hip, ready at a moment's notice. Adults guided the kids onto the grass as we arrived. It gave me the option of blowing through, but nothing looked threatening, so I continued to slow as a man my age flagged me down. "Let's see what he wants," I said. I let the El Camino idle to a stop a few feet from where the man stood. "Howdy," I said in my Midwestern accent. "Hey there," he replied. "Sorry for the clogged street, but we're trying to keep our kids entertained until someone gets in here and fixes the power. You wouldn't happen to know how long that might be, do you?" The man was soaked in sweat, as if this was also a dance party. But then I remembered my new home in Florida was constantly sticky, especially when the sun beat down without a cloud in the sky, like today. "I hate to tell you this, but I don't think anyone knows what's going on. We drove by your local police station and it was ransacked." "Well," he clicked his teeth for a few seconds, "I've been telling people around here to act like a hurricane swept through, and we've got to keep ourselves fed, watered, and safe from looters until the National Guard comes to our rescue." "I've been doing something similar," I chuckled. "We've been filling everything we can with water, did inventory on all our food, and we have every gun cleaned, loaded, and ready for action." The man had more white hairs speckling his scalp than I did, and he had a short beard where mine was only stubble. But I saw a lot of myself in him. "And if it isn't obvious," I added while pointing to the trailer behind us, "we've hung our hat on the long-term storage of clean water. We're also going to dig a well to keep it coming." "Smart," the man replied. "We've got guns coming out our asses, but water is a resource we could take more seriously. If you don't mind me asking, where did you get all that stuff?" A few of my non-gray hairs stood on the back of my neck. I took a casual glance outside the truck, including the far side, wondering if this was an elaborate trap to capture our haul. However, none of the armed locals had moved closer to us, nor were they giving us more than passing glances as they hung out with their other neighbors. I decided the question was innocent. "The hardware store for the rock and sand, and the tractor supply store for those big cisterns. However, you'll need to move fast, since both places had guys who weren't there with good intentions. In fact, a jeep full of them is stalking us." "Holy shit! There they are!" 2 blocks up, about a quarter of a mile away, the black Cherokee crossed halfway through an intersection, before it stopped. "Mm-hmm," the man replied in a knowing tone. "We had a bunch of Jeeps and old trucks stolen from around here. One guy kept 2 old CJs in his garage that got taken from him night before last. He told me several folks in his Jeep club around here were also robbed." "It's like the thieves had a list," I said. "Or were in the club," he countered. The Jeep slowly left the intersection. "They shot up my store," Chuck added. "They've got a gang going around here." "Look, I don't want to do this to you guys, but it sounds like you've got a beef with them, and I've got a shitload of kids running around." "Say no more," I cut him off. "We'll get out of your hair." "Thanks," the guy answered. "I'm Frank Douglas. I live off Bayside Road." I thought about giving him a more accurate location, but I needed to be careful about giving out my address to strangers, even ones I felt some kinship with. "I'm Jerome Dixon. I'd shake your hand, but these gang people have eyes everywhere. We'll fight 'em if they show up, but it's best not to antagonize 'em." Since I'd been worried for nothing about guys sneaking up on us to steal our truck, I let myself come down off high alert. The man was obviously acting like a leader for his neighbors, checking out strange cars passing through and watching out for dangers. His logical responses made me like him even more. "I understand," I answered. I revved the motor a bit to keep the kids from wandering back into the street. "If I could give you one piece of advice," I remarked. "Sure," he replied. "You've got a lot of open ground around here, but you've also got a lot of neighbors. You can roll your dead cars out of the garages and use them as roadblocks or barriers. So if those guys in Jeeps try to case your street, it will be a lot harder for them. Plus, you might not get as many lost drivers such as myself." We both chuckled. "Good idea," he said as he took a step back. If the Jeep marauders were watching, they'd see Jerome doing his best to get rid of me. To keep with appearances, I got us moving. "Good luck," I called out. "You too." It seemed a little like being in a parade as we passed the large group of neighbors. Perhaps 50 men, women, and children all watched us go through. Many waved or nodded to be friendly, and I waved back. I turned left at the end of the block, knowing it would take us away from the Jeep, but leaving those people behind tugged at my heart, as if I'd said goodbye to a way of life that might never exist again. It was old America, where neighbors watched out for each other and stayed vigilant against outsiders who intended to do them harm. A place where any other time of our history I could have gotten out and spent a nice afternoon talking to Jerome about sports, cars, or the latest shitty movies put out by Hollywood. For the next several minutes as I drove the streets, I waved at anyone standing in their yards or on their porches, almost like a politician smiling for the cameras while traveling through new towns. Each person out there represented a potential ally or enemy in the weeks ahead, so I did my best to make them remember our shiny blue truck as friendlies. I spent the rest of my time checking mirrors, looking both ways at cross streets, and watching multiple streets over. Each minute I didn't see the Jeep gave me a bit more hope we'd somehow avoided it, but I didn't let myself fully believe it. "Are we getting close to your house?" I asked through the back window. I'd scanned the map earlier, so I knew the general area where we needed to go, but since I couldn't sprawl the map out and confirm each new street myself, I had to rely on others to get us there. "Yeah," Chuck said as he stuck his head in the window. "You'll have to go north to get back on the main roadway, since that one will take you right to my place. But as long as you go east, we're heading the right way." "Great," I replied. "And thanks for letting me tell Jerome he could get what he needed at your store." Chuck seemed to dwell on it for a few seconds before answering. "To be honest, I almost said something about it, but being chased and shot at has made me realize there's a lot going on here that's beyond just me or my inventory. I don't care if my whole store gets looted or people take things to help them back home. I don't even care if insurance claims this is all an act of God, and none of my losses are covered. The only thing that matters to me right now is seeing my wife and son again." I took a second to glance over to him. "We'll do our best to get you home, Chuck. But if it ever comes up again, please don't give anyone the finger out here." He chuckled. "You saw that?" "I did," I said in my boss voice. "Sorry," he said as he retreated outside. We left the built-up area of homes and entered a wide-open stretch of flat scrubland with several canal crossings. It was still flat as a board, but some of the trees and bushes were left in place, like it was pristine land waiting for homes to be built up and down each canal. "Frank, they're back!" Ben cried out. It took me a few seconds to find the chase vehicle. The black Jeep wasn't behind us, but it was on the next street to our south. It wouldn't take long for it to find a cross street and rejoin us. "It's cutting across the grassland," LeVar reported. I spared one more glance before hitting the gas. The off-road vehicle didn't need streets like we did. "How far?" I asked Chuck. "A couple of minutes," he assured me. "It'd better be," I said to myself. Carmen patted my thigh. "It'll be all right, Frank." "I know." The speedometer needle went all the way to 60, since I was free to open it up in the undeveloped area. After a series of slow turns and quick accelerations, I'd gotten to the main 4-lane street again. However, the Jeep was also free to speed, and it wasn't loaded down, so it had gotten to within 100 yards as we headed for the next group of homes. Ahead, there were more subdivisions on each side of the road, but there were also clumps of vehicles frozen in place, which presented potential problems. The larger intersections were packed almost solid. A pop, pop, pop sounded from far away. "Now they're shooting at us," Ben reported. "Shit!" Kim Park yelped. "Stay behind the sand if you can," I advised. We were essentially a rolling foxhole, with a wall of sand between us and the assholes behind us. I weaved us through a tight zigzag between some abandoned vehicles and entered one of the crowded intersections. I happened to look sideways and saw 2 men crouched behind a silver minivan off to the shoulder as we went through. They didn't even look up as I drove by. I figured they'd heard the shooting and wanted no part of it. Ben fired his .30-30 as I made the last half turn out of the intersection. The blast sounded distant, even though he was only a few feet from my ears. "I only have shots when you turn," Ben said a few minutes after I'd straightened us between the yellow lines. "And that's when they can also shoot at us," Park answered back. "Just stay down for a few turns," I advised. I pushed the El Camino hard on the next stretch of road, which was about half a mile long. We turned a few times, and the shooter in the Jeep took some pot shots, but he couldn't hit any of us through all our cargo. On a long straightaway, I put a little distance between us. "You can make a left up there," Chuck said from behind me. "Will do," I answered, assuming it was one step closer to his home. When I'd waited until the last possible second, I stomped on the brakes as the first step to make the left turn. The steering wheel vibrated with all the load placed on the drum brakes, and it took far longer than I'd hoped to get down to a safe turning speed. "Hold on!" I cried out. To my shock, Chuck got on his knees and yelled at our pursuit as we made the turn. "Don't follow us, assholes!" "What are you doing?" I asked his reflection in the side mirror. The store owner fired his little pistol at the Jeep, but his barrel was only a short way behind my head, which made each pop resonate in my skull.
"Screw you guys!"
he screamed between shots.
"Chuck, stay down!"
I yelled behind me, about to remind him it hadn't been 5 minutes since I told him not to antagonize people intent on killing us. In the next instant, a bullet punched a hole in the windshield on the passenger side, causing Carmen and Kyra to both jump in fright. I continued to pull the wheel to make my turn. The two women screamed. There was a red spray on the dashboard, and inside the front glass. "What the f—" I tried to say. I only had a few milliseconds to look over at my friends. The back of Carmen's head was solid red. The side of Kyra's face was also covered in a thick splattering of blood. Behind me, the rear window was unusable, since it was slathered in crimson. As I straightened the wheel and hit the gas, I absently wondered if I'd been shot. But that only lasted a few heartbeats.
"Chuck's been hit!"
Mr. Park shrieked, and I looked back at Chuck, who was now propped against the rear window. The amount of blood was shocking.
"Oh my God,"
Park continued.
"I need to get out."
"Sit still," LeVar replied to him.
"I have to get out,"
Park repeated. The Jeep came around the turn not long after us. The two ladies were slapping at their hair and faces, picking out what I could only imagine were fragments of Chuck's skull. I wanted to comfort them, but we were in a life-or-death situation.
"Carmen, I need you,"
I said in a forceful but even tone.
"I'm hit,"
she squealed. A few pedestrians waited on the right side of the 4-lane road ahead, giving me one more threat to add to my matrix. Incredibly, I also spotted a yellow shopping cart from the hardware store on the other side, though it had been tipped over and abandoned by whoever had taken it. I turned back to my friend.
"Carmen, look at me."
I firmly grabbed her leg. She froze, then slowly faced me. Her eyes were held wide open, in shock, and the right side of her face dripped with blood and viscera.
"Frank."
"It's going to be okay, Carmen. Can you nod your head yes?" She nodded. I watched as we raced past the pedestrians. They didn't whip out guns and start firing, which is all I cared about at the moment. Back to Carmen. "I need your help. Can you do something for me?"
"Uh-huh,"
she said while on the verge of tears. "Reach behind my seat and grab my rifle. Can you do that?" I held her gaze for a short time, but had to look ahead. The sound of gunfire chased us. Since no one was screaming, I had to assume the bullets weren't hitting us. Maybe the wide load protected us on the straights. Looking in the rear view, I couldn't even see the Jeep most of the time. They were using the cisterns to shield themselves from us. Carmen slowly turned around and made like she was going to do as instructed, but she gasped before starting.
"Chuck is dead,"
she blurted. It confirmed what I'd already assumed, based on the mess inside the cabin. "Carmen, you are the only person I need right now." She looked at me.
"Oh, I'm so sorry, Frank, but he's missing half of his—"
"Focus on the rifle," I said in the calmest voice I could summon, despite my pounding heart and heavy breathing. We thundered along the roadway, between more houses and small businesses, heading for a dead man's neighborhood. She let herself look at Chuck one more time, but slowly reached behind my seat. I had to lean forward as she tried to jimmy it out of the narrow storage area.
"I've got it,"
she sobbed. "Please pass it through the window." To the men outside, I shouted, "I need someone to take my scoped rifle and put a bullet through the driver's forehead." Chasing us was one thing, but the Jeep had escalated our encounter by shooting at us, and Chuck's misguided bravery had removed the option of hunkering down until we could fight back on our terms. It wouldn't be long before they shot out a tire or engine component, so we needed to counterattack immediately. Carmen held the gun out the back window until it seemed to float out of her hands. The second it was gone, she flung around in her seat and clawed at her hair to clean away the mess. I had to focus on the road again, but my stomach clenched itself into hardened coal. Then it went a step further and turned into diamond. If I didn't keep the El Camino moving, my friends were going to die. Ahead, the roadway was ending in a T-junction. Several cars were parked around it, left there on day one, but they weren't going to stop us. I had to decide which way to go. Left would take us back toward the hardware and tractor supply stores. Right would take us toward the highway, running along the eastern edge of the forest between North Point and South Point. Like everywhere else in this part of Florida, there were plenty of homes in that direction too. "Mr. Park?" I called.
"I need to get out,"
he reminded me. "Just tell me where you live," I said matter-of-factly, to project calmness, which I didn't feel inside. "Which way do we go up ahead?"
"You'll take me home?"
he said with surprise. "Tell me which way," I answered with impatience. At 65 miles per hour, the intersection was fast arriving.
"Go right,"
he shot back. "Whoever has my gun, get ready to fire it when we turn," I advised. "I've got this," Ben replied. As we rushed toward the intersection, I was compelled to brush my right ear to quench a distracting itch. But when I put my palm back on the wheel, I noticed a blotch of red on my index finger. Chuck's blood really was everywhere. We got down to the last 100 yards. Then I put on the brakes. I swallowed hard, since there was no time to worry about what had happened to Chuck on the last turn. The only thing that mattered was fighting back on this one. "Get ready to shoot," I shouted. All 4 tires yelped like sea lions as we skidded. At the last moment, I cut the wheel, already praying. Chapter 17. We rounded the turn at 35, which was far faster than I would have done otherwise with a heavy load. However, the cross street was 4 lanes wide, giving us a lot of room for a sweeping right. The air erupted with multiple gun blasts. My blood completely froze in my veins. Ben fired the AR fast enough it could have been mistaken for an automatic. The loud pop bangs of LeVar's 9mm pistol added to the din, though at a slower and more deliberate pace. The right mirror exploded from a shotgun blast. The buckshot ripped into the side of the hood and pockmarked the stanchion holding up that side of the windshield. Kyra, already in tears from her terrible bloodbath, flew to the floorboard. Carmen leaned over on Kyra's seat. In less than 5 seconds, we were on the new roadway. I let the truck straighten out so the trailer gave us some shielding again. My blood started flowing again. "Did you get him?" I exhaled. But no one replied to me, so I turned around to see what was up. "Well?" LeVar's huge frame sat as low as possible behind the pile of sand, but he looked fine. Park was turtled directly next to LeVar. Ben was now in the middle, so he could shoot to either side, but he also seemed unhurt. Eventually, LeVar turned my way. "They surprised us when they shot Chuck, but Ben put a bunch of holes in their front windshield, so I'd say we surprised them back. They're still following, but not as close." "Good job, fellas," I replied. I believed him without question, but I also had to see it with my own eyes, so I weaved on the road to give myself a look behind the loaded trailer. As promised, the Jeep had fallen way behind. Sure enough, I said to myself. I unreeled some of the steel wire wrapped around my diamond stomach, letting a trace of tension go. "Mr. Park, tell me how to get to your house."
It's not far south of here,"
he said, fighting off a shaky voice.
"Turn right."
I noticed he wasn't asking to be let off anymore. He must have figured out he could either jump out of the moving truck or take me up on the safer offer to get home. I could have joked with him about his change of tune, but the bloody glass behind my head reminded me Kim Park had been sitting next to Chuck when the man was struck by that bullet, giving him a good reason to freak out. "I'll get you home, sir," I said to him in a more sympathetic tone.
"Thanks,"
he whimpered. Carmen was already up in her seat. She consoled Kyra by rubbing the other woman's back and alternately picking pieces of a dead man out of her hair. She turned to me as if she'd sensed I was watching her.
"You warned him,"
she reassured me. I was touched she would think of me as needing a pep talk, but it also surprised me how much better I felt after she'd said it. I'd cautioned Chuck twice not to engage with those men in the Jeep, but he wanted to do his own thing. I did feel bad about losing the guy, since he seemed like a decent person, but his emotions had gotten the better of him. "Let's get home, then we can reflect on what happened," I replied. LeVar stuck his head inside. "Kyra, babe, you okay in there?" In tears, she responded to him.
"I'm fine." "She's tough,"
Carmen said to LeVar. "And how about you?" I asked Carmen. She didn't reply for a while, so I looked ahead and noted the next turn.
"I'll be fine,"
she finally said with a loud sniffle.
"Just give me a few minutes."
Silently, she gave me the okay gesture. Another braid of steel wire unclasped from my stomach. "The Jeep dropped back," I said to her, passing along the only good news of the moment.
"What are we going to do if they get close to us again, though? We have to stop to let Mr. Park out, right?"
"We do," I replied in an emotionless way. Our choices were limited. We could make Kim jump. The guy seemed pretty tough, other than seeing his friend lose half of his head. He could likely jump out with no issues, but if he fell or got hurt, he'd be at the mercy of the people chasing us. Another option would be to stop the truck and have everyone get out to defend him as he ran into his house. That could lead to a gunfight. Someone might get run over, and the bad guys would know where Mr. Park lived. All bad outcomes. "We need to think of a way to keep those jag-offs away from us as we let Mr. Park get out."
"We could drop some nails,"
Carmen replied.
"to pop their tires."
We did have several boxes of nails and screws, but they were in the 5-gallon buckets, and I'd moved those to the trailer to lighten the load in the truck bed. "Next time we stop, grab some off the trailer," I replied. "But right now, we need another option." I wished I could both be driving the truck and firing my rifle out back. The gun could drill nails out on the firing range, so I was certain I could have pierced a tire on the chase vehicle. Then again, maybe Ben had tried that, but sitting in the truck bed simply didn't make it easy. The bottom line was, we didn't want the Jeep to get close enough to aim at its tires, since it would also be close enough to put more rounds on the 6 of us still alive. We were much softer targets than the Cherokee. "That said," I continued, "you might be onto something. If we can't make them stop completely, we need to convince them of a danger that makes them hang back long enough for us to safely unload our passenger, while not letting them gain any ground on us." I had an inkling of a plan. "Hey, Mr. Park, is there a bridge really close to your home?"
"Yes,"
he answered. "And will we go over the bridge on the way there?" I asked.
"You have to cross a bridge to go into my neighborhood. Yeah."
Our region of Florida was crisscrossed by thousands of little canals and waterways, so I'd been counting on his answer. I refined my plan as we drove the few minutes to Park's subdivision. We made several turns along the way, each time waiting for the Jeep to speed up, but it hung back, seemingly content to follow at a distance. By the time we'd gotten close to where Kim had told us to go, we'd gone back out into the empty terrain from earlier. His subdivision was the one I'd seen on the drive in, A long row of small houses formed the edge of the undeveloped land. "And you live straight out there?" I asked as we got closer to the homes.
Me and my wife live almost in the middle of the development," he said through the window.
"Are there other ways in?" I inquired.
"The Sunshine Smiles development is a square, yes. Each side has one entrance, and there are 3 roads which loop around on the inside, with a small lake in the middle. If you drive across this nearest bridge, my house won't be far from there. I promise."
I could tell he didn't want me to find any excuse not to take him home. "Okay, guys," I said with an exhale of driving stress. "I'm going to stop on the far end of the bridge coming up and let LeVar and Ben jump out. You guys are going to make it clear you have weapons, so the Jeep won't try to follow me to Park's place." I tried to imagine myself in the seat of the other driver. If I saw 2 men get out and stand next to the road with guns, I couldn't imagine any scenario where I'd be desperate enough to try to pass them. "Are you sure?" Ben asked. "What if there's trouble at his house?"
"There won't be,"
Kim insisted. Ben did have a point, but I didn't have time to flesh out tons of alternatives. "You 2 are going to keep those assholes from seeing where I drop off my passenger. I'll swing by on the first street to pick you up as soon as I'm done." I kept my speed around 40 as I headed for the development across open terrain, but the Jeep seemed to speed up anyway, perhaps to attack us again, or perhaps to lessen the risk of losing us in the crowded community. "If they try to get close, shoot to kill," I said in the most serious tone of the day. While it was tempting to tell them to fire at will, since the Jeep people had already killed Chuck, my intention was to have my 2 friends be a simple deterrent, rather than drop the men off and have them get into a gunfight. "We will," Ben replied in a similar sad tone. When we made it to the bridge, I hit the brakes. "And go!" I shouted the instant we stopped. LeVar hopped out in one clean jump, but it took a few seconds for Ben to follow him. The larger man helped Ben get out. Then they ran to the edge of the bridge nearest the houses. "I'll be back," I called out.
"I love you,"
Kyra declared to her husband.
"I also love you,"
I shouted out my window, attempting to keep people laughing rather than dwelling on Chuck. Both men cracked up as I pulled away. Carmen gave me a playful poke in the ribs, a clear sign her old self was still in there. I watched behind me for as long as I could, but the cisterns made it impossible to see what happened until I slowed and turned to the left a little. That gave me a clear look on the road behind us. As I'd hoped, the Jeep had stopped a couple 100 yards beyond the bridge. "We're golden," I told the remaining team, before driving off. The 1-bedroom homes in Park's community were smaller than those of the surrounding area, and they were packed in with about 10 feet between each one. A tiny driveway sat at the end of the dwellings, allowing room for only 2 cars. The landscaping was flawless, as if professionally maintained. Back home, it would have been called a trailer park, though the houses were slightly bigger than a single-wide trailer. The subdivision was about a mile square, with a narrow road that ran along the outer edge, with houses between the street and the open scrubland, exactly as Park had described. The central lake was up ahead, but Park tapped my window before we reached it.
"This is my street," he said.
I made a right turn, expecting we'd have to go far into the sprawl, but we only had to drive a few houses down. Park lived on the innermost loop of the development, though his tiny home was on the opposite side of the road, not on the lake itself.
"Stop here," he said.
As soon as the truck rolled to a halt, I opened my door.
"Where are you going?"
Carmen asked with worry. "I'm going to help him get out. Then I'm going to lighten our load." She scooted onto my seat.
"I can help."
I knew there was no point in trying to tell her to wait in the car. "Grab the map." I turned and immediately came face to face with Chuck. "Oh, shit," I blurted. The dead man sat against the back window. I got a good look at the path of the bullet that had killed him. It sailed in at an angle, hit Chuck on the left side of his face, went through the open rear window, sailed between Carmen and Kyra, and then poked a hole in the front windshield. We were lucky we hadn't lost 2 people. "Wait, Mr. Park, before you get out, I need to ask a favor of you." Kim Park had one leg over the side. He knew what I was going to ask, and I could see him thinking about whether or not he should make a run for it.
"You want me to help move him?"
Kim spoke with finality. "I'm sorry to ask you."
"No, it's fine,"
he said in a dramatic tone.
"I owe him everything for helping me get home with you guys. I'll see if I can figure out where he lived and try to get some of his family to come pick him up."
"That's nice of you," I answered. Park shifted the well-dressed dead man and leaned him over the side for me to grab. We were in a hurry, but I was unable to ignore the fist-sized chunk of skull missing from his head. When we had him on the grass next to the trailer, I unbuttoned my shirt to hide the distraction. "Before I go, can you tell me the fastest way to loop around to the South Point Business District, since we can't go back the way we came?"
"You said you have a map?"
he asked.
"Yes, but first,"
I said, getting my shirt off. Carmen came running up, holding the paper map. She paused when she saw me shirtless, but her smile faded when she watched me put my Hawaiian shirt over Chuck's mangled face. I called their attention to the man on the ground, then bowed my head. "God, I'm sorry for leaving him here, but we pray for Chuck that he might make it to heaven."
"And pray for the rest of us,"
Carmen added.
"Amen,"
Mr. Park finished. We stepped far away from the corpse. I took the map and spread it out on the empty part of our trailer. As soon as I had it opened and flat, Kim pointed.
"We are here,"
he declared. He drew a line with his finger.
"Since you asked for the fastest way back, you'll want to go north out through here, then turn left. You'll be on the main road again, which will take you back to my comic book store. And Chuck's."
He didn't finish saying Tractor Supply Store, but we all glanced over to the dead man under the colorful shirt.
"Don't worry about it,"
I said as I patted the map to make it rustle. The 2 of them turned back to me.
"Sorry,"
Park said with sadness. I had to keep us on task, since my friends were alone back at the bridge.
"Will the Jeep see us if we drive along the main road?" I asked.
"Maybe," he replied as he rubbed his chin.
"There are no trees to hide behind, as you know, but it's pretty far from the bridge, so it's possible they won't notice you."
With the map in front of me, I traced my finger along a longer route we could take back home. If we went east for a couple of miles, we'd hook left and go around the Yucca Pens Wildlife Area, which was the big forest that sat between North Point and South Point. My home was on the western boundary, and a long 4-lane highway created a border on the eastern edge. Looking on the map, I guessed it was about 30 square miles in area, and about 5 or 6 miles of border per side. There wasn't a single road inside the boundaries of the Green Refuge. Since we'd have to drive almost 2/3 of the way around the forest if we chose that route, I could imagine a lot of new dangers. Going back the way we came from was a lot shorter.
"The smart play is sticking with the route we know. As long as we can ditch that Jeep and avoid the roadblock we saw back by the hardware store, we'll soon be home free. If we do run into trouble, we'll swing by Jerome's street again to take a little breather and regroup." "He didn't seem too anxious to let us stick around," Carmen said dryly.
"Well, if all else fails, I'll offer to build him a well." We both laughed for a bit, an act which felt strange within sight of Chuck's corpse. Maybe the laughter was my way of avoiding a dark place. Knowing what I did about all those fictional EMP tales, it would have been easy for me to give up and toss myself in my own grave. but everything was different when people were counting on me. Getting down in the dumps was not an option. Before we go, there's one more thing I need to do. Kim, would you mind helping me? I walked alongside the trailer as I spoke. The Korean man looked toward Chuck, apparently fearful my request would have to do with the dead man. Of course, he said in a robotic tone. I brought him to the tail of the trailer and yanked on one of the heavy ramps. They were wedged under the wooden deck toward the middle, so they fit between the tires. As I pulled it out, he ran around me and started on the other one. Mind if we leave them here? I asked. Oh, these, he replied with relief. Be my guest. The metal ramps were quite heavy, as I expected. The 18-foot dual-axle trailer was meant to carry all types of equipment, up to the size of small tractors, which would roll down the pair of ramps to dismount the platform. I would have loved to keep them, but the drag of weight was a huge liability for us. This will save us a couple 100 pounds, I stated in a businesslike tone. Park struggled as he dragged it to the side of the street. Carmen trotted over to help him, but he waved her off. She and I shared a bemused look. I dragged mine too, but the pretty Cuban woman simply watched me work. I don't need any help, I said with thick sarcasm. Sorry, she replied with some embarrassment. It was another light moment I desperately needed with death so close. All right, Gawker, I poked fun at her. Let's saddle up. On the way back to the front, I grabbed 2 of the buckets with nails in them and set them inside the back of the truck bed, near where Chuck had been sitting. Wait, you have to meet my wife. Here she comes now. Mr. Park pointed to a middle-aged Asian woman emerging from the side door of the little home. Her face lit up at seeing her husband. I'd love to, but we really have to go. My friends could die back at the bridge if we didn't get moving. Park waved his wife over. I fired up the engine. Now I noticed other neighbors standing in front of their homes, since we'd made a disturbance. It reinforced the need to move. Nice to meet you, I said to the woman. She gave me a polite wave, then swept Kim in her arms. Glad we could help the guy, I said to Carmen as we accelerated up to the posted speed limit of 20 miles per hour. I waited until we reached a cross street, then I popped a U-turn. We passed Kim and his wife a second time, and they were chatting with neighbors. Good luck, he shouted. You too, I hollered. I noticed Kyra still wasn't back to herself yet. She was back on her seat, but she hadn't come out to chat over the map or say goodbye to Kim, and she now constantly tugged at some loose locks of hair, as if trying to scrape off every molecule of blood. Mental issues were going to play a role almost as important as who could shoot. It was a subject we'd need to chat about with the neighborhood watch team when we made it back home. But for now, I had to hope she could hold it together. In less than a minute, we were back at the intersection near the bridge. The sons of bitches have found a friend. I pointed to the distant black Cherokee, which was now joined by a big red Jeep CJ7. Shit, Carmen hissed through clenched teeth. LeVar, Kyra perked up. The black man waved to us as we approached, then ran across the yard of the small house on the corner next to the bridge. I swung the truck right, toward the north, which was the direction I intended to go to get out of the neighborhood. However, as soon as the El Camino was sideways, relative to the 2 Jeeps, I put a foot on the brake. Ben, run behind me, I shouted. Ben stood on the opposite side of the road from LeVar. However, to get him out of there, he could either run across the street in full view of the onlookers down the road, or he could run a bit further and use the trailer and truck as a shield. He immediately sprinted toward the back of the trailer. LeVar came around the front of the truck and immediately went to his wife. LeVar, give me the rifle, I insisted. He shoved it through the front compartment, which elicited a bit of a recoil from Kyra. Carmen took hold and got it over to me. "Thanks," I said to them both. I set it on the windowsill to steady it. Once there, I was able to look through the scope glass to see what we were dealing with. The old CJ had big mud tires and several whip antennas. It was coated with wet mud, suggesting they were not going to be stopped by fields, lawns, or small fences. They might even have the clearance to get across a canal for all I knew. It wasn't the first red Jeep of the day. "That's the same Jeep from the police station," I said with recognition. "They showed up almost the second you sped off," Ben said as he ran up and started climbing into the back. "I assume they're working together?" I asked, still peering through the glass. "Have to be. They haven't—" A loud metallic thud came from the rear of my truck, vibrating the vehicle. A second later, a distant boom of a rifle cracked from where the Jeeps were parked. "Get in!" I shouted. LeVar was still outside his wife's door. I didn't know what kind of rifle they had, but I knew it was large caliber, probably a hunting rifle or even a .50 caliber sniper model. I'd parked broadside to provide cover for Ben, but we'd be in mortal danger if we didn't get out of their line of sight. I couldn't roll without my friend on board, so I leaned down into my scope and put the reticle above the black Jeep, estimating the range at about 250 yards. I fired over and over as I fought to keep the barrel on target, though I didn't see anyone inside the rig. "They're in the weeds next to the road," Ben yelled. "Not the truck." Kyra began scooting back onto the floorboard. Carmen pushed her body behind mine. We all knew the situation. A second shot came in from the Jeep crew. It missed the truck completely, but it blew apart a mailbox on the first house down the road. The clap of the shot arrived an instant later. All the oxygen left my lungs. I thought I saw where the shooter was located in the scrub next to the road out there, but I was distracted by the surprise departure of the red Jeep. It headed north across the open ground, toward the main road, as if its only job had been to drop off the big-ass rifle. A rifle that may have come from the police station. "I'm in!" LeVar cried out. My chances of hitting a moving target from 200 or 300 yards, while taking fire from a gun designed to kill animals at that range, was essentially zilch. The black Jeep was a temptress sitting there out in the open, and if I had a few more seconds, I would have tried to disable it. Another shot was microseconds away. I pulled the AR back in and crushed the gas pedal. The next incoming round hit the rear trailer, or a cistern, I couldn't tell. By moving the truck, I might have caused them to miss one of my friends. Several heads stuck out the doors of the nearby homes, watching the commotion. The last thing I saw was two men getting out of the grass and running for the Cherokee. Then we were shielded from each other by the tightly packed row of homes as we rolled on. "Is everyone okay?" I called out. Ben and LeVar both reported in. Carmen patted my leg.
"We're good here, Frank."
I knew she was talking about Kyra. There was no way to sugarcoat what had happened. "Guys, I hate to say this, but their new buddy took off to the north. I can't say for sure, but I'd bet almost anything they are going to block off the north entrance. If they can somehow communicate with each other, there may be more of them out there. They might even be ganging up with others to block off all 4 exits to this place. Then they can pick us off at their leisure."
"We could hide among all these people," Carmen volunteered. "I'm sure we could stay with Park until they leave."
"That would keep us alive, yeah. But it wouldn't help Penny and the others back on our street."
"Of course," she replied. "I didn't mean to say we wouldn't—"
"I know," I reassured her.
"But what can we do?"
she asked. All my previous choices risked dire consequences if I'd chosen poorly. The hardware store, the police station, Chuck's tractor supply store. now in Kim Park's community. Each of those choices kept us going on our mission to get the well equipment and bring back valuable intel that could save our lives. But now I had to roll the dice on a move that would either get us home or get us killed. A man standing on his driveway made a downward motion with his arms I recognized. "He wants us to slow down," I said, let off the gas, and cruised by the man. "Dickwad!" he shouted as we went by. We did perhaps 30. My instincts said to open the throttle and ignore the consequences. But there were still children around, and I couldn't risk hurting anyone. We passed the northern exit and kept going on the outer loop of the Sunshine Smiles community.
Where are we going?
Carmen pressed. The El Camino growled menacingly as we rolled among the tiny homes. "I'm thinking," I replied. Seconds later, I saw a glimpse of movement in my side mirror. The black Jeep peeked around the cisterns, then backed off. "Shit!" I cursed. The small silver lining was that my choice had been made for me. "We're going the long way home." Chapter 18. "We're going out the south entrance," I said, steeling my stomach for breaking the speed limit in Park's neighborhood. With the black Jeep already behind us and the red Jeep somewhere to the north, our best chance of escape was to the south. I got the needle to 35, which seemed like jet plane speeds on the narrow streets. Several retired residents hobbled to the curb and used the downward hand motion to remind us we were breaking the rules. But they didn't know the real threats were behind us. I began honking. "Get out of the way!" I yelled out my window. Several of the male residents stood in the street itself, bravely trying to force us to brake. I hit the horn continuously.
"Slow down, asshole!"
one of them yelled as we went by. "I know," I said under my breath. There were no kids around, which was a plus, since we were presenting a real danger to pedestrians. But the steady stream of adults almost made up for it. One woman held her slipper as she screamed at us. Another man pointed at us menacingly with his cane. A lone man stood at the end of his driveway, watching our rapid approach. He was probably 75 or 80, but he'd come out wearing nothing but a postage stamp-sized pair of pink swim trunks. "I don't even want to know," I mumbled.
"Get out of the way!"
Kyra screamed from her window. Based on his posture, I worried he was about to jump in front of the truck, as that would for sure make us stop. But he instead wound up his arm as if he was on a pitcher's mound. "Duck!" I yelled over to Kyra, while also reaching to grab her shirt tail. The elderly man side-armed a rock, which thumped against the door on Kyra's side as we flew by. She fell to her seat with a gasp.
"Who are these people?"
she asked with exasperation. "This is an old-school retirement community," I answered, focused on the road. "A whole powerless village, with nothing better to do than wait for something exciting to happen."
"Which is us right now,"
Carmen said with realization. "Yep," I answered. I knew we were burning our bridges with the subdivision people, but the payout was up ahead. "There's the damned exit." An elderly woman sat on a bench near the corner, curious what was coming her way. "Ma'am," I said to her as I made the turn. The entryway was almost identical to the one where we'd come in. A little bridge went over a canal behind the outer row of houses. However, instead of an open field, we drove into a built-up area with shops, restaurants, and other structures. I didn't need to look back, as I was certain the Jeep couldn't have lost track of us, since 35 was hardly racing speed. However, I took a minor victory. There was no red Jeep waiting for us. I'd avoided the eastern exit, figuring the red Jeep could still catch up to us while driving around the outside of the complex. But I figured it couldn't possibly make it to the south exit before we did. Once we'd made it to the next cross street, I began another zigzag pattern to make sure anyone with a radio wouldn't know where we were heading next. I made sure to mix up going east, then west, then south. Finally, when I saw a 4-lane highway to our east, I made a run for it.
"This is the highway we want?"
Carmen asked. "I'm sure of it," I replied, gripping the wheel as I sped through an underpass and made a left for the entrance ramp of the highway. "This will take us the long way home. With a little luck, we can fuse the hell out of the red Jeep, and we'll stay so far ahead so he'll never catch up." But that didn't solve my problem with the black Jeep, which followed us onto the ramp like a bloodhound, tracking a truck wrapped in bacon. I would have left both Jeeps in the dust if I wasn't pulling a heavy load, so they might have seen our situation as their only shot of catching such a fast machine. "How far back is he?" I shouted over the road and engine noises once we were up to speed. "Pretty far," LeVar shouted. "He came up the ramp a lot slower than us." "Keep me updated," I replied. I turned my attention inside the cabin. "Can you grab my backpack?" I asked Carmen in a friendly manner. Once she had it, I instructed her to pull out ammo for my AR-15 and begin reloading for me.
"On it,"
she said. "And are you doing any better?" I asked Kyra, leaning in front of my Cuban passenger. She was a mess. Chuck's blood had dried on her face and in her hair, but her tears had spread streams of the mess onto her cheeks, jawline, and neck. It looked as if she'd been a victim in a chainsaw massacre film.
"I'm fine, Frank. Thanks for having patience with me."
It did seem like she'd been doing a lot better since LeVar had rejoined us in the truck. "You're good," I said with conviction. No matter what I thought about her recent setbacks, I needed her back on the team for whatever was coming next. The forest flew by on my left. It bordered the highway for long stretches in each direction, as I'd seen on the map. A few miles ahead, there would be a route that would take us across the northern boundary of the forest. We'd go into North Point where we'd see the plane crash again. Then we'd turn south toward home, on good old Bayside Road. It would be a pleasant hour-long Sunday afternoon drive in my Vet. Now, our lives were at risk. I did notice a few gravel roads heading into the woods, which suggested the map didn't have every trail or path marked out. But it would practically be suicide for me to blindly pick one and hope it took us somewhere on the other side. We were in an old truck hauling a trailer, while the guys in the 4-wheel drive Jeep could go anywhere in the woods. It would be no contest, which is why I kept pushing hard to get away from the second Jeep. One was enough. "It's catching up," Ben shouted. I glanced toward Kyra's side mirror, but I forgot it had been shot off. I weaved a little to get a look at the Jeep from the mirror on my door. As he'd said, the Jeep had gotten closer by about half, as if he'd smashed down the gas pedal to close the gap. "Be ready," I shouted. It wasn't really necessary to say. Both men in the rear bed knew we were in life or death mode. If sitting in Chuck's blood didn't hit home with them, they were never going to make it in this new world. I gave it a little more gas. The 454 cubic inch engine had a lot more to give, but the dynamics of our setup caused the truck to vibrate whenever we went over 60 miles per hour, and it became a wild mosh pit up near 80, so I needed to keep it below that extreme. "It's backing off again," Ben announced. I brought it down to 60 to stabilize us. Even a random old Cherokee could do better than 80, which suggested they were hanging back for a reason. Were they waiting for their friends? Did they have friends up ahead? Like Carmen, were they reloading the big sniper rifle so they could blast us up the tailpipe? Or worse, were they waiting for us to turn so they could use the rifle and hit us in the tender side? All the turns back in town made it easy for us to keep them from getting too close, since we had Ben's 30-30 and my AR to shoot back at them. But out here in the open country, they could fire the powerful rifle at us from a mile away, and we'd have no chance of hitting them back. The only comfort I took in the situation was they couldn't exactly fire a gun that big while holding it sideways out a window. They'd either need to be stopped, like back at the bridge, or they'd need to shoot out their own windshield. Whatever their issues, as long as they stayed far back, it would give us time to safely make a left turn when the exit arrived. But I'd been cooking up a plan for how to make the entire issue go away. Carmen finished loading the magazine and did her best to slap it back into the receiver. I'd briefly demonstrated how to do it during our shooting practice. "Someone was paying attention," I said to her. Carmen flashed a smile at me, then quickly glanced at my chest, since I still had no shirt on.
"Yeah, I had a feeling your training intensity wasn't to show off for us, Frank. I listened to your lessons, hoping you were wrong about this EMP stuff. But deep down, I was worried you were right."
She pulled the charging handle to get the first round into position.
"Safety on or off?"
she asked, before cracking up. "Yeah, I don't think we'll need safeties on this trip," I said, appreciating a bit of her fatalistic humor. "Before you stash my pack, can you get out the map again? I need to check it." She pulled it out, but before I could glance at it, we passed a group of 10 or 15 people walking along the side of the road, with roller suitcases dragging behind them. A few kids ran alongside them in the grass. Many turned and tried to flag us down as we approached, and some of the men came into the rightmost lane. "Sorry, folks, we can't stop," I said as I swerved well into the other lane. I was glad none of them were desperate enough to block both lanes. Instead of racing past them, I let the El Camino coast a little, so we didn't blow them over with wind shear. The reduction in engine noise allowed me to hear them yell for us to stop in those few seconds as we went by. "This is getting ugly," I commented. "People are already desperate enough to leave their homes and walk along the highways."
"Why?"
Carmen asked. "I have no idea. You couldn't pay me to walk on this or any other highway."
"Unless it was worse where they lived."
Carmen let her words fade. I tried to give them one last look in the rearview mirror, but the cisterns blocked my view. "Good luck," I murmured.
"Do you think me mama will try to walk here?"
Carmen asked with sadness. Her mother lived in Miami, and she'd almost tried to go there on the day of the EMP, so it was natural for her to see the travelers as representatives of her mom. I realized I'd forgotten all about her mother, and my tone might have put worry into Carmen's mind, so I had to head off that dark place as fast as possible. "Hell no," I shot back. "If your mom is half as smart as you, she'll know the safest place you can be is at home, so she can ride this out. She won't risk going out into the unknown."
"I hope so,"
she replied.
"My mom and dad are back in Detroit," Kyra added. "So is LeVar's dad. His mom passed a few years back."
"I'm sure they'll be just fine too," I responded. We all had someone out there in the unknown. My sister Lissa and nephew Joey were back in Chicago. There was no question in my mind they would stay there. My brother-in-law was a resourceful dude, and I had total faith he would take care of my sister. Joey should be prepared for disasters, thanks to lots of hints from Uncle Frank, so all my bases were covered. We sped by a small business on our right side. It was a welding shop or a farm equipment service center, based on what I could see as we passed. I also noticed a couple of men holding shotguns, almost daring us to turn up their gravel driveway. Kyra spoke softly.
"Not too friendly out here, are they?"
"I guess they don't know whether we're the good guys or the bad guys," I replied.
"They'd better not give those walkers any trouble," she added.
"Let's see this map," I finally said to Carmen, motioning to it still sitting on her leg. Carmen folded the map on the steering wheel in front of me. "Thanks," I said.
"We're on this road."
She touched a long fingernail to the paper. "That's right," I said. "Can you put your finger where we need to make our turn?"
I'll try,
she replied. I glanced sideways, savoring a look at her pretty green eyes. I experienced a moment of hatred for whoever shit on my Florida retirement party. Never in my life did I imagine sitting next to someone so beautiful, under such stunningly awful conditions. I should have been wooing dates in my dream car, not fighting modern-day marauders on the dangerous highways, and guessing who the good guys and bad guys were at every turn. We soon passed a small trailer park again on the right side. It also had men out front, but they waved as we sailed by. Kyra waved back at them. "People are arming up," I said, both impressed and dismayed. I appreciated people were coming together, but armed groups would make it harder for us to get home. It was only a matter of time before someone thought to barricade the entire highway, forcing people to pay tolls for safe passage.
"This is the turn, Frank."
Carmen pointed to the map, which allowed me to zero in on the area. "I see it," I replied. The plan came together in my brain, but I had to set the stage with my friends, since they weren't going to like it. "Looking at our route, I think we all know we can't continue this pursuit all the way back to Clownfish Cove. It would give away where we lived, and they would have time to gather all their asshole friends before paying us a visit in the middle of the night."
"Sounds about right,"
she said. "So we have to take them out," I said without emotion.
"But how?"
she pressed. I smirked as I revealed step one of my plan. "Can either of you drive a stick?" I asked Carmen and Kyra. Carmen immediately said no, but Kyra took a bit longer.
"I learned to drive on a stick,"
Kyra said in a subdued voice. "You think you could drive this car?" I asked. She turned to me, as if I'd suggested she relive the incident with Chuck. "It's okay if you can't," I said immediately. I'd hoped one of the women could drive the car, since they could take over for me far faster than either of the two men in the rear cargo bed. I also wanted the men where they were, so they could defend against the Jeep if it got any closer.
"Tell me what you need, Frank,"
Kyra went on. Far ahead, almost at the limit of my view, I saw the turn sign for the intersection where we'd need to go left, toward North Point. Whatever I was going to do, I needed it to happen before we made the turnoff. Otherwise, it would give the bad guys one additional clue where we lived. Fortunately, there was a small neighborhood on the opposite corner of our target intersection, right where Carmen had placed her fingernail. Never having been there, I had to make an educated guess about the layout from what I saw on the map, but I was almost certain I could make my plan work. "I'm going to get out, so I need you to drive the truck back home." It was essentially the same plan as having Ben and LeVar block the bridge, but I was removing the extraction step, giving the truck an easy way out of the encounter. My hope was the Jeep guys wouldn't realize the trick until it was far too late.
"But I don't know the way,"
she complained. "Carmen has the map." I quickly handed it to her. "See?"
"This isn't right,"
Carmen interrupted.
"Why are you trying to be the hero again? Why can't we all jump out and shoot the crap out of those guys?"
Her suggestion did have some appeal to me. It reminded me of all of my neighbors backing me up when I'd handed Trevor over to Zen. If a firefight had kicked off, they would have been over my shoulders, ready to fire on the enemy. But this situation was entirely different. "We can't risk losing the truck in a shootout. You guys have to get this stuff home. You're the bait." I smiled at her, though I knew right away she wasn't going to take it so lightly.
"But,"
she tried to say, "we don't have time. This is the way it has to be." I started braking to show I meant business. The turnoff for the subdivision was seconds ahead.
"Damn it, Frank. Don't do this."
"Don't worry. If I can find a place on a bend, I can jump out before they see me. Then I'll surprise them by jumping out when they get close, so I can blow the shit out of their ride." You'll be long gone by the time they figure out it's only me. I knew nothing with firearms would be that easy, but my plan couldn't be any more complicated. We were only seconds ahead of them, so time was a big enemy of planning too. The only sure way to end this was rapidly, and through the use of deadly force.
"Make this turn,"
Carmen said in a downtrodden voice. I was already going right, but it helped to have confirmation from the map reader. "Is there anywhere narrow on the map?" I asked. "If they can drive around me, my plan won't work."
"There are some trees, I think, but I can't see anywhere it will be narrow by looking at the map."
I'd expected gunfire as I exposed our side to the enemy, but they must have been too far back to fire on us. LeVar and Ben also held their fire, probably for the same reason. "They're speeding up," LeVar declared. "Understood," I replied. The street ahead went straight for a couple 100 yards before turning left into a small development. It gave me a chance to open up the motor once more. "Here they come," Ben chimed in. I didn't look back, since I knew the Jeep would go as fast as possible to avoid losing us. My concern was up ahead. We went around the final turn and saw a long line of homes ahead of us. This was the poor part of town, apparently, since many of the homes were a mixture of those tiny structures of Mr. Park's neighborhood and the double-wide trailers of some of the more remote communities we'd passed along the highway. They lacked the manicured landscaping, tidy driveways, and clean structures, suggesting the owners weren't big on upkeep out here in the sticks. But none of the houses registered as the least bit interesting, since I was focused entirely on the trees. "That's it, right there," I said while pointing ahead. The narrow lane was straight as an arrow for the next half-mile, but a row of tall pine trees created a barrier to my line of sight about a quarter of a mile out. A blue car was parked there, too, as if the owner had been waiting in the shade when the EMP was dumped on us. I spurred the El Camino with high RPMs through all the gears, as we sped past half a dozen homes. If there were people watching, I took some comfort knowing they were far from the roadway, since each gravel driveway was 50 or 100 feet long. I wasn't a threat to them, despite breaking whatever low speed limit had been set for the street. "This is perfect." I slammed the brakes as we entered the trees. It took a few extra yards to stop completely, but I'd managed to get close to the abandoned blue car to the left side of the street.
"Are you sure about this?"
Carmen badgered.
"You said you'd find a bend."
"I'm sure," I replied. To Kyra, I added, "Get ready to take over."
"I'm ready,"
she answered.
"I'll jump out so Kyra can slide over,"
Carmen announced. "Yeah, that'll work," I said as I tried to look out the rearview mirror one last time. "Now," I said as soon as the tires stopped rolling. I flung open the door and sprinted behind the blue car. Kyra and Carmen played emergency fire drill on the far side of the truck, but soon Kyra slid across the seats until she was in the driver's position. "Go," I insisted. "Get out of here."
"I'll try,"
she said. The Jeep had come around the bend not far back, and I knew they would suspect something was up. I jumped out and hid behind the car before they could have spotted me. But they couldn't be complete idiots. If they saw us parked for even a second, they would be looking for people. Kyra put it in gear, then immediately killed the engine.
"That's bullshit," she fumed. "I had the clutch in."
"Take it slow," I said, as I tried to keep my heart from coming up my throat. My whole plan would be ruined if the Jeep closed the distance with us anyway. However, rushing her would do no one any good. I peeked through the glass of the parked car and saw the Jeep had come to a stop about 100 yards out. Their door was opening too. A heavy rifle was about to rain down on us. The motor cranked over, but didn't start. I was about to scrub the whole idea and hop back in. Then, the engine came to life.
"I did it!"
Kyra cheered. Go, I ordered. She took her time and pulled away from the line with all the urgency of a granny, leaving her Sunday quilting circle. But I had to take some relief that the truck was moving in the right direction. Ben and LeVar both waved as they rolled out. The big pile of sand went by. Then the first and second cisterns on the trailer. Finally. What the actual F? I blurted. Carmen stood on the other side of the road, as if she too was watching the bus leave the station. Get down, I commanded. She looked to me, then to the Jeep. To her credit, she didn't need but half a second to absorb my advice and look toward the trees behind her. Was there enough time for her to reach cover? I fell to the ground next to the back tire and aimed my rifle down the road. The man at the stopped Jeep had set his big sniper rifle on the windowsill of his open passenger door. My aim was off, I was sure of that, but I squeezed out some rounds anyway. All I wanted to do was make him think twice about standing there with nothing but a flimsy door between himself and a few .556 rounds. After firing 4, I steadied the scope to check my result. As expected, the guy had ducked down and gone behind his Jeep. It gave me a moment to exhale. I could push back the panic of losing my friend. A bunch of curse words lined up in my brain, upset and angry at her reckless adventurism. But I was determined to save them for another time. Are you okay? It was the only thing that mattered.
I'm fine, Frank,
she said from behind a tree near the edge of the woodline.
Aren't you going to say I should have stayed in the truck?
You must not know yourself very well, I chuckled. I've learned there is no way to tell you what to do and have it stick.
You didn't actually say I needed to stay in the truck, she snarked.
This is me rolling my eyes, I replied, still watching the Jeep boys. She laughed some more.
I'll stop doing dangerous stuff the second you stop trying to get yourself killed. You have a much better chance at staying alive another day if we do this together.
Maybe she was right, or maybe not. The fact was, we were now committed to my plan, and it was already working since Kyra was far down the road, and the Jeep was stopped in place, exactly as I'd planned. I guess we'll find out if this Jeep comes at us. I was tempted to put a bunch more rounds in the Jeep to disable it, but I wasn't going to expose myself to the sniper rifle. The shooter had run behind his Jeep, and I'd lost sight of him, so he could be lining up a shot on me from a new hiding spot. My only goal now was to keep the Jeep from passing to give chase to Kyra. Looking at Carmen, I realized our positions put us directly facing each other. If the truck flew by, there was a good chance we'd shoot the other person. That was one tactical element I'd read about many times. I heard a car door slam, so I dared take another look around my tree. The passenger was back inside.
They're getting ready,
she said with a frog in her voice. I'm coming over, I shouted.
What?
She asked. There was no time to think about it or plan. As long as the men were inside their Jeep, I could be reasonably sure they weren't aiming the sniper rifle at me, so that was my best chance to act. As soon as I hopped out from behind the parked car, someone fired a pistol. The tiny pop sounded harmless the first 4 or 5 times, but when a bullet slapped against the bark of the tree next to Carmen, I dove headfirst into the weeds to avoid the incoming ordnance.
Nice save,
she said, totally serious. Carmen immediately helped me off the ground, and then she slapped me hard on my left cheek. What was that for? I winced.
It's what you would have done to me if I'd run out in the open like that.
I pretended to be hurt. I would never hit a woman, I finally said. She scrunched her nose in disgust. I had to get over here, I added, so we don't shoot each other. But you're right about me taking chances. Next time I'll have you be the runner. Her eyes narrowed as she interpreted what I'd said. But then her features softened.
Frank, I just want you to stay alive is all.
I knew she meant well. Believe me, I want us both to stay alive. From somewhere far away, the El Camino's motor revved. My head swung behind us, and the blue car waited at the end of the street. For reasons I couldn't figure out, Kyra had turned around and was now facing the Jeep instead of heading for home. The driver of the Cherokee revved their engine. "Here they come," I said with sudden urgency. We spread out behind different trees. After steadying myself yet another time, I peeked around the trunk. I'd been wrong. The Jeep still waited down the road, though the driver was revving the engine like he was egging on the bull at a bullfight. "Shit! If Kyra's still here, we need to take out this Jeep," I called over to Carmen. If it got past us, Kyra would be in grave danger, even with Ben and LeVar there to support her. So my new plan was to get it to come at us so we could put it permanently out of commission. But it wouldn't move. It was the same scenario as when LeVar and Ben had held them off at the bridge. The Jeep wasn't going to advance while two people stood around with guns.
You think he's waiting for backup?
She asked. I could tell by her voice she was as nervous as I was at potentially being pinned down by two different Jeeps. There was no time for hesitation. "Are you a good runner?" I asked.
Hell no. I hate running. Why?
I looked toward our friends. She followed my eyes.
The main bait won't drive away, so you want me to be the new bait,
she said in a quiet voice. They don't appear willing to chance driving by both of us, so if one of us runs...
They'll make their move,
she finished. I hope, I remarked. I couldn't open up on them either, since I didn't want to chase them away from my trap. If they got back on the highway, they could loop around the subdivision and attack the El Camino from the rear. In fact, it's what I assumed the red Jeep was doing at that moment, since Kyra hadn't exited the subdivision through the other entrance. "You run toward our ride," I explained, "but stick to the middle of the yards, not the open road, so the Jeep doesn't have a good shot on you through all the trees. I hope they'll see you running away, and they'll figure they can risk going by me standing here all by myself."
What if they shoot at me anyway?
It was a risk, but far less of a risk than if I'd asked her to run straight down the roadway, in full view of the Jeep. I met her eyes. "If they shoot at all, you run directly to the side and get behind a house. My plan is to blow away anyone who tries to get that giant gun trained on you. If I can take out the gunner, I can then try for the driver." She took a step closer.
And you think this will work?
You have to stop acting like I'm an all-knowing dude. I'm rolling with this, the same as you are. She snickered.
You rolling and me rolling are two entirely different things. On this one, however, I think we should roll together.
Before I realized it, she rushed up to me, grabbed my face, and planted a kiss on my lips. She then lowered her hands to grip my triceps, made a point of checking out my pecs, and then she flashed me a wry smile.
"Wish me luck,"
she said in a sing-song voice, then took off on her run. Her perfume lingered a few extra seconds.
"You'd better not let him shoot me in the ass," she yelled.
I only watched her for a moment, long enough to judge her trajectory would keep her with some trees between herself and the Jeep, as I'd suggested. I wanted her to be seen, but not a legitimate target. With my weapon aimed, I made sure the guy with the big gun wasn't lining it up on her. To my relief, neither of the men were outside the Jeep with the rifle, so she wasn't under direct threat. At the same time, I hoped they'd try it, since it would give me another chance to put them down. And with Carmen's butt on the line, I wasn't going to miss. "Come on," I coaxed them. The Jeep wouldn't move. Behind me, Carmen was past the first driveway beyond the row of trees. Though she was playing a useful part, I was glad to have her running away from the danger zone. I checked the Jeep again, but there was still no activity. Nothing ever goes according to plan, I deadpanned. Without worrying about my safety, I stepped out from the tree and faced the Jeep. I was naked, without hard cover in front of me, but I saw the two men in the front seat, and the missing rear glass confirmed there was no one in the back seat. So I had confidence I could be there until one of the two men brought out the big rifle. Unless there was a third man hiding on the floor inside the Jeep. I wanted to get back behind the tree, but Carmen continued to run out in the open. If she wasn't going to be good enough bait, I had to put myself out there as the tastiest bait of all. I flipped them the bird for good measure. "This is for Chuck," I yelled. The engine revved, and the driver squealed the tires. "Oh, that's all it took? I should have tried that earlier," I spoke to myself in a calm voice, but my insides were a thunderstorm combined with an earthquake. The Jeep accelerated as it headed toward me. "What's the saying about the whites of their eyes?" I added, desperate not to jump behind the tree too early. I needed them to come the full distance. The passenger leaned his whole top half out the side window of the Jeep. I saw it as my chance to take out the gunner, since there was no way he could hit me on the move with the giant weapon. My scope came up. 50 yards, then 40. "Shit!" I barked. It wasn't the sniper rifle in his arms, but a pair of pistols. They fired one after the other as the truck sped up even faster. The driver ducked low. He planned to run through my blockade, without even watching where he was going. I backed partway around the tree, but I remained facing the Jeep. My breath froze into an ice block in my lungs. I aimed my AR one last time. Innumerable video games, movies, and books flashed through my brain as my instincts tried to align with what needed to be done in the moment. Should I try to shoot through the engine block and hope to hit the driver? Should I shoot the man with the guns? Wasn't he the big threat? Or should I go for the tires? The truck was probably doing 40 or 50. Carmen, on foot, could be run over. It solved my dilemma. Still half exposed, I went down on one knee and reoriented on the arriving truck. The front right tire was huge in the big scope. The man fired the pistols. I zoned out. There was nothing in the universe but me, my rifle, and the tire. The first few shots missed. I clipped the bumper, ricocheted one off the concrete. I think I put a few into the engine, despite not aiming for it. It was more difficult than I'd thought to hit a moving object, especially one that kept getting closer. There was about a second and a half before the barreling truck would pass me. I only had eyes for that tire. The next 5 shots peppered the tire and wheel several times. I caught a glimpse of the guy with the pistols as he came for me. All of his shots so far had missed, as if he'd misjudged my position while going so fast. Our eyes met as he was nearly next to me. He lined up both pistols on my bare chest. I fired a last shot. The tire exploded. The driver remained low, so I didn't see him as the Jeep approached, but he was slightly off course, and his right tires were mostly in the gravel of the shoulder. The blowout caused the boxy Cherokee to veer even more to the right, into the soft grass almost in front of me. The passenger's 2 arms flicked upward, causing him to fire over my head. I hit the deck. The front of the Jeep wrapped around the trunk of a tree, 10 feet to my right. Glass exploded, seemingly from every window. The passenger screamed in shock for an instant as he shot out through the windshield. Somehow, one of the pistols bounced out of the Jeep and careened back onto the roadway. It skittered across the pavement and went under the parked car. I looked up in time to see the back end of the old Jeep hang in the air for a few seconds, and then it fell back down. "Wow," I said with reverence, standing again. As I walked all the way around my protective tree trunk, the Jeep hissed and smoked as radiator fluid cooked on the exhaust manifold.
"Are you okay?"
A woman cried out.
"Frank?"
It took me a second to realize it was Carmen. I waved. "Yeah, I'm good." She started to come back, which put me into action. I knew the man who'd launched through the air was not going to be a threat, but the guy inside the Jeep could have survived. I hustled over to the bent passenger door, sucked in a breath, then popped my head over the side for half a second, pistol in hand. The man was wedged under the steering column, and it was not a pretty sight. But he was alive. I ran around to the far side, checking down the road for the red Jeep. I was sure it was lurking out there somewhere. Carmen tried to come over, but I waved her off. "Get the others." She skidded in the grass, looked at me as if to make sure I was all right, and then turned toward our friends parked at the end of the street. To their credit, Kyra had already started in our direction. I stuck my head inside the window. "Help," the guy wheezed. It was hard to look at him, even after trading shots. Blood was everywhere. I expected every bone in his body was broken. But the worst part was his age. I knew gangs recruited young, but the driver couldn't have been long out of high school. "Sorry, son. This is not how I wanted this to end." What do you say to a dying man? "Dad?" he asked. "No, sorry," I replied. The kid made an effort to look at me. "Oh, I guess this really is the end of the world." His weakened voice trailed off. I wasn't sure if he was talking about himself or the world at large. I would not have expected a thug to get philosophical at the end of his life, especially one his age. It evoked no anger, but lots of regret. Not for me, but for him. "T-Bone is going to be pissed." I vaguely recalled Mr. Park mentioning the name. "Who's T-Bone? Is he in the red Jeep? Is he coming? Why the hell were you chasing us?" I had a dozen questions that needed answers. One of his eyes opened. "Stole the Jeep to get around, but my dad had an El Camino like yours." He spoke with barely a whisper. "Thought it would be an even sweeter whip to take." "Are you shitting me? You wanted to steal my ride because it reminded you of—" I don't know how I knew, given his wretched state, but I could tell he'd passed. In the moments while I waited for my friends to pick me up, my anger turned to sadness for the kid under the wheel. Such a stupid reason to chase down a stranger. If he would have said he was acting under orders from a crime lord, or needed the ride to carry supplies, or any of 100 other reasons, I might have understood why he'd come after us. But his explanation was almost the worst one possible. So damned senseless, I huffed. Before I left the window, I noticed an ancient CB radio attached to some wires, sticking out from where the original AM/FM radio would be. It had flopped around in the accident, and now rested on the edge of the driver's seat, facing up. I checked for the red Jeep again, but it still hadn't shown up. The El Camino was seconds away. I motioned for Kyra to turn it around, since we needed to go in the opposite direction to escape through the back entrance. She waved to me. There was no time to cut the CB out, so I yanked on the wires as hard as I could. It easily slid out from the power cables, since they'd been spliced together in a sloppy fashion, but the coaxial cable came out with the box, so I had to unscrew it from the back. The real prize was the semi-automatic bullpup sniper rifle, which was a design I'd never seen before. The giant black monster had bounced to the back seat, but it seemed to have survived the wreck, so I reached through the broken glass to drag it out. I also dragged out a black rifle case, labeled GM6 Lynx, as well as a 50-count box of .50 caliber ammo, but the latter had spilled all over the cabin, leaving only a handful left in the cardboard container. There was also a cheap shotgun with some slug rounds affixed to the top rail. It might have been what they'd used to shoot Chuck with. It had been bent in the accident, so I left it. But I picked up a few loose rounds for both guns, threw them in the ammo box, and then got out of there. There were probably other treasures worth salvaging, but I didn't have the time to dig around in the mess. Whatever was on the driver, it would go to the grave with him. Same with whatever was on the man who'd been tossed. Kyra pulled up next to me. I put the treasures over the side of the bed, next to LeVar. "That was crazy," my friend said to me. "You have no idea," I replied. "But I'll tell you all about it when we get back home." Kyra got out, ran around the front, and hopped back into her passenger seat. "You did great," I said over the hood to her. I did not bring up she'd failed to drive home as I'd requested, but I was coming to appreciate my people seemed to know when to disobey my orders. Kyra and Carmen had both done things in unorthodox ways, but those ways had helped me put an end to our immediate threat. I'd have to figure out how to tap into the protective energy they seemed to share. "I want to be off this street in 60 seconds, I said as I hopped in. "I'm sure that red Jeep is on its way, since it appears as if they were using working CB radios." Silently, I said a prayer for the 2 young men who'd died, trying to turn some of my anger at the stupidity of it into a more productive activity. I included the father of the boy, who with everything else going on might never know what had happened to his son. "Hey, why aren't we turned around?" I asked as I addressed the fact Kyra had twice failed to go in the direction I'd requested. Kyra sighed. "You aren't going to believe this, Frank." "Try me," I deadpanned. "It's a dead end." Chapter 19. "Don't get mad, Frank. I tried to leave this place like you wanted us to do, but the map didn't show there was a bridge torn down for construction by the other exit. Right now there is only one way in and out." Kyra pointed beyond the wreckage of the black Jeep. "Mad?" I chuckled. "Do I strike you as the type of guy who gets mad at my friends?" I got plenty mad at idiots and fools. There was no way around it if you spend a large part of your life driving professionally. But not my own teammates, especially when it clearly wasn't their fault. I sat there for a few seconds, certain the red Jeep was going to come around the corner at the end of the road, and we'd again be faced with a deadly threat. They'd be quite displeased that I'd taken out 2 of their friends, and a gunfight would almost certainly ensue. After snagging the sniper rifle, it was tempting to say bring it on. But the red Jeep's delay could have been due to them gathering even more Jeeps, and a whole convoy of sniper rifle guys could come around that corner. Or we'd lose our own rig to gunfire. Or one of my friends could die. After being shot at multiple times in the day, another deadly gunfight was the absolutely last thing I wanted to wait around for. However, before I could put it in first gear to leave, a man shouted from the driveway nearest the crumpled Cherokee. "Hey you! Get the hell out of here before I call the cops!" "What?" I asked with total surprise. He was Ben's age, with a long gray beard, a clean white t-shirt, and long khaki cargo shorts. A matte black shotgun was nestled in his arms as he waited about 50 feet away.
I saw you shoot at that Jeep, he continued. My tree is destroyed. I'm going to call the cops.
And here comes the next fool or idiot. My first instinct was to invite him to try calling anyone on his dead phone, but it wasn't the time for antagonizing anyone, as I'd tried to instill in Chuck, especially an angry man with a weapon.
You're wrong, Mr. Bob,
a woman insisted from the opposite side of the street.
He was defending his friend. I saw the whole thing.
I glanced past Carmen and Kyra. The woman looked to be about 18, with long blonde hair and frumpy mom clothes, a baby in one arm, and another kid clinging to her leg. Crap, I murmured.
We're endangering those kids,
Carmen whispered. You read my mind, I replied.
I'm open to that,
she joked, echoing what I'd said earlier.
The bad guys might almost be here,
Kyra said, as if carrying a bucket of worry. I turned to the young mother. Thank you for vouching for me. We're going to get out of here so your kids aren't in any more danger.
Thank you, mister,
she smiled.
Yeah, get on out of here,
the man added. If you see a red Jeep, they might try to shoot you, I cautioned the guy. I figured he'd be open to defending his young neighbors.
If you see my red boot, it might go in your ass, Mr. Bob sneered. Just leave.
Then again, maybe he was an asshole to everyone. I put it in first gear and slowly passed the scene of the accident. I still wouldn't really let myself look at the man who'd flown through the glass. What was left of him? I suspected Mr. Bob hadn't even noticed the dead guy, since he hadn't mentioned it. Once he figured it out, I assumed his already foul mood would take a turn for the worse. All the more reason to exit the street. Pray the red Jeep didn't follow his friends, so we can get out of this place, I said matter-of-factly to Kyra and Carmen. My singular focus was getting them all to safety. The first test was going around the right-hand turn near the front of the community. There were enough trees to screen most of the highway, but it wasn't a solid wall of them. Okay, so far so good, I said to my companions. I let the car roll to the end of the road, but as soon as we came out of the trees along the highway, I gave it more gas. Clear, I blurted. My maneuver was sloppy as I came around the right turn a little fast and put the two right tires of the trailer in a small ditch. But we were in a hurry again. I slammed the shifter through 4 gears, intending to slow down at the next left turn, which was not even a quarter of a mile up the highway. It was the road we needed, since it would take us across the northern border of the Yucca Pens and into North Point. Does anyone see the red Jeep? I shouted to the back. If it was there, it would simplify my immediate choices, as I would have to drive north instead of turning west toward home. Then we would try to find another tight road where we could repeat the ass-kicking we delivered to their friends. Kyra tried to help out, but her mirror was gone. I glanced at mine, but only saw the white cisterns. I'll swerve a bit, I announced before doing it. No one's there, Ben reported. I let off the gas and let the El Camino coast for a second.
Phew,
Carmen let out.
We're home free.
Mr. Bob popped into my head. Was he still standing in his yard, listening to my engine as we sped away? I'd thought of him as an idiot or fool, but I knew better than to underestimate someone these days. If the red Jeep showed up at his doorstep and asked at gunpoint who had killed the 2 gang members, he might be more than willing to tell them he heard us make the turn not far from his street. I stomped the gas pedal all the way to the floor.
What the hell?
Carmen blurted. The El Camino's dual exhaust howled as I got us all the way up to the breaking point near 80. We charged past the turnoff. I recalled Luke had heard car noises the previous night, and he was able to guess where they were, so I needed to make my getaway up the highway convincing.
"Where are we going?"
Carmen asked. I backed off a little to cut down on the vibrations, but kept us near 70 for several seconds. Slowly, I let the RPMs come back down. When we were doing 60, and the wind and engine noise had died down, I looked for a clear spot in the grassy median. "I know this looks crazy," I finally answered, "but that row of houses is only a block over, and behind those trees. If the old dude was listening to us drive away, he'd assume we stayed on the highway and went north. Now I'm going to turn around and sneak into our turn." "Hey man, I'm not saying you're wrong," LeVar said through the window. "But won't he hear us going back?" Once we were down to about 20, I turned into the grass to cross over to the southbound pair of lanes. I was very familiar now with how the trailer handled behind us, so the turn wasn't as bad as I might have thought when we'd pulled out of the Tractor Supply store. I waited until we were driving south again before answering. "I doubt he can hear us right now that we're going slower, especially with the Cherokee hissing spilled fluids in his yard. I just gave him an easy excuse to claim we definitely 100% drove at high speed to the north. It's why I made sure to kick the V8 in the nuts as we sped away." I was now only going about 30, essentially coasting along in a middle gear to keep the engine sounds to the bare minimum. Ahead, far down the highway, I expected a Jeep to show up at any second, ruining my play. I spoke in a calm voice to temper the tightly wound knots around my stomach. "As far as the red Jeep goes, they'll head right for the subdivision, assuming they were chatting in real time to their friends. This turnaround cost us maybe 60 seconds. If we can pull it off, they might drive all the way to Tampa looking for us on this highway."
"And if we don't pull it off?"
Carmen asked. "Then we'd better get those boxes of nails ready to pop some tires," I chuckled. At Mr. Park's home, I'd moved the nails into the truck bed, so we'd have them as a backup plan. We approached the turn. "This is the payoff," I said, as much to myself as the ladies. If the Jeep was miles down the highway, they might still see the two giant white cisterns hanging off our trailer. As we made the turn, I imagined we could be spotted from space. "Do you see anything?" I asked as we headed for the trees. Carmen and Kyra leaned to see across my chest. Another second went by. We were in the tree line. "Did we make it?" I prodded. Ben tried to say. "I didn't see shit," LeVar countered.
"Me either,"
Carmen dogpiled. "Ben, did you see anything?" I pressed. "No," he said with more resolve. "Evelyn always says my eyes are shit, so I wanted to be sure." He laughed like it was no big deal. But I couldn't take any chances, so I gave it a little more gas.
"We're fine,"
Carmen exhaled. I fought the urge to go hammer down, but we weren't clear of Mr. Bob yet. If I punched the motor, the exhaust would be heard for miles. It would give us away as heading west, and my turnaround ruse would have been for nothing. For the next mile, my danger senses tingled relentlessly, despite getting the all-clear from my crew. Every 20 or 30 seconds I would swerve to give myself a view of the roadway behind us. But each time I came up empty. I worried about the Jeep cutting through the forest to our left, but I dismissed it as impossible. If the Jeep somehow saw us make the U-turn, no driver on earth would try to catch up to a truck on a highway by cutting across a forest, not even in an off-road vehicle. Minutes later, when I figured we were far enough from the scene of the accident, I clutched up to the top gear and put us at 70 miles per hour. The road between the highway and North Point was almost entirely straight, with no rises or dips to hide our progress. I peered behind us and watched for anything red in the distance, until the last second before we went around a slight curve in the road. Now they can't see us, I exhaled. For sure. Carmen leaned across my chest, pretending to look at my side mirror.
Yeah, I can't see them either.
She giggled to herself as she sat back in her spot. We did pass a few hitchhikers, saw a few people lurking out in the woods, and passed one enterprising family who'd pitched a tent next to their disabled minivan. But we couldn't stop for any of them. Each set of eyes was one additional witness to our route home, if the red Jeep ever thought to ask them. I didn't let off the gas until we reached the outskirts of North Point, with its fast food joints, strip malls, and the wisps of smoke still rising above the plane crash. "We made it," I said with a sense of accomplishment, finally letting out some more tension from my chest. Carmen patted my thigh.
"Good job, Frank."
"Thanks," I replied. "You did great back there too, Kyra," I said to my other passenger. I know it sounded like I was pissed off, but it was more due to stress than anger.
"Oh, I get it,"
she replied.
"After being behind the wheel for those few minutes, I've got mad respect for you getting us through all the rest of the driving. I think I would have folded the first time someone looked at us wrong."
"Nah," I chuckled. "You'd be a great driver, no matter what the challenge." I had mixed feelings about how things had played out, but I couldn't deny she'd done well under the circumstances. Nitpicking every flaw wouldn't help her do better, so I chose to build her up, hoping she wouldn't wave me off when I needed her to take the wheel on the next outing. My sense of direction was getting better, since I'd been in the community of North Point a bunch of times by now. I came off the 2-lane road and turned left, which took me past Daisy's daycare, where my EMP survival story really began. I considered crisscrossing streets to make it confusing for anyone to know where we were headed, but more streets meant more potential eyeballs, so it seemed logical to be direct and get through town as fast as possible. We turned again, went past the intersection with the coins spread around, continued by the looted postal truck, then turned at the intersection where the lady guarded her salon. I threw a quick glance up the parking lot to see if she was there, but I didn't spot her in the doorway. We crossed a canal and headed south on Bayside Road. Unlike the featureless highway coming across the northern boundary of the forest, the new road was lined by housing develops on the western side, which explained why there were so many more abandoned cars. We passed quite a few people walking in both directions, but I really noticed the small groups heading north, who pulled the same roller suitcases as the refugees we'd spotted on the other highway. Many strode in the middle of the empty lanes, and seemed genuinely surprised to see us as we sped on through. I was careful not to endanger anyone, but I wasn't my usual friendly self as we passed them, since I couldn't afford any additional delays or entanglements. I'd again resisted the urge to race along the 2-lane road to get us the remaining few miles back toward home, since fast equaled loud for the El Camino. The last thing I wanted was to draw even more onlookers along the roadway, or to make a memorable impression, in case our pursuers ever asked about us. In 10 minutes, the promised land was upon us. The big orange fish on our welcome sign never looked so good.
"Home!"
Carmen cheered. I made the left and pulled on to Poseidon Pier. Zen's 2 AR-wielding men waited for us on the edge of the roadway, as if they'd heard us coming and wanted to be ready. "Hey guys," I announced. "We made it." One of the guards was drawn to the blood all over the back window.
"Is it really that bad out there, dude?"
the young man commented.
"Zen never said we were in real danger."
His tone of voice suggested he was aware of the risks for the first time, despite walking around the neighborhood with guns. I didn't want to rehash my day. After all the stops, running around on foot, and high-speed pursuits in the truck. We'd been out until well into the mid-afternoon. Yeah, it's pretty bad out there. But look, we're tired as hell, and it's getting late, so we're going to head home. You guys are free to do the same. Got it, he replied. When will we get our water well? When? I chuckled. Whenever we can get it to you. I wasn't in the mood to joke around. Well, Zen said you'd dig his well first, so we figured we'd help you take the stuff back to our place right now. I put the steering wheel into a death grip. Using every ounce of diplomacy I had left, I thought up an answer for him. Please tell Zen he must have misunderstood. I need to dig the first well at my house to ensure I have the system down correctly. Once I prove I can do it, and I have the tools figured out, I'll be able to do the next wells a lot faster. That's when I'll show him how to do his. I didn't want to give anything away for free, but I also didn't want there to be any real trouble between us. I'll put your well in the job jar as the second one. Fair enough? I forced myself to smile at the pair. I guess, he said with a sour face. He also said you'd dig it for us. The guy had to be messing with me. We'll see, was all I allowed. Zen's guard shrugged. Thank you for spending the day watching over my friends. Tell Zen I won't forget the awesome help you've been giving us. It was another bone to throw at them. Their time had cost me dearly in the form of a well, but it didn't cost anything extra to shower them with compliments to keep our relationship friendly. We stood there looking at each other for a few seconds. The one guy wore a silky black shirt with the top 4 buttons undone. The other had the top 3 open. It looked like they'd come from the dance club or a drug cartel open house. And it hit home how I wouldn't have associated with them for any possible reason a few short days ago. Now, we were essentially partners. Partners I could never fully trust. Yeah, okay, Blackshirt finally said. Bye for now, I said as we rolled forward. Once clear, Ben stuck his head in. One of those kids was really looking at the blood back here. Can't imagine what for. Probably wondering which of our people died, I answered. Each loss on our side would give them an advantage down the road. You expecting trouble from them? Ben asked. Haven't you figured me out by now? I said in a dry tone. I expect trouble from everyone. We drove by Albacore Anchorage, the first street on our left, and the one with the largest number of completed homes. I caught sight of a few people walking here and there, plus a couple of tents pitched on lawns far down at the end. So I took those as good signs the place had held together while we were gone. An older guy at the nearest house sat in a lawn chair on his front porch and waved at us. I returned the courtesy. The next street, Barracuda Bay, had about half the number of homes as the first, but it looked like a ghost town. We passed a tattooed woman pushing a stroller as we rounded the bend onto Clownfish Cove. Her route took her in the opposite direction, as if she'd been down our street and was now leaving. She waved in a friendly manner, which I tried to return in kind. We rolled past about 8 empty lots until we arrived at the roadblock strung between 2 of the houses still under construction. To my surprise, Tyler and Zoe were keeping watch again. By the time we reached them, they had already rolled my vet out of the way. Hey there, I said as we stopped. Tyler appeared as if he was the king of the world, based on his ear-to-ear smile as he walked up. Hi, Uncle Frank. He looked at me funny, then kept talking. Looks like you got a shitload of stuff. When we'd left, I'd been uncertain about the teens calling me Uncle Frank. Now, though, I didn't care. Anything to give people a little humor in their lives. Keeping to the theme, I saw an opportunity for hijinks with Tyler. "You know, you really shouldn't use that word," I said in a serious tone. "Sorry," he said sheepishly. "It looks like you got a shitload of crap." We both cracked up, since he had obviously finished the joke I'd taken from Christmas Vacation, a movie we both liked. It was a light-hearted moment, until he noticed the rear window was splattered with blood. "Oh my God! Who got hurt?" "None of us, thankfully," I answered. "But it was a good guy we met along the way." "I'm sorry," he said. I wanted to talk about anything else. "We saw a lady walking her kid as we came in," I remarked. "Did you talk to her by chance?" "No. She turned around before she got to us, though she did wave." "Why?" "No reason," I replied. "But good job keeping an eye on strangers. Maybe we need a logbook out here so we can track all these encounters. If she comes back, the time would be useful to know." "We can do that," he replied. "So what else is going on?" I asked. "Did you guys already get finished climbing trees?" He laughed. "We did all the climbing hours ago. You've been gone all day, you know. Zoe and I picked out a couple of nice trees to use as a perch for your sniper nest. Then we had my dad check them out to be sure." "It's going to help us out a ton," I said, glad to have some good news. "He also helped us drag fallen trees across some old trails at the edge of the woods, in case anyone tried to drive through there. When you put this baby back in the car closet, we'll show you." To make his point, Tyler patted the El Camino on the windowsill. "Car closet?" I dared to ask. "Yeah," he grinned as he glanced over to the freckled girl with the long braid. "She and I came up with some alternative names for things while we've been standing here doing nothing. We're calling all the houses on this street the fish tank, since everything around here is named after fish." "Uh-huh," I said to humor him. "The forest is now the tree farm, since my dad mentioned we can go there and harvest trees whenever we want." "Well, we should be," I tried to say. "And car closet is our new name for a garage. Get it? Instead of putting away coats and shoes, you use this closet to put away your cars." Tyler stood tall, as if he'd invented a new part of the dictionary. "That's great. Really, it sounds like you've been doing some good work today, and I'll be sure to get your full report later on. Right now, I do have a suggestion." I motioned for both kids to come closer. Zoe came alongside my passenger door. "Guys, I just remembered a key point about roadblocks like ours. I need you two to work with Alex and Rainey to shift the cars around, so they form a point facing the other end of the street, like this." I used my hands to form an A-frame shape. "That's going to be a ton of work," Tyler complained. "You got anything better to do?" I said in my boss voice. "No, Uncle Frank," he replied in a glum manner. I'd read how anyone trying to ram a roadblock would have a harder time breaking through a wedge than if the cars were parked in a straight line. I noticed it when I drove in from the outside. In time, we could also add obstacles outside the roadblock, like those serpentine routes U.S. soldiers used to defend American bases in Iraq. "Is that all?" Tyler asked. "For now," I said, with a tone suggesting I would add more later. Zoe stepped back from the car. Tyler did too, and I started to roll forward, but he jogged and put his hand on my window, which made me stop. "Oh, one more thing," he said in a subdued voice as he leaned all the way inside. "Thanks for helping me with stuff. Me and Zoe are officially hanging out." "Good for you," Carmen replied in an attaboy tone. I figured he'd forced himself to talk about street business first, but this was his real news. No matter if the world was ending or not, a teen boy was going to brag about any girl who said yes to going out with him. "If you're happy about it, why are you whispering?" I said in the same low tone. Tyler pushed back from the truck with a shit-eating grin. Instead of answering my question, he waved me to move forward. "All right, you can go through." Either he was embarrassed about the whole thing, or there was more to the story he wasn't telling me. Or maybe he didn't want his new girlfriend to know I had anything to do with how things worked out. Whatever the reason, I was happy to continue away, since I did want to use the car closet. We proceeded down Clownfish Cove, past the 2 empty lots, which brought us alongside Ben and Evelyn's place. "Son of a bitch," Ben shouted. I hit the brakes. "What is it?" I replied, ready for anything. "Look what she did to my lawn." We all turned to see where Ben was pointing. Someone had dragged a white toilet out to the middle of his yard, opened the lid, and placed a large potted flower inside the bowl. "This is what I get for shutting down Evelyn in public," he said in a resigned tone. "God love her, but that woman has a mean streak." I remembered Evelyn had mentioned a toilet when we discussed Ben going with me, but this was beyond my expectations. Where did she even get the toilet? "You need to get out?" I snickered. "No," he answered. "I need to cool off before I go home." We got moving again. Melanie came out of her garage as we left Ben's place, then immediately went back inside. Mr. Puppers sat at attention by Luke's mailbox, dutifully watching as we approached. He barked a couple of times, got on all fours, then kept an eye on us as we neared his turf. I slowed and veered toward him until we were 10 feet apart. Once he saw my face, his tail wagged. "Good pup," I said to him. As a trial run, Mr. P had performed magnificently as an early warning system for Luke's property. Next, we needed to figure out how to get the dog to watch over the whole street. I added one more task to my to-do list. By the time Luke and Melanie came out of their garage, the German Shepherd had his front arms on the windowsill, accepting my ear scratches as payment for passage. Carmen leaned across my torso to accept some puppy kisses and rubbed the happy dog's neck.
So cute,
Kyra remarked from her side. "Hey," I said to the pup's parents as they arrived. Carmen sat back in her spot. Unlike Tyler, who was no doubt distracted by his new girlfriend, the older parents noticed the blood right away.
"Is everyone all right?"
Melanie gasped. "We're all fine," I replied dutifully. "I promise."
"You might be,"
she said to me, before pointing to my passengers.
"But you two are covered in dried filth." "He's right, believe it or not," Carmen said in a tired voice. "I know we look like hell, but we're all fine. This isn't our blood."
Melanie walked around the front while still speaking to the ladies.
"Get out of there, you two, and let's get you cleaned up."
The motherly voice sounded as if she was tending to her own children. Carmen put her hand on my leg as the passenger door opened.
"Before we left, you told me not to thank you until we were home safe. So I'm thanking you now. You got us back home, Frank." "Yeah, thanks,"
Kyra added. With a final squeeze, Carmen scooted away from me. "You're welcome," I replied. Melanie helped the 2 women out. LeVar and Ben climbed out of the bed, too. Mr. Puppers took it as his cue to go check them out. "Looks like you've been through a war zone, Frank," Luke commented. "What's it like out there? Worse than when we went on our bikes?" I nodded solemnly, still not interested in telling my story yet. "I'll fill you in later," I said. "Right," he replied. "Should we start digging the well?" Ben asked. After seeing the toilet, I got the sense he would dig all the way to China to avoid going home. "We've all had a stressful day, so let's take a 30-minute break, starting now, and then meet in the circle." "Fair enough," he replied. I rolled away from the excitement. It took me half of my proposed break time to back the trailer into my garage and unhitch it from the truck. The cisterns were for the rainwater project, which we would build later, so I wanted them hidden until we needed them. I also put the El Camino back into its closet and shut Drummond's garage door once it was safely inside. I'd have the teenagers unload the seeds, the parts for the wells, and the bags of rock and sand once we'd all gathered for tasks, so I could forget about it for now. From there, I walked next door into my garage. I passed the neighborhood watch table, currently empty since everyone was on duty or out on the street. When I went in the door to my darkened house, I flipped the light switch. I'd been doing the same reflexive motion for the past few days, but this time, I fought the instinct to flick the switch off again. When the power came back on, I wanted my house to light the whole neighborhood. The AR and sniper rifle went on my kitchen counter, since both needed a good scrub. I grabbed Trevor's golden AK from the locker to have it ready for home security. Keeping multiple guns on me, even under my own roof, was the new norm. I strode through my kitchen, then the family room. I continued through the sliding glass doors. "We meet again, friends," I said to my patio chair and the dead radio. My watch said my crew had 10 minutes of break time left. I plopped into the seat, happy to be home, though burdened with a heavy heart. I was convinced we'd made the right call by getting the truck in working order, so we could grab necessary supplies for our long-term survival situation. But being out there in the thick of the collapse gave me an even more valuable short-term benefit: reconnaissance. In my brain, I knew the odds of the red Jeep finding us were close to nil, but I needed to proceed as if it could happen, since failing to plan for it would be catastrophic for every person on our street. I also had to be prepared to use lethal force against them, basically becoming our own police force, since the official police weren't even in control of their own building anymore. I melted deeper into the cushions, sighed heavily, and tried to recharge. Just for 5 damned minutes. It was not even half that time before someone opened the sliding door behind me. After spending so much time with her, all the playful leg pats and teasing of first dates, I knew exactly who it was. "I'd offer you a cool drink," I said over my shoulder without looking back. "But I'm all out of—"
"I don't need one, Frank,"
a woman interrupted. It was Penny. "Oh," I said, surprised, but pleasantly so. Without a further word, she rushed over and threw her arms around me. For a precious few seconds, I leaned into the warmth of her body. She was a married woman, so I wasn't going down that path. But human contact with her beautiful soul was exactly what I needed at the moment. I'd seen some real nightmares out on the road, including the deaths of 3 people, and there were a million things to do here on the street. But Penny's presence made me forget everything during her embrace. Too soon, she pulled back, but kept both hands positioned on my right wrist.
"I'm so glad you made it back, Frank. You were gone way longer than we expected, and I saw the blood on the girls just now. It must have been terrible."
She crouched next to me, so her blue eyes shimmered in the sunlight as she looked me up and down. In return, I admired how she brushed some wild blonde bangs aside with the tilt of her head. I noticed how her growing smile brought out her amazing dimples. And yeah, the tighter-than-skin yoga pants were not to be ignored. I also deeply appreciated she smelled like a normal person, instead of a sweat-drenched dude who'd been sitting on hot vinyl all day. In short, she represented life as it was meant to be. A life that may soon be gone forever. I realized I was still shirtless. It spoke to how tired I was from all the driving, the constant tension, and weight of responsibility for my friends. It also explained why I'd gotten funny looks from both Tyler and Zoe. Her pretty eyes softened as she gazed into mine. Was there a spark of interest there? Did I want there to be? Too soon. She pulled away and stood up.
I can't say how glad I am you're back, Frank. I know I speak for everyone waiting on your driveway when I say, we're ready to help you dig this well, however you're going to do it. Even Daisy has her pail and shovel.
You're all waiting on me? I said with surprise. I figured my friends who'd gone out with me could use a short rest after the day we'd had, which was why I'd suggested they take a 30-minute break. But if they didn't need one, then neither did I. Besides, I'd squeezed in another 5 or 6 minutes of retirement on my patio, approximately the length of 3 Jimmy Buffett songs, which was about the same amount I'd gotten on day 1. Enough of a taste to remember what I was fighting for.
Yep,
she replied, holding out a supportive hand and flashing a smile full of kindness, as if to ease me back into the workforce.
Luke said you wouldn't need any motivation to come out, but if you did, I'm supposed to tempt you with him telling a story about his worst bathroom incident.
I let her pull me out of the chair while I laughed at Luke's sense of humor. That's one story I have to hear, I replied with gusto.
Really?
She backpedaled a pace and planted her hands on her hips.
This is what motivates you? I swear I'll never understand men.
We're not complicated, I assured her. For a moment, we shared a knowing chuckle.
Well, simple guy, are you ready to start digging?
One day I wanted to get back to a world where a mom like Penny would know her daughter would have a brighter tomorrow, not a darker one. A world where the women in my life wouldn't need to go around shooting people and being doused with blood. A world far better than the glimpse of the future I'd gotten today. But that would take time. I was born ready, I joked. But we aren't digging a well yet.
Really?
She seemed shocked.
After what you've been through to get it? Why not?
I started the day worried about dead bodies in the canal and how clean water is going to be a scarce resource in a month or 2. So on that count, I'm thankful we got the gear to build our well. But a lot has happened since this morning. Everything I've read in my books is coming true. People are losing their shit. Stores are being looted. Criminals have no fear of the police. Hell, the police are already gone.
But you made it. You're safe.
I smiled at her optimism. We're safe for the moment, but we're surrounded by people with nothing better to do than look out their windows, expecting civilization to come back. They watched us leave in the El Camino, and they watched us return. If they didn't see it directly, they heard about it through the rumor mill. Now everyone within a 10-mile radius of our subdivision probably knows we've got a working pickup truck.
The secret is out,
she said dryly. Clean water will be critical to our long-term survival, but before we can dig the first well, we have to focus on prepping the street in case any bad guys come snooping for our ride.
And how do we do that?
She replied. It was a good thing I was retired, since I was about to unleash a tidal wave of work for the neighborhood watch. I reached for her hand. Come outside, and I'll show you. This concludes Neighborhood Watch 2 by E. Isherwood. Narrated by Kyle Tate. Copyright 2022 by E. Isherwood. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with E. Isherwood and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.